Chapter 2509. Kermit Outless looked at the busy soldiers. Even though it was night, the temporary base was as bright as day. How much longer? Kermit Outless asked his adjutant. An hour, the adjutant said. The armored vehicles and missile vehicles aren't ready yet. Finish it in 40 minutes. Kermit Outless raised his request. He didn't like waiting. He hoped to get revenge faster. Yes, General. Kermit Outless did not like his soldiers. They had the most advanced weapons in the world, but they were also the most undisciplined and undisciplined soldiers. They could defeat all enemies in their strategic plans. They could also be defeated by all enemies in unplanned battles. He had once visited the armies of other countries on behalf of the United States. A few of them had left a deep impression on him. For example, other countries could finish arranging their troops in half an hour. However, his current regiment of soldiers had used up 2 hours, and there were still less than half of them left. Of course, in these 2 hours, he also found time to have dinner. This was unimaginable during wartime. If it was a real war, even a second of delay could be fatal. They smoked and drank after eating. The orders that he passed down were all largely discounted. Just then, a cloud of dust suddenly rolled up in front of the battle line. The dust spread for more than 10 kilometers and spread towards the army's battle line. What's going on? Why is there such a huge sandstorm all of a sudden? Kermit Otters looked at the rolling sandstorm and asked in confusion. But who could answer his question? This was a natural phenomenon. His subordinates weren't meteorologists. Be careful. They might take advantage of the sandstorm to attack us together. Tiger was also in shock. Among the dozens of weirdly dressed people led by Randall Dodge, there was actually someone who could control the sandstorm. That's right, control. He saw with his own eyes that the person raised his arms and the sandstorm rolled up. Wherever that person went, the sandstorm would follow. This is the true power you were talking about? Tiger asked in shock. Randall Dodge's lips curled into a smile. Though he wasn't as tall and muscular as Tiger, Tiger felt like he was looking down on him. Randall Dodge raised his arm and waved it forward. The dozen of his men hid in the sandstorm and charged towards the military's front line. Could these 10 or so people really fight against a fully armed army? Do you want to follow? Randall asked. For some reason, Tiger followed them. When the sandstorm reached the front line of the soldiers, they did nothing. They did not sense the approaching danger. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, all the lights in the camp exploded at the same time. Kermit Outhall's expression changed drastically. What's going on? Why did the lights in our base explode? Maybe the voltage is unstable. The adjutant's expression was a little ugly. But at this moment, a sudden scream came from the camp. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In an instant, the entire campsite was in chaos. Everyone began to run around frantically. Most of the soldiers had yet to figure out where the enemy was. But the killing had already begun. Tiger suddenly saw a soldier charging towards him with a submachine gun in the sandstorm. Go to hell. The soldier and Tiger's encounter was sudden. Neither of them expected it. The visibility was too low in the sandstorm. The soldier reacted quickly. He pointed his gun at Tiger and Randall Dodge beside him. Tiger instinctively covered his head with his hand. But the next moment, he saw Randall Dodge raise his hand. A few meters away, the soldier's body suddenly floated as if grabbed by an invisible hand. Then Randall pointed forward with both fingers. The soldier screamed as he was thrown out, disappearing into the sandstorm. What? What was that? How did you do it? Psychic power, Randall said. You can also call it mental power or brainwaves. Just then, a pillar of fire shot past them. On the other side of the pillar were 2 soldiers who had been sent flying by the impact. One of Randall's men strolled over, his arms burning with flames. That one too? Tiger asked, pointing at the man. A ball of fire also rose from Randall's palm. A normal person's brain waves are very weak. They can only be detected with special equipment. But when the brain waves reach a certain level, about 100 times stronger than a normal person's, they have the ability to control objects. Their strength is similar to their bodies. If the brain waves are strengthened another 100 times, their strength will be 100 times that of a normal person's. They will also have fixed attributes. There are roughly 4 elements: wind, earth, water, and fire. As he spoke, Randall Dodge raised his hand in front of him. A large military truck a few meters away was suddenly lifted into the air and then swept into the sand. Tiger was beyond shocked. "You're a fire elemental?" "No, I'm stronger than them. I can control 4 elements at will." Randall raised his right arm. A 10-meter icicle appeared above his head. At that moment, Tiger finally understood the so-called true power that Randall Dodge had mentioned. The strength that he was so proud of was not even worth mentioning in front of him. Even Chun Zhao, whom he feared, seemed insignificant in the face of this power. Tiger's eyes shone brightly. "Can I control this power?" A smile appeared on Randall's face. "Do you know why I brought you here?" "Why?" "Because I think you have a talent." "Then how can I obtain this power?" A small bottle appeared in Randall's hand. It was filled with black liquid. "The Cerberus Lab exists to create finished products like you." "Did you also come from the Cerberus Lab?" Tiger asked. "No, we've existed longer than you think. 60 years ago, Mr. Vincent created the first generation of the lab. We were created in that era, but because of an attack, the lab was destroyed. Large amounts of data were destroyed too. Later, to prevent the same thing from happening again, the lab was split into 2 parts. The Cerberus Lab is a low-level lab, but because of the missing key data, everything has to be redone. That's why the lab has never been able to create a perfect medicine. You're probably the first successful experiment in the past few decades." Chapter 25:10. You're already 60? "Actually, I'm 158, Laner said. I was already 98 years old when I was experimented on, but the experiment restored my youthful appearance, and my physique far surpassed that of ordinary people," said Laner Dodge. "This potion can give me telekinesis?" "Yes, but your telekinesis is fixed. After you take the potion, you'll be able to activate as much telekinesis as you can." "Is it dangerous?" Tiger asked again. "You've already passed the most dangerous stage. This potion isn't dangerous at all. I can take it now." "Of course." Tiger drank the potion without hesitation. In an instant, an invisible limb seemed to extend out of his brain. The invisible limb was like a tentacle. After extending for dozens of meters, it started branching again. The tentacles that had branched out again, like a towering tree. Everything the tentacle touched would be sent back to Tiger's brain. Everything was so clear. Tiger suddenly had an idea. The tentacle suddenly wrapped around all the soldiers it touched. Instantly, dozens of soldiers in the sandstorm were caught at the same time. They struggled and howled in fear. A cruel smile appeared on Tiger's face. Randall Dodge was a little surprised. Tiger wasn't just talented. He was also smart. Among the dozens of captured soldiers, some of them were suddenly set ablaze. Some were suddenly frozen into icicles. Some were shrouded in a small storm, directly twisting people into fried dough twists, and some were directly covered in rocks and soil. Laner's eyes widened. Tiger was the same as him. 1,000,000 telekinesis. That was the name Randall Dodge gave to his current level of telekinesis. Tiger wasn't very good at using it yet, but it was already very powerful. "Attach your telekinesis to your body," Laner said. "It can strengthen your physical attack and defense." Tiger did as he was told. He attached his telekinesis to his body. "You can give it a try." Tiger shot through the air. His speed instantly surpassed the speed of sound. He knew everything around him like the back of his hand, even though the sandstorm had completely covered the area. But he didn't need to use his eyes. The people and objects around him were clearly imprinted in his brain. Suddenly, a cannonball shot over. Tiger didn't dodge. Instead, he charged at the cannonball. Bang! With a loud bang, the huge impact sent Tiger flying. But when Tiger stood up, he realized he was unharmed. True power. Is this true power? Tiger laughed maniacally. "I don't have to be afraid of that person anymore. I don't need to fear that person anymore. Is this the power they have?" Moado turned to look at Kevin and Levins. They were all in front of the monitor screen and were shocked by the power Randall Dodge had displayed. It was an extreme shock. It was too terrifying. It was like a modern army facing a deity. He was completely defenseless. Syndicate was also in front of the screen. He felt cold all over. There was actually such a person in this world. It wasn't a battlefield at all, but a slaughterhouse. The heavily armed soldiers didn't even have the chance to show off their firepower. Their vision is obscured, their weapons limited. However, the person they were facing had an indestructible body and a strength more terrifying than modern weapons. So, Randall Dodge's side was actually undefeatable. It was only a matter of time before the battle ended. Tiger, you can stop now. Stop? There are many enemies here. Tiger was already addicted. He was fascinated by killing and power. We need hostages, Randall Dodge said. He knew how Tiger felt now. He was addicted to power and killing. He was even addicted. He needed a long time to get used to it before he could treat it as normal. Tiger was still killing without caring about anything. Randall Dodge made his move. Instantly, Tiger's body was restrained by psychic power. Tiger immediately used his psychic power to break free. But facing Randall Dodge's psychic power, he couldn't break free at all. Why is this happening? You don't know anything about this power, Randall Dodge said calmly. Tiger had awakened 1,000,000 psychic powers. But there was still a huge difference between him and Randall Dodge, who'd controlled this power for 60 years. They weren't even on the same level now. Okay, if you want to become stronger, you have to listen to me first. Only then did Tiger calm down a little. After the sandstorm, more than 100 soldiers were captured and all of them were stripped naked. Research had shown that being naked would reduce a person's resistance. This was clearly very effective. Even Brigadier General Kermit Outals was stripped naked now. At this moment, Kermit Otters was in complete despair. His revenge seemed to have turned into a farce. And this farce cost the lives of thousands of soldiers. He'd even become the enemy's captive. It was hard for him to accept. This battle had also changed his worldview. His opponent wasn't human at all. It was a power he couldn't understand. Even if he was given another chance, he wouldn't know how to face or defeat an enemy like this. Hi, Ms. Demi. You haven't contacted me in a while. What's up? Mr. Chun, does our cooperation still count? Of course. I've always kept my promises. Our cooperation is quite satisfactory. The military's in trouble. Huh? Don't tell me your army is surrounded by some country. I don't get involved in politics or conflicts of national interest. I'm not even American. It's not overseas. It's domestic. It's right here. Domestic? Is your military's control over your territory that bad? How can you get into trouble here? Are you worthy of the title of the world's top army? Mr. Chun, if you want to mock me all you want, but can you let me finish? Fine. How much do you know about the Cerberus? I don't know much about them. One of my subordinates was attacked by the Cerberus organization before. Could it be that your military has also been attacked by the Cerberus organization? Are they that bold? Actually, the military went to surround them, but they failed. Oh, if that's the case, then send more troops to encircle and suppress them. Isn't this a very simple multiple-choice question? That's the problem. They failed this time. A brigadier general and more than 100 soldiers were captured. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 2511. You want me to save those soldiers and brigadier generals who were captured? Yes, Demi Sonnenfeld answered. What's in it for you? What's in it for me? Chun Zhao and Demi Sonnenfeld were partners of mutual benefit. However, it wasn't the kind where you'd help me with whatever money I gave you. Instead, Chun Zhao would help Demi Sonnenfeld solve problems when she needed them. Then, the next time he needed them, Demi Sonnenfeld would help him. If it was an order from the higher-ups and Demi Sonnenfeld didn't complete it, Chun Zhao wouldn't care. Unless Demi Sonnenfeld could gain something from it. I'm fighting for the position of director of the National Security Bureau, Demi Sonnenfeld said. If I succeed, I'll be the direct superior of the counterterrorism department. But my age and experience are both big problems. Chun Zhao raised an eyebrow. If Demi Sonnenfeld became the director of the National Security Bureau, the supernatural organization could break free from the counterterrorism department's restrictions. If you solve this problem, you can become the director of the National Security Bureau. Of course not, Demi Sonnenfeld said. Demi Sonnenfeld said, this is just a chance to perform. It's a problem for the military, and no one has accepted it yet. If I accept this mission and solve the problem, it can only be said to be a chance to perform. Moreover, the current director has not retired. I need more opportunities to perform. How long do you need according to your plan? How confident are you? 2 years at most. If there are no accidents, the current director's term will end in 2 years. As for confidence, there are many competitors, but I'm still 60% confident. I already have a complete plan. 2 years? Chen Zhao said. I can wait. Chen Zhao didn't participate in politics, but he knew a lot of insider information. He knew that some positions didn't belong to you just because you made a lot of contributions. You still need to exchange your benefits and get more people to support you, especially the position that Demi Sonnenfeld wanted. It was a very special and sensitive position. If it was just Demi Sonnenfeld, no matter how much she made, she wouldn't have the position. She needed to build a huge network, and Chen Zhao was just one of them. Send me the information on the Cerberus organization. Yes, you will receive the message immediately. All right, if you can't save them, let them sleep forever. Why? Even if we can't save them, there's no need to kill them. There are many high-ranking military officers among them, especially Brigadier General Kermit Outalish. He knows many military secrets. If those secrets are leaked from his mouth, it will be a great threat to the military. Chen Zhao realized that in the information Demi Sonnenfeld had sent him, the location of one of their headquarters was actually the same as the one he'd talked earlier. Chen Zhao picked up the phone, found the number, and called back. Mr. Chen, is it convenient for me to go over now? Welcome. Levitz was very satisfied. He had a lot of researchers under him, and most of them were lured by his technology. Chen Zhao drove to the edge of the desert and called Levitz again. Not long after, a helicopter appeared in the sky. There were 2 heavily armed mercenaries in the back of the helicopter. They looked at Chen Zhao warily. If Chen Zhao did anything bad, they would shoot him without hesitation. Chen Zhao, on the other hand, was quite casual. He crossed his legs and hummed. Just then, Chen Zhao saw smoke in the distance. The smoke seemed to be a battlefield. It had calmed down, but many things were still burning. Flying over the battlefield, Chen Zhao saw the Cerberus base. We're here. Get off. Chen Zhao got off the helicopter. A man in a white coat stood beside Chen Zhao to welcome him. Mr. Chen, I'm Levitz. Welcome. I want to confirm Syndicate's safety. Of course. With a smile on his face, Levitz brought Chen Zhao into the headquarters. A while later, Chen Zhao saw Syndicate. Syndicate was still tied up. When he saw Chen Zhao, he was very excited. Mr. Chen, why are you here? Of course I'm here to save you. Chen Zhao smiled. Mr. Levitz, can you untie my friend? Levitz thought for a moment. Glancing at his subordinate beside him, he nodded. Sure, but please restrain him. After all, they're professional shooters. Of course, Syndicate don't do anything rash. No matter when, no matter what happens, stay by my side. Syndicate sighed. He didn't really want to resist now. He knew that no matter how he resisted, he would only die. He just didn't understand why Chen Zhao had come. Didn't he know how dangerous it was to come here alone? Show me your research results, Chen Zhao said. Levitz's lips curled. Mr. Chen, don't you want to see your former student? He's here now, too. My former student? I have many students. I don't know who you're talking about. At this moment, a tall figure walked in. It was a figure that everyone looked up to. Teacher, who are you? Chen Zhao raised his head and looked at Tiger. Of course, he recognized Tiger, but he only hated Tiger. He hated the current Tiger even more. I'm Tiger. Have you completely forgotten me? Tiger, how stupid are you? You turned yourself into this. All of my changes are just to make myself stronger, so that I can defeat you. You? Defeat me? With the current you? I think it's enough. Right now, I'm so strong that I can't even imagine it. Even you can't imagine it. Looks like I haven't left enough fear in you, Chen Zhao said in disdain. I'll return all the humiliation and fear you've given me to you. Tiger pointed his fist at Chen Zhao. Tiger, our lab still needs Mr. Chen, Levin said. Don't worry. After all, he used to be my teacher. I'll let him live. Tiger grinned. Looking at Chen Zhao, he said, This is my last respect for you. 9 Heaven's Divine King. Chapter 25:12. Mr. Chen, Syndicate wanted to remind him. Tiger glared at Syndicate. Your reminder is meaningless. Chun Zhao chuckled. I don't care about your respect, but I hope that you can keep your fear of me forever. Tiger suddenly raised his fist. I will never fear you again. Chun Zhao didn't defend, dodge, or parry at all. He allowed the fist to land on his body. Everyone thought that Chun Zhao would die, or he would be sent flying with a single punch. But Chun Zhao didn't move at all. Chun Zhao raised his palm. He pushed Tiger's fist away bit by bit. Syndicate stared at him in shock. He had never seen Chun Zhao fight. He almost thought that Chun Zhao was an ordinary person. However, normal people could not resist Tiger's monstrous strength. Normal people couldn't face Tiger. Tiger, you need to be afraid, Chun Zhao said calmly. Even if you go to hell in the future, you must maintain your fear of me. This is not all. Tiger roared. In an instant, his telekinesis exploded completely. He raised his fist again and smashed at Chun Zhao. Be careful, Zinka exclaimed. He had seen Tiger do this before, during the massacre of the regular army. Tiger had used this move to block the cannon and turn the armored car into scrap metal with one punch. Chun Zhao waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone widened their eyes and stared in shock at Tiger, who had been sent flying. Tiger's huge body smashed through the walls along the way. He flew dozens of meters away. No one could believe this. That indescribably terrifying Tiger couldn't even stop this seemingly insignificant man. Mr. Levins, can you help me prepare your research data? I'm quite interested in your research. Chun Zhao looked at Levins with a smile. Levon stared at Chun Zhao in a daze. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. In the distance, Tiger shook his head. He was dazed from the beating. In that instant, he felt an indescribably terrifying power. However, he did not admit defeat. He had not used his full strength just now. He believed that if he used his full strength, even Chun Zhao couldn't stop him. Syndicate vaguely understood what Gaia had warned him about. Never betray or anger your boss. Tiger stood up again. This time, he finally looked his teacher in the eye. He needed a little bit of time to completely cover the surface of his body with his telekinesis. At this moment, Randall Dodge also came. His subordinates were all here as well. Randall immediately felt that the threat came from Chun Zhao. Randall Dodge attacked Chun Zhao without hesitation, but Chun Zhao suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Randall Dodge found a hand on his neck and shoulder. Shocked, Laner immediately unleashed all his telekinesis, trying to shake Chun Zhao away. But Chun Zhao did not move at all. Randall Dodge's neck was separating from his shoulder. Blood spurted out from the wound on his shoulder and neck. At this moment, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of fear. That was Randall Dodge. That was a terrifying existence that had just led his subordinates to slaughter a regular army. But, however, he was currently being slaughtered. No matter how Randall Dodge struggled, no matter how he resisted, there was no way to stop the process. Finally, Randall let out the last cry of his life. Then everything went silent. His head just hung in Chun Zhao's hand, dripping with blood. Tiger's pupils constricted. He stared at Randall Dodge's head in disbelief. He knew very well how big the difference between him and Randall Dodge was. In terms of level, they might be the same. But in terms of control of telekinesis, he was a Pacific Ocean away from Randall Dodge. Randall only needed to use 1/10 of his telekinesis to suppress him. However, Chun Zhao had torn off his head in one move. Instantly, Tiger felt his scalp go numb. The fear that he'd suppressed in the depths of his heart swept through him again. Suddenly, Chun Zhao flashed behind someone again and grabbed the person's head. The person's body instantly turned into flames. He seemed to want to force Chun Zhao back with heat. But Chun Zhao did not give him the chance. Crack! The watermelon exploded. The flames still remained in Chun Zhao's hand. Tiger did not dare to move. Earlier, when they faced the army, it was a one-sided massacre. But now, when they faced Chun Zhao, it was a one-sided massacre. Randall Dodge's death was just the beginning. His dozen subordinates had only lived 1 or 2 minutes longer than him. Very soon, they would all follow in Randall's footsteps. Syndicate's fear of Chun Zhao was actually the same as Tiger's. Of course, he did not need to worry that Chun Zhao would kill him. So, although they were both afraid of Chun Zhao, their mentality was completely different. Tiger, do you really think you can defeat me after becoming a monster and giving up your human identity? Do you really think you can defeat your fear like this? Chun Zhao walked toward Tiger step by step. You don't understand me. You've never truly understood me. Do you really think you have that much power? Chun Zhao waved his hand, and the building on the left collapsed instantly. Like a building made of sand, it disintegrated. Tiger, Syndicate, and Levance could not close their mouths. Levance grabbed his hair. What did he do? How did he attract such a demon? You know nothing about power. Chun Zhao punched the ground. Boom! The entire base was destroyed. With Chun Zhao as the center, spiderwebs instantly covered the entire base. Tiger leaped out in fear. Xi and Jia, on the other hand, continued to fall. Just when he thought he was going to die, a hand grabbed him. Chun Zhao grabbed him with one hand, but his body was suspended in the air. Then Chun Zhao threw Syndicate beside the huge pit. Tiger had fled in this direction too. He thought he had a chance to escape. But the next moment, Chun Zhao stopped him. Tiger knelt on the ground in fear, his face covered in tears. Teacher, I was wrong. The light of humanity finally appeared on Chun Zhao's face. Tiger, I'm happy that you've realized your mistakes and realized your mistakes. I'm happy. I forgive you. Seeing Chun Zhao smile, Tiger felt like he'd returned to the time when he'd lost his arm and Chun Zhao had appeared before him and brought him hope. It was inexplicably touching and sincere. Back then, Chun Zhao had been his faith and hope. So, you should say sorry to all the victims too. What? You should go die. 9 Heavens Divine King. Chapter 25:13. All of Tiger's hair stood on end. He wanted to explain and beg for mercy. But Chun Zhao had already flashed before him. As your teacher, I can give you the right to choose how you want to die. Of course, you're limited by the conditions here, so you don't have many choices. Fine. I'll take it as you've made your choice. Suddenly, Chun Zhao increased his strength and lifted Tiger up. Syndicate watched as Tiger turned into a falling meteor. The process was the same as a normal falling meteor. It drew an arc in the air and then disappeared in the friction and burning of the atmosphere. Chun Zhao glanced at Syndicate. Wait here. Syndicate gulped and nodded, standing where he was obediently. Chun Zhao leaped into the center of the huge pit he'd created. After lifting a few stone slabs, an elevator shaft was revealed. Actually, there weren't many living people in the buildings Chun Zhao had destroyed. All the captives and most of the researchers were underground. In an underground building that was 180 meters deep, Chun Zhao jumped into the elevator shaft directly. About 20 minutes later, Chun Zhao walked out of the elevator shaft. Hey, Demi, it's Chun Zhao. How's it going? You can send people over now. None of the captives are dead, but they're trapped in the underground base 180 meters deep. I've already dealt with the people in the base, so there's no danger. It's just difficult to rescue them. Do as you see fit. Thank you, Demi said. Compared to letting Chun Zhao rescue the captives, or kill them all, Demi was much more valuable. On the other hand, it was more valuable to keep the captives and let her rescue Chun Zhao. The difficulty proved the meaning of her actions. Demi knew that Chun Zhao's abilities were different from normal people, so she didn't ask how he'd done it. Syndicate also didn't ask why Chun Zhao had jumped into the hole just now. Let's go. My car is quite far from here. Syndicate followed Chun Zhao silently. Don't betray me, Chun Zhao suddenly said. No, I definitely won't betray you, boss. I can swear to any god. For Tiger's betrayal, I turned him into a shooting star. If you betray me, I'll turn you into a satellite and make you orbit the Earth forever. Syndicate shivered. Chun Zhao wasn't joking. He could feel it. After walking for a long time, Syndicate finally saw Chun Zhao's car. It's parked at the end of the highway. Boss, you can actually carry me and fly here, right? I don't like carrying a mail. But when I was in danger just now, didn't you? If you cut your stomach open, I'm willing to send you to the hospital as fast as I can. After Syndicate got in, Chun Zhao was about to start the car. The moment the headlights came on, a shadow appeared in front of Doe. It was just like some supernatural scenes in movies. The shadow instantly disappeared. Chun Zhao saw it. So did Syndicate. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Syndicate shouted in horror. Shut up. What's there to be afraid of? Chun Zhao scolded. Come out, Mr. Vincent. Don't force me to attack. At this moment, the figure appeared again. Xin Jia shuddered again. He knew how terrifying Chun Zhao was. At least Chun Zhao wouldn't hurt him. But ghosts were different. Syndicate was still influenced by American horror movies. He was still very afraid of ghosts. Vincent's real body was a sea snake. His ability was Fata Morgana. The effect was similar to the flickering effect in American horror movies. Mr. Vincent, your real body is nearby, right? There's no river nearby. Are you going to walk into a trap? Mr. Chun, my real body is in the underground river about 500 meters above the ground, Vincent said proudly. So your threat is useless against me. After all, he thought of many ways to face Chun Zhao again and avoid being threatened by force. Finally, he found this underground river. He didn't have to worry about Chun Zhao dragging his real body and attacking him. Chun Zhao got out of the car. Looking at Vincent, he said, I'll give you another chance to reorganize your words. Mr. Chun, don't scare me. You can't do anything to me. Are you sure? Chun Zhao asked again. However, he had an evil smile on his face. Yes, it was indeed difficult for him to break through 500 meters of ground in a short time. For example, the Cerberus laboratory had a depth difference of 180 meters between their headquarters and the underground base. Chun Zhao had destroyed the entire base on the surface and didn't even touch the base. The ground would spread Chun Zhao's power. The thicker the ground, the more power would spread. So Chun Zhao really couldn't attack Vincent's real body in a short time. But Vincent found it a bit scary. After all, Chun Zhao had left an extremely deep impression on him. However, he was confident that Chun Zhao couldn't do anything to him if he hid in the underground river more than 500 meters deep. But he suddenly realized that the water of the underground river seemed to be attacking him. As a sea snake, Vincent obviously wasn't afraid of water. However, he quickly realized that, as a water snake, it was difficult for him to gain an advantage in his own battlefield. The underground river water formed a cage, trapping Vincent's real body. Moreover, the water prison was still shrinking to the point where Vincent felt uncomfortable, feeling that he was in mortal danger. Water wasn't just Vincent's home ground. It was also Chun Zhao's home ground. Chun Zhao's control of water was much stronger than Vincent's. If water was Vincent's home ground, then it was Chun Zhao's. In the water, Chun Zhao had an additional domain. The two weren't on the same level at all. Vincent's figure started flashing, unable to maintain a normal state. Little water snake, come. Use your loud voice to tell me that you're not afraid of me. Vincent's expression was awkward. He seemed to be smiling, yet not smiling, crying, yet not crying. Mr. Chun, I'm very sorry. Actually, I'm not here to be your enemy. You mocked me the moment you came. Now you're telling me that you're not here to be my enemy? Huh? Do you really think my fists aren't big enough? Mr. Chun, I'm here on my master's orders to seek a chance to work with you. Huh? Do you think I'm stupid? This is just my own stupid behavior, Vincent said. It's not my master's orders. I don't think I have anything in common with that old master of yours. If I met him, I would definitely kill him instead of talking about any project cooperation with him. Chapter 25:14. Vincent could only ignore Chun Zhao's slandering of his master. He had no choice. His life was in Chun Zhao's hands. There was really no need to face him head-on. Mr. Chun, I heard that there's another organization in L.A. called the Psionic Team. They seem to be preparing to conquer Bermuda. Don't tell me that you and your master are from Bermuda. If that's the case, I might hand you over to the Psionic Team for a bounty. Mr. Chun, I know that your organization and the Psionic Team are mortal enemies. So, you and your master are really the masterminds behind Bermuda? Quite the opposite. I'm representing my master to form an alliance with you. Alliance? Me and you? Your master? What alliance? I'm not familiar with you. It has nothing to do with familiarity, Vincent said. It's about benefits. Fine, let's talk about benefits. The Psionic Team plans to conquer Bermuda but the supernatural organization, and I don't. If you want to conquer Bermuda, you can work with the psionic team instead of me. The psionic team? The corner of Vincent's mouth twitched. Don't think that I don't know the meaning of the psionic team. As for their strength, to put it bluntly, I alone can destroy them. As for their expedition to Bermuda, do you think it's possible? Don't overestimate your power. Maybe the psionic team will give you an unexpected surprise. Oh, does the psionic team have some hidden power? Vincent narrowed his eyes. Do you need my name card? Just say that I introduced you. They'll definitely treat you well. Mr. Chun, do you know what's a Bermuda? Demons. I've killed a few small monsters that escaped from Bermuda. The one who rules Bermuda is a subordinate of the King of Jealousy. His name is Leviathan Aberantigmus. King of Jealousy? Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes. The 7 sins of hell were pride, jealousy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. They were either the demon king himself or his subordinates. Other than the King of Jealousy, he had basically come into contact with all the others. If you want to fight against the subordinates of the 7 great demon kings, unless you also have the power of a subordinate of the 7 deadly sins, it is impossible to fight against them. The other subordinates of the 7 deadly sins can be defeated by relying on the suppression of their levels. But the power of the King of Jealousy cannot be defeated by relying on the suppression of their levels. Oh, why? The King of Jealousy has the power to copy other people's abilities and magic. Apart from the other 6 Demon King powers of the same level, no other power is immune to the King of Jealousy's power. Isn't this mirror magic? Mirror image is indeed very similar to the King of Jealousy's power, but it can't copy the enemy's level. However, the King of Jealousy can copy the enemy's abilities and spells in their strongest state. Even I'm jealous of this ability, Chun Zhao said. Is that so? Are you really jealous of my power? Suddenly, a voice rang out in Chun Zhao's mind. Chun Zhao looked around. No one. However, that voice was definitely not an illusion. I have something urgent to do, Chun Zhao said. Let's talk tomorrow. Oh, dress more formally tomorrow. Chun Zhao was quite concerned about the voice's words. Then, Chun Zhao drove Syndicate away. He left behind the dumbfounded Vincent. Weren't they having a good talk? Why did he suddenly leave? Was there really something urgent? Fortunately, Chun Zhao didn't hurt his real body. It seemed that there really was something urgent. Come out, Chun Zhao yelled. Boss, who are you talking to? Syndicate asked, trembling. He didn't hear anything, so he obviously didn't know what had happened. I'm not talking to you, Chun Zhao said. Pretend that nothing happened. You summoned me to the real world, but I can't appear before you. Are you the projection of the King of Jealousy, or a subordinate of the King of Jealousy? Chun Zhao asked. When he was communicating with Vincent just now, he was really jealous. According to past experience, when Chun Zhao had some emotions, he would summon the corresponding Demon King power. He was either a subordinate of the Demon King or a projection of the Demon King. For example, Samuel appeared in the form of a little kitten, but Samuel didn't have any power. Apart from his identity as the Demon King, he had no other power. Of course, he could also control Chun Zhao's dark lava, but Chun Zhao had to be by his side. Samuel's method of controlling the dark lava was better than Chun Zhao's, but he was still borrowing Chun Zhao's power. Plus, if Chun Zhao rejected Samuel's control, Samuel would instantly return to his kitten form. So, if the King of Jealousy was a projection of his real body, it would probably be the same. The Demon King's power definitely couldn't pass through the barrier between the human world and hell. Even a secondary Demon King or a Great Lord couldn't do it, let alone a Demon King. I'm the King of Jealousy, Leviathan. Come, let me see your projection. I don't have a body. You only summon my consciousness. I don't have a projected body or power. My consciousness can only be attached to your territory as your special dependent. You mean you don't have a body? Yes. Why is that? I summoned Samuel before. At least he had a projection. Strange human, Leviathan said. The Leviathan said, humans can actually summon Samuel's projection and my consciousness. Chun Zhao hadn't broken the rules in both of his summons. Both Samuel and Leviathan were in a harmless state. But even so, it was still unbelievable. Attached to his territory, Chun Zhao suddenly contracted his territory. Gradually, a figure appeared in it. It was a goat with a demon's face. Syndicate was shocked again. It wasn't that he was cowardly, but anyone would pee their pants when such a terrifying scene suddenly appeared in front of their car windshield. What's with the noise? Chun Zhao yelled. In the West, a goat was the image of a demon in the human world. Chun Zhao felt that the ancients might have seen Leviathan in the human world. The goat before him was indeed the incarnation of a demon. Chun Zhao could condense Leviathan's consciousness through his territory. But as long as he let go, Leviathan's consciousness would immediately return to its original state. Chapter 25:15. Boss, that's demon, Chun Zhao replied calmly. Syndicate couldn't stay calm at all. After leaving Singa outside the gate of his neighborhood, Chun Zhao swaggered off. Shivering in the cold wind, Zinga ran back home while shivering. Since I summoned you, no matter what form you're in, you're still my subordinate. I don't want to admit it, but it's just like you said. Then explain to me about the power of your jealousy. It's actually very simple. A high-level mirror spell can't copy higher-level or same-level bloodlines, abilities, and spells, but it can copy all spells that are lower than the original, Leviathan said. The difference is that to others, it's magic, but to me, it's instinct. There's no limit to the number. Indeed, it was very simple. But the simpler it was, the scarier it was. But thinking about it carefully, it wasn't right. Leviathan's words were all based on his own standards as the demon king of hell. Of course, he didn't have a limit to the number of times. He could copy whoever he wanted and as many copies as he wanted. But could his subordinates really be so limitless? Your subordinates also have the ability to copy limitless numbers. Didn't you already come to a conclusion? That means there's a limit to the number. You're right. Then how long can the copied spells last? Or can they last forever? Can they be stacked infinitely? Or will the last copied spell replace the first one after the limit? First, let me explain the number. First of all, let me explain the quantity. This has nothing to do with the magic itself. It has to do with magic power. For example, if I copy one of your magic spells, it will consume half of my magic power. If I want to copy a second magic spell of the same level, it will consume all of my magic power. I have mastered 2 of your magic spells, but I don't have any magic power left, so I can't copy them infinitely. Secondly, using your magic spells also requires magic power, so I can't use all of my magic power to copy and ignore the magic power needed to use it. As for your second question, the duration of the copied spell. If I copy one of your spells, then I can learn it. There's a small problem here, whether I can learn it or not. If I can learn it, then it will exist forever. If I can't learn it, then after the copying effect is removed, the copied spell will also disappear. Leviathan paused for a moment before continuing. Racial talents and bloodlines can't be learned. Special abilities can be comprehended, just like magic. It's possible to comprehend them, but it's more difficult than magic. In order to contain the power of your jealousy, I can only use a higher level of power, stronger magic, and more obscure magic. As long as I can do these 3 things, it's not impossible to defeat your power, right? Indeed, Chun Zhao's heart jumped. Can be replicated? Every domain is the veined pattern of the world and cannot be duplicated. Even I cannot do it. Won't learning too many spells and other abilities conflict with each other? It's like the bloodline of gluttony and the blood of rage in you. Gluttony will never be poisoned. The blood of rage will never bewitch you, and the blood of jealousy can avoid all power backlashes. Chun Zhao parked his car in the garage. Suddenly, he heard a kitten's cry. Samuel was charging at Chun Zhao in a ferocious manner, making noises. Of course, his ferocious posture wasn't ferocious at all. His pink and tender little mouth. Chun Zhao felt that Leviathan wanted to reveal himself. Suddenly, a sporadic light spot appeared in the air, but failed in the end. The light spot was also the most eye-catching appearance he could maintain. Leviathan. Samuel. Chun Zhao looked at Leviathan and Samuel. These 2 guys were at daggers drawn as soon as they saw each other. Did they have some deep hatred for each other? Unfortunately, The two demons couldn't do anything. One could only wave his little paws in the air, while the other couldn't even reveal himself. Chen Zhao clearly didn't plan on stopping them. He preferred watching a show. It was too interesting to watch two demons fight. It would be best if they could expose each other's dirty secrets. Leviathan, you still dare to appear before me? Why wouldn't I dare to appear before you? I'm not afraid of you. Then our 100,000 years of battle can finally come to an end at this moment. With your current self? Of course not here, but it's only my projection that appeared here. But in hell, my real body is still here. You appeared here with your main consciousness, which means that your real body is in a deep sleep. If I attack now, what can you use to block it? Even if my real body is in a deep sleep, you can't do anything to me. Don't forget that we're on the same level. You can't kill me. I'm not saying that I'm going to destroy your body. My target is your kingdom. I can take advantage of the moment when you can't retaliate or resist to completely destroy your kingdom. You can do nothing but watch your people struggle in misery and be destroyed. If you destroy my kingdom, then I'll lose my last restraint. When my main consciousness returns, you won't be able to stop me from destroying your kingdom either. The two demon kings threatened each other, but they didn't really do anything. Remember to inform me when you're going to fight. I'll go down and watch. It'll definitely be exciting. Who said we're going to fight? Samuel glanced at Chen Zhao and rolled his eyes. But weren't you guys at daggers drawn just now? Are you joking? Of course. As the rulers of two hells, we have to greet each other in a special way. We can't be like you humans, like, hi, hello, or like you Chinese, have you eaten? Air. So you're saying mean things to each other as greetings? If there's an opportunity, I don't mind turning greetings into reality. Chen Zhao was speechless. Your greetings are really refreshing. Leviathan's consciousness floated above Samuel's head. The two demon kings started asking each other about how they were doing. They really did look like two long-lost friends. Regardless of whether they were feigning civility or not, it wasn't good news for the other pets at home that had demon identities. Before, they only had Samuel above them. Now, there was another one, Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 25:16. Of course, Leviathan could only threaten the demon pets at home. After all, Samuel's main body and consciousness were in hell. If any pet in the house dared to disrespect him, he would definitely be killed. If any pet dared to disrespect him, he would capture their main body in hell and beat them up. For example, Beelzebub, Ammon, and Raymond were all projections. Their main bodies were still in hell. Of course, for the cowards at home, Samuel's words were basically the law. Even if his projection was a kitten, no demon pet dared to disobey him. Even Black Ma and White Ma, who had their main bodies, were living well in the human world and in Chen Zhao's home. Even if they decided to stay with Chen Zhao for the rest of their lives and didn't plan on returning to hell, they were still afraid of Samuel. They knew that the kitten wasn't a threat to them at all, but Samuel just acted like a tyrant above them. They could only lower their heads and accept it. Leviathan was in a similar situation. Originally, there was already one tyrannical ruler over their heads, and now there was another. The next day, Vincent came as scheduled. Vincent stood at the door of Chen Zhao's house, looking a bit awkward. Is this how you came? Chen Zhao's cold gaze made Vincent very uncomfortable. What else? Mr. Chen, am I not dressed formally enough? Chen Zhao was the one who'd told him to dress more formally yesterday. He was wearing a suit and tie. His hair was shiny, and his shoes were shining. Wasn't that formal enough? Those who didn't know would think that he was getting married today. Wasn't that formal enough? Chen Zhao's gaze was still cold. He glanced at Vincent. Come in. Vincent could clearly feel Chen Zhao's displeasure. Mr. Chen, did I do something wrong? Cut the crap. Let's get down to business. Chen Zhao sat on a chair in the yard and had Vincent sit opposite him. Let's continue from yesterday. Mr. Chen, what do you think about the alliance between you and my master? Never thought about it. Mr. Chen, with Leviathan aberrant to Jemus's ambition and methods, he will definitely not be willing to hide in Bermuda. Perhaps it won't be long before he starts a war against human society. He was even involved in the 2 world wars in the past, Chen Zhao said. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. What does that have to do with me? Chun Zhao basically didn't believe Vincent's words. He was exaggerating the threat. That Leviathan Abercontagimus had existed for who knew how many years. Unlike the dormant demons, Leviathan Abercontagimus was quite active. He probably knew this better than anyone else, even the demons. Although humans were individually very weak, their overall strength was very strong. Furthermore, humans were not always weak. There were always abnormal individuals. For example, people like Chun Zhao, Zhang Tianyi, and 23rd generation Blood Mary. There are also those top forces. Which one of them could be swallowed by Leviathan Abercontagimus? If he had the ability, Leviathan Abercontagimus could bring his men to Mount Longhu's Celestial Master sect. Let's see if he can walk out of there in one piece. Take control of Bermuda and then plot to counterattack human society? Don't joke around. Can't you be more serious? Vincent also felt Chun Zhao's disdainful gaze. He was also very embarrassed. He had said too much just now. Such foolish words could only be used to deceive hot-headed people who had never come into contact with the supernatural world. Deceiving a big boss of the supernatural world like Chun Zhao was really stupid. Leviathan Abercontagimus has used Bermuda as his base. He has already plundered the wealth of human society for thousands of years. That wealth can even topple a country. Vincent looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao pursed his lips again. If the accumulated wealth was exchanged for natural resources of the same value, maybe Chun Zhao would be tempted. However, if it was a piece of art from ancient times, everyone had their own price. It could be a lot, or it could be a little. But if there was a bunch of them at once, the price was no different from scrap metal. The price was not stable, and it was too difficult to exchange them for cash. Secondly, there were metal currencies like gold and silver. If there was a lot of them, it was also very difficult to exchange them for cash. Especially if there were too many of them at once, the market would collapse. Leviathan Abercontagimus had been active for thousands of years. Apart from the wealth he had plundered in recent times, what wealth could he have plundered a few centuries ago? It was just art and gold and silver. Leviathan Abercontagimus' wealth isn't limited to the wealth of ordinary people. He also controls the vast wealth of the supernatural world. Vincent glanced at the children inside. Mr. Chun, you have a lot of children, right? Instantly, Vincent felt a terrifying, murderous aura. Wait, Mr. Chun, that's not what I meant. Vincent immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. Mr. Chun, what I meant was that your children will definitely need a lot of cultivation resources in the future. Even if you have shocking wealth in human society, it's hard to support the consumption of so many children. Chun Zhao's gaze grew colder. He didn't say anything and just stared at Vincent with a creepy gaze. Vincent only felt that it was very difficult, but he could only brace himself and continue. In this world, apart from those top powers, there are very few powers that can provide so many children with cultivation resources. Mr. Chun, my master is very sincere. Even if you destroyed the three-headed dog lab, my master has no objections. Sincere? You came empty-handed. Is that sincerity? Duong. At this moment, Vincent finally understood why Chun Zhao had been so unhappy from the moment he'd seen him. This was the emotional problem. He'd come empty-handed. Actually, Vincent had been in human society for a long time. Of course, he knew some of the ways of the human world, but he had no friends in human society. Most of the time, he wouldn't go to so-called visits. He definitely wouldn't bring gifts. So he never had this concept. Only now did he finally understand. Mr. Chun, can you make it up? Forget it, Chun Zhao said with a cold expression. Let's talk business. Vincent couldn't be so natural now. His mind was filled with gifts, gifts. Your master is also a demon, right? Speaking of which, your master should be closer to the master of Bermuda. At least compared to humans, shouldn't you guys form an alliance? This has nothing to do with identity. It's about benefits. Leviathan Abercontagimus has something my master wants, but he can't give it to him. So, he and my master will only stand on opposite sides. Chapter 25:17. I want to know what your master wants from Leviathan Abercontagimus. Vincent didn't answer Chun Zhao's question. After a while, Vincent finally said, lifespan. Chun Zhao furrowed his brows. Were you asking your master just now? You've been in contact with him, right? Vincent's scales flipped over like a snake shedding its skin. Then, he transformed into another form. It was an old man with a head full of white hair. He was a medium build and was skinny. He wore casual clothes. Hello, Mr. Chun. Who's talking to me now? I'm Vincent's master. I'm Aqualati Gisli. Of course, I have another more famous name. Maybe you've heard of me. Oh, I'd like to hear more. Giant North Sea Monster. Chun Zhao looked at Aqualati Gisli, who'd suddenly changed his identity, in surprise. Of course, the name was very unfamiliar, but in contrast, the other name was thunderous. Giant North Sea Monster, a famous monster in Norse mythology. Even the modern Cthulhu mythology was said to be based on the legend of the giant North Sea Monster. Among the 100 Scarlet missions issued by the 23rd Blood Mary, one was to eliminate the giant North Sea Monster. I really didn't expect the legendary monster to appear before me in this form. Can I have an autograph? Aqualati Gisli looked at Chun Zhao with a smile. He really looked like a kind old man. I can change into any form and appearance. If you're not used to my current appearance, I can change any time. Then, Aqualati Gisli changed into a few more forms. There were men and women, sexy and enchanting women, burly men, teenagers, and children. However, there was a very obvious characteristic, and that was his head of white hair. If you disguise your white hair, you'll look more like it. Hair is a physical feature of most creatures. My body doesn't have hair, but when I transform into a mammal or descend with other objects, my hair will turn white. This is because my lifespan is coming to an end. The mutant octopus didn't succeed last time. Without thinking too much, Chun Zhao thought of the mutant octopus. The mutated octopus could absorb the vitality of mammals. It was easy for Chun Zhao to think that their goal was to absorb enough life force and then pass it back to Aqualati Gisli. There was nothing wrong with this plan. He also suspected that the primitive cells used by the mutated octopus were probably extracted from Aquila Gisli. It's hard to define the success of this plan. If we look at the process of the experiment alone, this plan is a success. We created a test subject that matched the target, then released it, carried out the mission, and then backtracked. There was no deviation in this series of events. But the biggest problem is the imbalance. These mutant octopuses extracted my body cells and mutated them. They also extracted some of my vitality, but they couldn't absorb enough vitality. In addition, there were various obstacles in the process. In the end, the plan was destroyed by you. The loss outweighed the gain for me. It consumed a large part of my vitality. Chun Zhao glanced at Aquila Gisli. After talking for so long, it was just an imbalance of income and loss. But this was understandable. Aquila Gisli's body was definitely huge, but what could the mutant octopus absorb? The skin of the whales in the ocean was too thick for the octopus to absorb. As for dolphins, sea lions, and fur seals, if the mutant octopus dared to approach, they might end up as food. Octopuses were an important source of food for dolphins. They didn't care if the octopuses were mutated or not. They were marine creatures, but they could only absorb the vitality of mammals. Of all the mammals in the ocean, the mutant octopus couldn't afford to offend them. The mutant octopus could only attack coastal mammals. But there weren't many coastal mammals either. Logically speaking, humans were the best targets. But if you attacked a human, would they let you go back unscathed? The other coastal mammals weren't easy to deal with either. So there was a problem with this plan from the very beginning. The benefits weren't proportional to the effort. Plus, the life force consumed by a huge creature like the North Sea Monster wasn't something a few mice could replenish. Actually, there's a problem with your plan from the very beginning. You can totally capture a large number of humans and lock them up like milking cows. Aquila Gisli ignored Chun Zhao's unreliable method. Chun Zhao's suggestion was indeed tempting. How could he not know? But the risk of doing so was too great. For example, when he created the mutant octopus, the researchers only thought it was a natural phenomenon. But the government had already raised their vigilance and made many preparations. If he dared to kidnap a large number of humans, it would be suicide. 200 years ago, no, Even 100 years ago, this plan would have been highly feasible. But in this era, the government was very strict with its own people. 1 or 2 people were fine. However, losing 100 people was not a problem. It could very well lead to a war. And Aqualati Gisli needed more than 100 people. Mr. Chun, do you have any objections to the suggestion that Vincent conveyed to you on my behalf? Objections? Not really. I just don't want to work with you. Why? Is it because of our previous misunderstanding? No, I haven't reached the point where I have to fight to the death with you, but I don't trust you either. I can't think of why I should accept your suggestion with someone I don't trust. How do I know that you're not someone Leviathan Abhantagemus found to put on a 2-man show with him to trick me into falling into his trap and then use me as an example? In other words, if I want to work with Mr. Chun, I have to solve 2 problems. One is to show my sincerity and prove that you're enemies with Leviathan Abhantagemus? That's right. If you can really prove that I have to kill Leviathan Abhantagemus and your sincerity, I'll agree to this alliance. Divine King of the 9 Heavens. Chapter 25:18. President, we're leaving today. Chun Zhao suddenly remembered that Toddy Belster's unexpected call. The psionic team had been preparing for half a month. Chun Zhao didn't know their exact departure time. But after Toddy's reminder, Chun Zhao was a bit dazed. Chun Zhao didn't give Toddy too many instructions. He only said, "Be careful." Toddy had been a bit excited at first, but now he suddenly calmed down. He'd seen how terrifying Chun Zhao was many times. Even the power he had now was given to him by Chun Zhao. As a result, he was always in awe of Chun Zhao. Since Chun Zhao told him to be careful, this trip probably wouldn't be as easy as he thought. When Toddy had first obtained the ability to summon demons, he'd been a bit arrogant. Other than not daring to be arrogant with Chun Zhao, he'd basically defeated everything else. But now he felt a bit uneasy. Just then, a postman drove to the door of the house. The postman stood at the door. He didn't dare to enter the manor, so he honked. Chun Zhao had some impression of the postman. He should be a local in Mountain Town. He seemed to have delivered items to his house a few times. Chun Zhao opened the door. The postman adjusted his clothes and then entered the manor, trembling. Outside the hall, the postman stopped again. Chun Zhao stood there, waiting for the postman. "Hello, Mr. Chun." The postman tried to keep calm so that he wouldn't panic. "Hello, Mr. Postman." Chun Zhao nodded with a smile. "Your letter. Please sign here." "Thank you." After signing, the postman left in a hurry. He'd been to Mirror Lake twice, but it had only been a mansion back then. It was completely different from the manor now. Ever since Mirror Lake Manor had been destroyed by the hurricane and rebuilt, the postman heard that it had been rebuilt. But when he came here again, he realized how much the place had changed. When he stood outside, he felt pressured. After entering, he felt even more pressured. Even though it wasn't his first time seeing Chun Zhao. Even though it wasn't his first time here. Fortunately, Chun Zhao was still the Chun Zhao of the past. Chun Zhao had a good reputation in Mountain Town. After all, Chun Zhao occasionally donated tens of thousands of dollars to the town government and the school. Chun Zhao opened the letter at the door. Inside was a very ordinary postcard. But the person who sent him the postcard was no ordinary person. It was Aqualati Gaslight. There was also an address on the card. Chun Zhao frowned. Clearly, this postcard was Aqualati Gisli's sincerity. "Portia, I'm going out for a while." "Okay." Portia knew what Chun Zhao was going to say next. Chun Zhao followed the address on the card and found a slightly secluded villa. Looking at the detached villa in front of him, its location and scale could only be considered passable. It looked like an ordinary house. This was far from what Chun Zhao had imagined. Even if it wasn't a medieval castle in Europe, he should at least get himself a slightly prettier and bigger house. However, the house in front of him was too ordinary. Aqualati Gisli's influence wasn't small either. They could easily take out a cruise ship and use it as a laboratory. His assets wouldn't be lower than Chun Zhao's, right? At that moment, the door to the villa opened and a fat old man walked out. His white hair was very eye-catching. The old man held a cup of coffee in his left hand and a newspaper in his right. He wore thick-rimmed reading glasses, pajamas, and slippers with Mickey Mouse embroidered on them. Chun Zhao rubbed his nose. The old man pushed his glasses up and looked at Chen Zhao at the door, his expression also rather shocked. The two stared at each other for 10 seconds. Aqualati Gisli, Chen Zhao said first. You're the one who invited me, but you seem very surprised by my arrival. I'm a bit curious about the American mail system. I once sent a letter to Vincent in the same city, but it took 3 days. I thought you'd only receive it tomorrow or the day after. Taking a deep breath, Aqualati opened the gate. Please come in. I'm also surprised to see such a realistic, giant North Sea demon. What kind of image do you think I should have? At least ask you to live on an island, Chen Zhao complained. Although I'm a terrifying monster in the eyes of humans, I have to admit that the entertainment that human society brings to life will make any intelligent life addicted. Aqualati Gisli let Chen Zhao sit at the table on the lawn. Please sit. I don't have anything to serve you here. Is your organization short of money? I've invested a lot recently. I had to sell many of my properties. For example, you destroyed my 3-headed dog laboratory and the cruise ship, which brought me a lot of losses. Of course, the main reason is that it's comfortable here and there's no noise. But it's really hard for me to comment on your image. Think about it. If I become a big man or a woman and live here, are you sure I'll have peace? Chen Zhao thought about it. Indeed, if Aqualati Gisli became a big man, passers-by would probably think that he was a fugitive or something. If Aqualati Gisli became a woman, others might covet him. Also, maintaining the form of a young human consumes more life force. Your life force already needs to be maintained by aging in form to reduce consumption. It's not that bad, but it's close. I haven't revealed my original form for 50 years. Theoretically, changing forms should consume more life force than your original form, right? Changing forms consumes magic power, and the strength of the form determines how much life force is consumed. Aqualati Gisli glanced at Chen Zhao. If you master transformation magic, you can become an ant. That way, your life will increase by 100 times. Chen Zhao's face darkened. If he became an ant, he'd rather live 100 years less. Aqualati Gisli could find pleasure in turning from a giant North Sea demon into a human. There was no fun in turning himself into an ant. What do you think of my sincerity? Aqualati Gisli smiled at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao glanced at Aqualati Gisli. The few yellow teeth in his mouth were too abrupt. Chapter 25:19. Chen Zhao could feel that Aqualati Gisli's life force was very weak. Of course, this weakness was only relative. Aqualati Gisli's life force might be similar to that of an ordinary person's. If it was on an ordinary person, it would be a young, healthy, and energetic teenager. But if it was on a giant creature like Aqualati Gisli, whose body was like an island, it was pitifully little. My current life force is only enough for me to reveal my true form once and support an all-out battle. If you agree, I'll fight with everything I have until we win. If you refuse, I can only use up the last of my life force as an ordinary person. Of course, in order to obtain life force, I might have to do something like the mutant octopus in the future. I can see your sincerity, but it's not enough, Chen Zhao said. Leviathan a Berkentegmus isn't an enemy to me, Chen Zhao said. Or at least there aren't enough benefits. Chen Zhao's current position was chaotic good. Chaotic good was the most complicated position in Dungeons & Dragons. It could be a good person or a bad person. They didn't follow the established rules and follow their own. Aqualati Gisli, on the other hand, was orderly evil. He was evil, but he followed certain rules. Leviathan a Baron Tegemus, on the other hand, was chaotic evil. He wasn't bound by any rules. Of course, this was only the standpoint of the three of them, not the relationship between the three of them. Aqualati Gisli had designs on Leviathan a Baron Tegemus, but Chen Zhao didn't. Chen Zhao and Aqualati Gisli already had the basis of cooperation, sincerity. But he didn't have a reason for Leviathan a Baron Tegemus. This reason could be profit, or it could be a threat. Leviathan a Baron Tegemus and Chen Zhao didn't have any direct conflict of interest or threat for now. The task of eliminating all evil should be left to the good and orderly police. Chen Zhao felt that he only needed to do his job. Only when chaos and evil offended him or touched upon his fundamental interests would he take action. Leviathan Aberrantigemus has a part of a divine artifact called the Starlight Pointer. Even if it's a complete god artifact, I might not even be interested in it. Why would the god artifact fragment you speak of move me? Although the Starlight Pointer is only a component of a complete artifact, it is a product of the ancient Babylonian civilization. Moreover, it is a component that was created with the power of an entire race. Using the power of an entire race to create a part, Chen Zhao looked at Aqualati Gasley in surprise. Is there something wrong with your grammar? Shouldn't it be a divine artifact? No, it's just a part. It said that this artifact is made up of parts created by 4 ancient civilizations, namely ancient Huaxia, ancient Inca, ancient Egypt, and ancient Babylon. It said that this is the greatest artifact created by you humans. What's the use of this divine artifact? Destroy the world? Or can you give yourself invincible power so that you could destroy all your enemies with a single strike? I don't know. Aqualati Gasley chuckled bitterly. But it said that a dragon once used it, and then it was disassembled into 4 parts. I don't know who got it. An unknown part of a divine artifact supported by an obscure legend? That's not enough to convince me. I don't want all of Leviathan Aberrantigemus' wealth and possessions. Everything he has belongs to you. I only need to devour Leviathan Aberrantigemus' life force. Chen Zhao was tempted, a part of a divine artifact and an immeasurable amount of wealth. Your daughter has awakened nirvana magic, right? Chen Zhao was displeased by Aqualati Gasley's sudden mention of his daughter. Leviathan Aberrantigemus has stolen countless spells over the countless years. He also built a magic library in his nest. There must be books on nirvana magic in it. How do you know there are books on nirvana magic? Leviathan Aberrantigemus once fought with the first witch Lilith. With Leviathan Aberrantigemus' personality, he won't miss the opportunity to copy Lilith's magic. Who won that battle? There's no winner. It was a battle from a long time ago. Neither side used everything, so there's no winner. You seem to know Leviathan Aberrantigemus very well. Are you related to him? He once enslaved me for 1,000 years. Do you think I wouldn't know him? In other words, you lost him. He only wins in bloodline. I can't do anything about it, Aqualati Gasley said. Tell me everything about him. Aqualati Gasley couldn't help but look up at Chen Zhao. Do you agree? I'm a messenger of justice. Aqualati Gasley let out a long sigh of relief at Chen Zhao's agreement. After all, he didn't have many choices right now. Leviathan Aberrantigemus is very strong. If we were to classify him according to the ranks of demons, he would be at the Lord level, which is equal to my strength. If that were all, I wouldn't be afraid of him, but the most troublesome thing is that he has the bloodline of the king of jealousy, which makes him almost invincible. Aqualati Gasley's tone was filled with unwillingness and hatred. In the past 2,000 years, many experts have challenged him, but none of them have been able to defeat him. I have been enslaved by him for 1,000 years. Originally, it would have been even longer, but I found a loophole in the contract and paid the price of half of my lifespan to finally break free from his restraint. So, this isn't just a battle for survival. It's also your battle for revenge, right? Yes. Aqualati Gasley nodded. Of course, our cooperation this time is based on defeating him. If you defeat him, you can get everything from him, while I take back everything that belongs to me. If you fail, you get nothing, and I can only wait for death. Since you've broken free from the 1,000-year shackles, you should be ready for revenge at any time, right? What have you prepared? Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 25:20. Chen Zhao believed that since Aqualati Gasley had been preparing a revenge plan for 1,000 years, it definitely wouldn't just charge recklessly. I created an army. Like the mutant octopus? No, the ones you killed in the 3-headed dog lab. Then you need to prepare a lot. There's indeed a lot. When do we leave? 3 days later. Do we need 3 days to prepare? No, it's the time to enter Bermuda. To enter Demon Island, Leviathan Aberrantigemus' nest, most of them can be found directly by flying over. We need a specific time. Is it that complicated? Actually, It's not complicated as long as you know the rules. Chen Zhao glanced at Aqualati Gisli. Of course, it was not complicated for him. He'd been enslaved by Leviathan Abhan Tajimas for 1,000 years. The place had probably rotted away. You'll find me in 3 days? No, you'll come to the port. We'll take a boat? Of course. How else do you think we should go? Not a boat. Me. And you? A research ship. Why? Do you know how Leviathan Abhan Tajimas hunts? I don't know and I don't want to know. I just want to know why we chose that research ship. Every time Leviathan Abhan Tajimas locks onto a target, he'll leave a mark on it. Only ships or planes with a mark can enter Demon Island at a specific time. Isn't he too bored? It should have something to do with his divine artifact part. He used the starlight compass to hide Demon Island. What's the use of a starlight compass? I don't know. Even in 1,000 years I've been enslaved, I've never heard him mention anything about the starlight compass. Has he used it in battle? He hasn't used it either. Have you considered that a divine artifact that you don't know how to use at all could change the situation and even the outcome? Chen Zhao asked worriedly. Of course, Aqualati Gisli had considered this too. But at this moment, he no longer had the time to think about how to deal with the Starlight Needle. He had once wandered around the world in search of the lost document, hoping to find a starlight pointer or the use of the divine artifact forged by the 4 brilliant civilizations. But he didn't get an answer. Instead, he found some ancient texts. But when it came to that divine artifact, it was always obscure. Moreover, he could clearly feel that some important documents seemed to have been intentionally erased. The rest of the documents were all secretive, and it was impossible to tell them clearly. It was impossible for him to spend all his time looking for documents. He still needed to accumulate his own strength. Moreover, his main body couldn't move freely, so most of the time, he had to rely on his subordinates to complete the task. I've considered this problem, but I'm guessing that the artifact might not be used for battle. At the very least, a single part of it might not be effective in battle. I hope so. Chen Zhao nodded. His alliance with Aqualati Gisli was also a verbal promise. The reason why Chen Zhao agreed was because of his past grudge with Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas. It was also because he wanted to reap the benefits without doing anything. Since the psionic ability team went to take the Vanguard, the psionic ability team definitely wasn't weak. At the very least, they could put some pressure on Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas. Of course, the best result was that both sides would be heavily injured. But Chen Zhao still didn't dare to be careless. Aqualati Gisli's strength against Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas was still at the level of 1,000 years ago. He probably didn't even know how strong he was now. 1,000 years might not be a long time for a Lord-level demon, but it was still 1,000 years. But after all, it was 1,000 years. Who could guarantee that Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas would remain at the same spot for 1,000 years? Moreover, Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas had a divine artifact in his hands. Aqualati Gisli couldn't figure out the specific functions of this divine artifact. This was a big hidden danger. Moreover, Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas, king of jealousy bloodline ability, was also something that Chen Zhao was very wary of. Chen Zhao thought about it and decided to use these 3 days to go into a small seclusion. Seclusion in the river map was clearly the best choice. Ever since Old Turtle had ascended, Chen Zhao rarely came to the river map. It was empty here. Only a few of Old Turtle's internal elixirs were left. Every time he came here alone, Chen Zhao would only think of Old Turtle. Of course, Chen Zhao wasn't such a sentimental person. He rarely came here mainly because he was bored. After all, Chen Zhao wasn't an ascetic. But Chen Zhao felt that he really had to focus on organizing his skills here. So, this time, Chen Zhao came here voluntarily. Chen Zhao's current abilities were very complicated. Bloodline of Gluttony, Blood of Rage, Dark Lava, 32 Clones, Jin Transformation, Dark Assimilation, all techniques return to 1, and the 7 awakened pristine eyeballs embedded in his right arm. The most practical of the 7 pristine eyeballs was Shadow Vision, followed by the Eye of Lightning and the Eye of Power. The Eye of Power was the most direct combat enhancement, because it could multiply the upper limit of Chen Zhao's strength. The Eye of Lightning was an attack method and ability that were 2 levels lower. There was also the ability to control the power of the world. The power of the world could be added to all of Chun Zhao's attacks. It could be considered an additional attribute that could increase a certain amount of attack and destructive power. There was also the sword control technique that had almost been eliminated. Apart from these abilities and bloodlines, Chun Zhao's foundation was his constitution and celestial power. Constitution and celestial power were Chun Zhao's most fundamental things. On the other hand, Chun Zhao's abilities were too complicated. Every one of them was powerful, but many of them were independent abilities. Right now, Chun Zhao was wondering if he could combine all the abilities together. First, the bloodline of gluttony and blood of rage. These 2 Demon King bloodlines were always independent of his human bloodline. How could he completely combine these 2 bloodlines into his body? No, he had no clue. He had to ask Old Zhang. Chun Zhao crawled out of the river map again. He picked up his phone and called Zhang Tianyi. Old Zhang, I've thought about it. I've decided to save your grand disciple and your granddaughter-in-law. Are you touched at all? Zhang Tianyi was a bit stunned when he received Chun Zhao's call. He'd already asked Chun Zhao many times before, but Chun Zhao's attitude was still firm. No meant no. Why did he agree now, without any warning? Divine Emperor of the 9 Heavens. Chapter 25-21. Why did you agree all of a sudden? I'm not afraid that you'll have to die before me. Can't you be a good person? Hearing this, Zhang Tianyi fumed. I'm here to ask for benefits. Zhang Tianyi knew that Chun Zhao had attacked for his own reasons. It definitely wasn't to save Yanghua, but he really couldn't be sarcastic now. If Chun Zhao slowed down in a fit of anger and waited for Yanghua to die, who would he be able to reason with? What do you want? Is there any way to fuse 2 or more types of bloodlines? Or is there a cultivation technique? There are many, Zhang Tianyi said. Give me one. I don't have one. Are you messing with me? Chun Zhao said angrily. I'll let your disciple go. Who are you using it for? Or for yourself? For myself. I really don't have a blood tempering technique, Zhang Tianyi said. Zhang Tianyi said, you can create your own set right now, and it's definitely suitable for you. The blood tempering techniques circulating in the supernatural world are all created by others. No one's situation is the same, so forcibly cultivating someone else's technique might not be the best choice. Create it myself? I don't know how. Simple. First, cultivate a fire elemental spell or a spell and cultivate the heart flame. Then, you have to reach at least the false core realm. You've definitely reached that. False core? Inner core? You can definitely do it with your current realm. And then, use a fire elemental spell or spell to refine the inner core. Then pour your blood into it and let the inner core be refined by the heart flame. This process is basically the same for everyone, but the higher the level of your fire elemental spell or spell, the better. You have to at least cultivate the heart flame, Zhang Tianyi said. Since everyone has the same method, what's different? Of course it's different. Everyone cultivates a different heart flame, Zhang Tianyi said. Zhang Tianyi said, when activating the heart fire, the circulation method is unique. If you use someone else's heart fire method, it can't be said that you will definitely go berserk, but there will be some incompatibility. In other words, the key is still the fire element, magic, and divine ability, and the heart flame that is cultivated is different, right? There are some details that I don't know. After all, I have never used the blood tempering method. Then give me some fire spells or divine abilities. I'll study them and see what's suitable for me. If you want to cultivate fire spells and divine abilities, you might as well look for Bifla. Is there anyone in this world who is more proficient in fire spells than the fire worship sect? Air. That seems to make sense. I'll hang up first then. Wait. Don't let anything happen to my grand disciple. We'll see if we can make it, Chun Zhao said, unconcerned. Fuck you. Before Zhang Tianyi could finish, Chun Zhao hung up. Bifla. I need a fire spell or divine ability. Can you help me with one? The more advanced, the better. What for? To refine the bloodline. Perfect. We talked about the secret of the Phoenix last time. I've already organized the research data. I'll send it to you now. What does the secret of the Phoenix have to do with the fire spell or divine ability I need? I realized that the secret of the phoenix's rebirth isn't in the phoenix itself, but in the nirvana flame. Mastering the nirvana flame means mastering the secret of the phoenix's rebirth. Then Bifla sent all the data he'd researched to Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao took the information that Bifla had researched and returned to the river map. It recorded the process of each of Bifla's experiments in detail, as well as his thoughts. It could be said that it was more detailed and complete than any other cultivation method. It was more like a tutorial that would teach you step by step how to use the nirvana flame. Chun Zhao took out the phoenix's blood. It was a wooden bucket about 1 meter in diameter and height, filled with the blood. Then, he poured in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The blood would spontaneously combust. After igniting the phoenix's blood, Chun Zhao also jumped into the barrel. This was the nirvana flame. However, without a body, the nirvana flame couldn't revive the phoenix. Now, Chun Zhao had to absorb the nirvana flame into his body and merge it with his immortal power and flesh. However, this was the time to test the body of a cultivator who cultivated the nirvana flame. His body could endure the heat of the nirvana flame, but it didn't mean that his body could. The moment Chun Zhao breathed in the nirvana flame, Chun Zhao felt a terrifying pain in his chest. Chun Zhao howled in pain. The force in his body exploded the bucket. However, the phoenix's blood didn't disperse. Instead, it was completely ignited and surrounded Chun Zhao. Every time Chun Zhao breathed, the flames would seep into his body through his mouth, nose, ears, and even the pores on his skin. The flames started flowing through every meridian and blood vessel in his body. Although the flames of nirvana made Chun Zhao feel pain, his extremely strong body and dense life force prevented him from dying. By now, Chun Zhao's body was burned beyond recognition. Chun Zhao had never suffered such heavy injuries before. Chun Zhao's mind spun furiously in pain. If this continued, he would die for sure. What should he do? Were they trying to play with him to death? Chun Zhao didn't know how Bifla could withstand it. Chun Zhao thought of Bifla. Bifla mainly cultivated the fire element. His resistance to fire was definitely stronger than Chun Zhao's. But Chun Zhao was stronger. Therefore, Bifla might not suffer any less. Bifla couldn't delay the pain for long. Should he merge the nirvana flame with his magic power or immortal power? No, the immortal power and the nirvana flame didn't show any signs of merging. In fact, it didn't affect him at all. The immortal power wasn't the key. Then what was the key? The phoenix controlled the nirvana flame. It was like an immortal body. But now, the nirvana flame was burning on Chun Zhao's body. It didn't allow him to be reborn. Instead, he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. What was missing? Suddenly, Chun Zhao thought of a possibility. The nirvana flame was missing the most important thing, life force. Even if the phoenix was born with a nirvana flame, how could it be reborn endlessly without life force? Chun Zhao felt like his consciousness was blurring. He could only stake it all on one throw. He injected life force into the nirvana flame. Just then, the nirvana flame on Chun Zhao's body suddenly exploded. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 25-22. This time, the intensity of the nirvana's flame was many times greater than before. The area within a radius of 10 meters was engulfed by the monstrous flame. But now, he no longer felt pain. The burning pain inside and outside his body had all disappeared. The charred skin also began to peel off. What surprised Chun Zhao was that this near-death injury actually consumed very little life force. It wasn't even 1% of what it used to be. Chun Zhao finally understood what Bifla meant. The nirvana flame was the key. He also understood the phoenix's secret. The nirvana flame could reduce the consumption of life force by 99%, which was equivalent to increasing his life force by 100 times. Therefore, it was almost impossible to kill the undying bird under normal circumstances. Unless the process was interrupted. It was just like when Chun Zhao interrupted Red Eagle's nirvana rebirth. Chun Zhao glanced at the nirvana flames around him and put them back into his body. This time, Chun Zhao didn't feel any pain. Instead, he felt dissatisfied. Chen Zhao reached out a hand. Nirvana's flame burned on his palm. As he closed his palm, the Nirvana flame also dissipated. But now, Chen Zhao was troubled again. Nirvana's flame could be considered a small success, right? But how could he cultivate and strengthen it? How could he refine the heart fire? Chen Zhao took out a large amount of Phoenix's blood. He ignited it in the same way and inhaled it into his body. Chen Zhao could feel the Nirvana flame growing stronger. However, this growth was only in terms of quantity. There was no qualitative change that Chen Zhao felt satisfied with. Chen Zhao tried to channel his immortal power into the Nirvana flame. Let's see if there's a reaction this time. Although there hadn't been any reaction before, Chen Zhao felt that it was because there hadn't been any life force injected. So there's no chemistry. The moment the immortal power entered the Nirvana flame, the flames turned from red to bright white. As expected, the Nirvana flame, life force, and immortal power could produce an even more intense chemical reaction. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and decided to use another method. He would first mix his life force with his immortal energy before throwing it into the Nirvana flame. This was the inspiration he got from the process of making some strong fire potions. At this moment, the Nirvana flame turned from white to golden. Chen Zhao tried injecting different proportions of life force and immortal power. The Nirvana flame was sometimes weak and sometimes strong. Finally, after hundreds of attempts, he finally found the golden ratio. Chen Zhao's heart jumped. He could turn from a physical state to an energy state. Could he turn into a flame state too? Chen Zhao started a new round of attempts. But to his disappointment, he couldn't turn himself into a flame completely. The most he could do was to cover his body with Nirvana's flame. However, even though the Nirvana's flame had been strengthened, it was not as strong as before. However, the heart flame still did not comprehend it. Does it need to be condensed in the heart? It shouldn't be so one-sided. Should I give it a try? Chen Zhao gathered the Nirvana flames in his heart. In an instant, the Nirvana flame replaced his blood and was transported to every corner of his body by his heart. What was this? Was this the heart flame? Chen Zhao was stunned. But when he thought about it carefully, the term heart fire had existed since ancient times. In the eyes of the ancients, the heart was the foundation of a person. Therefore, heart fire should be the literal meaning. It wasn't the fire of the heart or the fire of the soul. After the Nirvana flame was transmitted from the heart to every corner of the body, it flowed back into the heart. Over and over again, it went on, growing and multiplying without end. It seemed to have formed its own trajectory. Moreover, every time the Nirvana flame circulated in his body, it would increase the power of the Nirvana flame by a little. His body also experienced unexpected changes as the Nirvana flame spread. His life force didn't decrease because of the Nirvana flame. Instead, it was refined, leaving behind pure life force. As for Chen Zhao's celestial power, it gave him an indescribable feeling after being refined by the Nirvana flame. This burning feeling even spread to Chen Zhao's small world. As long as one stood around Chen Zhao, they would feel warm. The Nirvana flame, life force, and celestial power formed a circle full of life in Chen Zhao's small world. Of course, this circle wouldn't bring people back to life directly, but it would make people feel instinctively comfortable. Chen Zhao didn't think that he would comprehend the heart flame so easily. There were almost no difficulties. Everything happened so naturally, using the Nirvana flame to refine his bloodline. Since everything was ready, Chen Zhao planned to start his original goal. Chen Zhao controlled his essence blood to fuse into the internal alchemy. Then the Nirvana flame started refining the internal alchemy together. The yin and yang internal alchemy had been spinning all along. After being refined by the Nirvana flame, it spun even faster. Gradually, the yin and yang internal alchemy turned into a vortex, a black hole that greedily absorbed the spiritual qi in the small world. The human bloodline, the blood of rage, and the blood of gluttony were clearly separated. But now, they started mixing together in the vortex. At first, it was hard to tell who was who. The Nirvana flame was also sucked into the vortex, and fused into the three bloodlines. Chun Zhao closed his eyes. Even he didn't realize that he was floating in the air with his arms open. The small world around him was like a huge network. Golden flames flowed in and out of Chun Zhao's body as the center. In the end, the three bloodlines disappeared along with the burning flames. In the end, the red blood returned. After an unknown period of time, Chun Zhao opened his eyes. He looked at his hands. Dark magma spread out. Just then, a huge head popped out of the dark magma. It was the gluttony behemoth. The gluttony behemoth didn't change much, but it had turned from dark gray to black. Chun Zhao had an idea. The gluttony behemoth's body suddenly collapsed, turning into countless smaller gluttons. Chun Zhao waved his hand in the air again. The smaller gluttony behemoth collapsed again, turning into pure dark magma. Chun Zhao retracted the dark magma. His body didn't change at all, but he immediately felt his body enter the dark assimilation state. Usually, after the dark assimilation state, Chun Zhao's skin would turn black and red. But now, there was no change. This meant that the dark assimilation state was gone, because it had gone from a temporary state to a normal state. Because the blood of rage had truly become a part of Chun Zhao, the blood of gluttony was the same. The first stage of seclusion was successfully completed. The effects were better than Chun Zhao had expected. Chun Zhao felt that he had to enter the second stage of cultivation. He needed to organize and integrate most of his current skills. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 25-23. If fusing bloodlines was internal, then skills were external. If fusing bloodlines was internal, then skills were external. But the integration of skills required a plan first. He already had quite a few skills. What level did the integration have to reach, and whether it was feasible? First of all, since it was integration, the effect had to be better than the original. Otherwise, this kind of integration would be meaningless. Chun Zhao mainly integrated skills this time. Giant Spirit Transformation, Clone, and Spells Return to 1. These 3 plus the Eye of Power were the most direct way for Chun Zhao to increase his combat ability. Among them, Avatar and 10,000 Techniques Return to 1 were 2 completely opposite skills, and there was a clear casting interval between the two. Moreover, the clone had to be activated first to activate Spells Return to 1. This was because the clone was a clone, while Spells Return to 1 was a combination. Therefore, the clone had to be activated first before the combination. Chun Zhao wrote down the methods of the 2 skills and started comparing them. Next was the integration and experimentation. After more than 10 hours, Chun Zhao finally finished the first version. Let's try. Chun Zhao clenched his fists. Combine. Bang. 32 avatars fell out in an instant. Failure. The clone couldn't release the modified skill clearly, and the combination couldn't be completed either. The first attempt was a failure. Chun Zhao removed the clone and started the second modification. After a few more hours, the skill modification version 2.0 was finally completed. The second attempt ended in failure. This time, both clone and Spells Return to 1 succeeded, but Spells Return only successfully fused 1 clone into Chun Zhao's body. 3 hours later, skill modification 3.0. 6 hours later, skill modification 4. So, for the 18th time, Chun Zhao had spent around 80 hours in total. This time, there was finally some progress in the reform. Combine. Instantly, countless illusions appeared around Chun Zhao. The illusions merged into Chun Zhao's body. Chun Zhao took a deep breath and waved his arms and legs. That's right, this was the most perfect modification ever. He hadn't found any flaws yet. Chun Zhao destroyed with all his might in this state for 12 hours. The mountain in front of them had been destroyed by Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao was in a good state. He didn't feel any discomfort. Chun Zhao suddenly had a new idea. It was not necessary to fuse all the skills together. If he were to fuse all the skills together, putting aside the fact that it would be too difficult, it was a question of whether he could do it with his current skill level. Moreover, he did not have enough time. He could divide his abilities into different levels. The first level was the Eye of Power's Strength Multiplier. The second level was Mighty Spirit Divinization. The third level could be the integrated avatar and 10,000 techniques, return to 1. However, the most important thing was to give his skill a good name. Of course, he couldn't let himself feel ashamed. After choosing a few hundred names, he finally decided on one. Let's take the last 2 words of 10,000 techniques, return to 1. Return to 1 technique. Chun Zhao returned to the ground and sat down. The forest had been destroyed beyond recognition by Chun Zhao. However, the river diagram was full of spiritual qi, and the inner cores left by the old turtle were not far away. It wouldn't be long before this place was filled with vitality again. Chun Zhao calmed down again because he felt that he needed to develop other types of skills. It wasn't the kind of skill that could strengthen one's body, but the way they attacked. Chun Zhao had always felt that his attacks were too simple. Sword kinesis had already been eliminated. Its area of effect and range couldn't compare to dark lava. It was also complicated to use, so it couldn't be as smooth as dark lava. The Holy Light Cannon's power was also average. It was good against enemies a few levels lower than him. But against enemies of the same level or close to his strength, the effect would be much weaker. Moreover, he had to use an angelic crystal every time. It was really useless to Chun Zhao. The Eye of Thunder faced an awkward situation similar to the Holy Light Cannon. Its attack was similar to the Holy Light Cannon, but it was better in terms of attributes. Almost all creatures didn't like lightning attacks. They were even afraid of them. The Holy Light Cannon was very effective against dark and ghoul types, but it was much less effective against other creatures. The power of the world could only add some additional attributes to Chun Zhao's physical attacks. If he used it alone, it wouldn't be able to deal with enemies of the same level. Right now, Chun Zhao's best long-range attack was the shadows of his fists. The shadows of his fists were still lacking in terms of level. Although they were stronger than the previous attacks, they were still weak against enemies of the same level. However, if he wanted to develop an attack that was at the same level, the difficulty was really not an ordinary one. Think about it. Right now, most spells couldn't even get close to Chun Zhao. The few spells that could get close basically only had 10% or 20% of their power left. Even enemies of the same level, like Lilith's attacks, couldn't pose a threat to Chun Zhao. This meant that Chun Zhao wasn't the only one with this problem. Everyone had the same problem. Of course, Chun Zhao's advantage was that he was an enhancer. Even if he didn't have an attack of the same level, he could still defeat everything with pure close-range combat. Moreover, Chun Zhao's defense might be even stronger than his combat power. Nevertheless, Chun Zhao still wanted to improve. He wanted to try and develop an attack of the same level. A beautiful golden flame ignited in Chun Zhao's palm. But after careful thought, Chun Zhao put away the Nirvana flame. Old Turtle had once said that he shouldn't use fancy attacks. This wasn't his style, nor was it his way of doing things. If it was just a beautiful attack, the Nirvana flame was indeed a good choice. Moreover, Chun Zhao believed that the Nirvana flame could indeed create a beautiful attack. But that kind of attack would only be like the Holy Light Cannon, the Eye of the Thunder, or the Power of the World. It would look good, but be useless. But now, Chun Zhao didn't want an attack that only looked good. He had to develop a skill with his best and strongest aspect. A small drop of dark magma gathered in Chun Zhao's palm. The dark magma was like a superfluid. It wasn't sticky at all. It kept rolling in Chun Zhao's palm. Chun Zhao looked at the dark magma and fell into deep thought. The dark magma kept forming all kinds of strange shapes in Chun Zhao's palm. Chun Zhao seemed a bit bored. He was never a patient person. This kind of seclusion, especially this kind of sitting, had almost exhausted Chun Zhao's patience. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 25-24. He suddenly stood up and left the river map. He really wasn't suited for seclusion in such an environment. At the very least, he had some ideas or clues before this. Chun Zhao didn't find it boring. But now, he had no idea how to develop a new skill. Chun Zhao looked at the time. More than 100 hours had passed in the river map. It had only been less than 10 minutes outside. He wanted to watch some TV dramas and find some inspiration. Chun Zhao took a large number of DVDs and entered the river map to kill time. However, After watching European and American movies for a long time, Chun Zhao felt rather disappointed. Forget it. Western movies and TV dramas involved the supernatural. The moves, routines, and attacking methods were all quite ordinary. There wasn't much to look at, nor could it give him any inspiration. It was better to look at Chinese or Japanese comics. Perhaps it was because of cultural resonance. Both of them had many things that Chun Zhao could learn from or find new. In fact, some of the attacks that Chun Zhao had developed in the past have been inspired by Chinese and Japanese comics. Regardless of whether it was Chinese or Japanese comics, as long as it wasn't based in reality, there would be a lot of cool skills. But after looking for a long time, he didn't see anyone in the same situation as him. He also did not see any skills that were suitable for him to develop. Chun Zhao had watched at least 2,000 episodes, but he wasn't inspired at all. This made Chun Zhao very unhappy. Chun Zhao exited the river map again. Holding the remote control, he watched a Chinese animation program. Just then, he saw a piece of news. A non-famous animation studio in the country had closed down, and the boss of the studio was currently looking to acquire it. The boss of this animation studio was also a mangaka. He had more than 10 painters under him and had published a few standalone books. Unfortunately, they did not achieve the desired effect. Chun Zhao picked up the phone. "Hey, Alex, help me. I want to buy a studio." When Alex heard that Chun Zhao wanted to buy a Chinese animation studio, she was speechless. But Chun Zhao was her boss. Who knew what the boss was thinking? Does Chun Zhao want to support Chinese animation? Did he have such great sentiments? At this moment, Zhang Ting was packing up the things in the studio. The dozen or so artists in the studio were also in low spirits. Like Zhang Ting, they joined Dream Studios with the dream of revitalizing China's animation industry. But reality slapped them hard in the face. The domestic market was too chaotic. They wrote a comic together and released 3 standalone books. In the end, the best-selling first episode only sold 11,000 copies, and the sales of the second and third episodes fell to the bottom. Zhang Ting had thought of looking for an animated version. She wanted to rely on an animated version to gain attention and increase the sales of the single volume. But she went to almost all the companies she could contact. The answers she received were all disappointing. In the past 2.5 years, she had invested about 1.5 million renminbi. However, the studio did not improve until her funds could not keep up. However, she hoped that these people who had the same dream as her would have a good ending. At least let them keep their jobs. Therefore, she hoped that someone would buy the studio. Moreover, she was willing to buy it symbolically for 1 yuan. But still, no one was interested in her studio. None of them were famous, and none of them had valuable IP. To put it bluntly, this was a shell studio. At this moment, Zhang Ting's phone rang. "Hello, are you Ms. Zhang Ting?" "Yes, I am. May I know who you are?" "I'm from Baixing Law Firm. My surname is Wu." "Hello, Lawyer Wu. What can I do for you?" Zhang Ting swallowed her saliva. It couldn't be that there was trouble, right? As a Chinese, when hearing the identity of a lawyer, the first reaction was almost the same. Was there trouble coming to the door? It's like this. I received an agency task from a foreign law firm. The other party wants to buy your studio, and the other party is very anxious, so I want to know the price of your studio. Is it a foreigner who wants to buy my studio? Zhang Ting asked in surprise. I don't know who the buyer is, but this agency task was sent from abroad. I guess the investor should be a foreigner. I have stated the purchase conditions on the company's official website. As long as the investor is willing to keep the studio and the artists, I am willing to sell it for 1 yuan. All the copyrights of the studio's only work will also belong to the investor, Zhang Ting said. The buyer also made a request. All the main creators must stay, and the staff structure of the studio should not be changed as much as possible, especially the creative director, Lawyer Wu said. When Zhang Ting heard this request, she was a little surprised. However, the other party's request seemed to meet her requirements. The only work of our studio is the result of everyone's brainstorming. Everyone is the main creator, and we don't have a creative director. I need to report your situation to them. Okay, I'll wait for your news. After about 10 minutes, Lawyer Wu called again. Ms. Zhang, the investor wants a video call you. Is it convenient for you now? Investor? Is it a foreigner? It's a foreign woman who is talking to me, but I'm not sure if it's the investor. Okay, what communication software do they need? QQ. Air. Do foreigners also use QQ? I don't know. Zhang Ting was a little worried that it might be a scam. After all, the other party would not lose money if they bought it for 1 yuan. Although the work was not worth much, no one could guarantee that the other party was not really short of money. According to Lawyer Wu's request, after adding the other party's QQ, Zhang Ting immediately received a video call request. Hello, Miss Zhang. Zhang Ting saw that the person in the video was a Chinese man who spoke fluent Chinese. I want to know, how much does it cost to maintain your studio for a year? Air. This. In the past 2 years, I invested about 5 million yuan, but this is only the basic maintenance, Zhang Ting said. Because it's not even 200,000 US dollars a year, right? Air. Sir, are you abroad? Yes, I'm a loyal fan of the Warrior that you released, so I plan to buy your studio. I hope that your studio will continue to complete this work. As long as you agree, I will arrange for a lawyer to go over. Of course, I will also bring your operating expenses for the next quarter. Chapter 25. Zhang Ting was a bit stunned. She really didn't expect that Chen Zhao would buy their studio just because he liked that lousy work. Sir, are you serious? Yes, as long as you sign the contract. The money will be transferred to your account. However, my request, as my lawyer has already discussed with you, I want all the main cast members to stay. I can raise their salaries by 20%, and I can also help make up for the benefits that you deserve. What about me? Zhang Ting asked. Are you also the main creator of this work? I'm the creator of the studio. I'm also a cartoonist. The title of the work is under my name. Then, Ms. Zhang, are you willing to stay? I can keep 20% of the studio's shares. Of course, the salary will be extra. I'm willing. I don't need a salary. Sir, boss, I want to ask you a question. Ms. Zhang, please. Do you want to animate the Warrior? Sure, no problem. How much do you think it will cost? I think it will only cost 3 million for the first season with 12 episodes. In RMB? Yes. Okay, animate it then. If you have other ideas, you can do them too. I quite like Chinese comics. My dream is to revitalize them. Zhang Ting suddenly felt like they were on the same page. Oh, can you gather all the main creators in the studio? I want to know all of them, Chen Zhao said. Of course, no problem. Zhang Ting suppressed her excitement and gathered everyone in the studio. Then she introduced everyone in the studio to Chen Zhao. Hello, everyone, Chen Zhao said. I should be your new boss soon, but I'm overseas now and can't go back. After we finish the contract, Ms. Zhang will continue to be in charge of everything. Hello, boss. You're all cartoonists. You all have wild ideas. I want to ask you a question. Is it convenient for you now? Yes, boss. Go ahead. This question is a bit weird. Don't laugh at me. Boss, go ahead. It's like this. I imagine there's such a person. I'll call him X. He's a person who has the strength of 1 billion tons. He can also control a black liquid substance. At the same time, he has a domain of about 1,000 meters. This domain can help this person recover his strength and has a certain ability to control airflow within this range. Chen Zhao briefly explained his abilities. Now, this person wants to use his current abilities to develop a move. Do you have any ideas? That's right. That's right. The people in front of the video looked at each other. He looked at Chen Zhao with a strange expression. This guy was also a nerd. Only an otaku would ask such a chinibi question. However, they had a natural affinity for otakus. Seismic waves. A young man wearing a thick pair of glasses and a checkered shirt said. X punches the ground with both fists. The tremendous force passes through the ground and forms a shock wave that attacks the enemy, causing great destruction. This won't do. I need a directional skill. This kind of seismic wave is an area of effect attack. Moreover, according to the laws of physics, when the force hits the ground, the force will quickly spread through the ground. The destructive power may seem great, but if I'm facing an enemy of the same level, this kind of attack will be meaningless. Everyone thought that Chen Zhao just wanted to discuss imaginary things with them. They didn't think that Chen Zhao would be so serious and directly correct the theoretical deviation they mentioned. Sir, boss, we're talking about an imaginary person, right? Yes. Then we shouldn't be bothered by the physical deviation in reality. Even though it's an imaginary person, I still hope that you can let go of your thoughts and still follow the laws of physics. Chun Zhao was an enhancer, so his main attacks still had to follow the laws of physics. Seeing Chun Zhao's determined attitude in the video, everyone looked at each other speechlessly. So, our suggestion needs to follow the laws of physics under the X ability you mentioned, right? Zhang Ting asked. Yes. Zhang Ting thought for a moment and said, I thought of skill. I'll call it Neutron Star. Neutron Star? Chun Zhao said. The name sounds like something out of science fiction. X controls the air and gathers it in his palms. Then, he uses a huge force to compress the air continuously. During this process, he needs to inject air continuously to ensure that the compressed ball has enough mass. He also needs to add liquid during this process to ensure that the compressed air is solid. The black liquid that X has is a good molding material. According to the calculation of 1 megapascal is equivalent to 10 kilograms, X can create about 200 billion megapascal pressure. The density of the solid air will also reach 1 billion tons. A ball the size of a fist will have a mass of 1 billion tons. It'll be millions of times harder than a diamond. If you use it to smash an enemy, they'll basically die from just one hit. Plus, if you fly to the enemy and extract the black liquid, the structure of the ball will instantly collapse. 1 billion tons of air will be released instantly, causing a strong vibration in the air. Of course, if X can further shrink the compressed volume, the power will increase as well, Zhang Ting added. Zhang Ting added, although it hasn't reached the true density of a neutron star, it can reach 1% of a neutron star's density. Of course, you can also increase the setting of strength X a little. That way, it will be more in line with the name neutron star. Then you can increase it by 100,000 times and turn the neutron star into a black hole, another artist said. The more Chun Zhao listened, the more excited he became. It seemed like Zhang Ting's plan was feasible. It wasn't just a fantasy. Zhang Ting also gave a physical argument and the process of operation. I'm very satisfied with your answers, Chun Zhao said. I especially admire Miss Zhang's imagination. Thank you for working for me. Boss, do you have any plans for the studio's future? It'll be fine as long as you don't lose money in 3 years. I won't interfere with your work and operations. Just give me a copy of your financial report every quarter. Zhang Ting was also very satisfied. After all, investors these days basically wanted to earn back their capital in half a year, get listed in 3 years, and multiply 10 times in 5 years. They also liked laymen to command professionals. They always talked about following the market. Very few people were like Chun Zhao, only investing money and not doing anything. Chapter 25-26. After Chun Zhao ended the video call, Zhang Ting's mood suddenly changed. Was he messing with them? Something didn't feel right. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Outside the open door stood a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes. Hello. May I ask who is Ms. Zhang Ting? I am. Who are you? Hello. I called you earlier. I'm Wu Chang. Your lawyer, Wu? Zhang Ting asked in surprise. That's me. Wu Chang nodded. If it's convenient, can we discuss the acquisition of the studio now? The signing process was very smooth. There was basically no conflict of interest between the two parties. After the signing, the first $500,000 of the acquisition fee and this year's operating budget were transferred to her account. Zhang Ting finally believed that the person wasn't joking with her. Her mind was a bit messed up. Would someone really buy the studio for a comic? Then spend a few $100,000 to buy the studio? In reality, Chun Zhao had never thought about revitalizing the studio. Rather than buying the studio, it was more like buying the studio's creators. He could use their imaginations to help him develop new skills when he needed them. Even if they had a Manchu Han Imperial feast every day, they wouldn't make $1 million a year. To Chun Zhao, this was a very good deal. Chun Zhao returned to the river diagram and tried to use the neutron star. At room temperature, air couldn't be compressed into a solid state. So, he had to add other substances. Dark lava was clearly a good choice. Chun Zhao could control dark lava. It was the best choice as the glue for the neutron star. Chun Zhao crossed his palms, but he didn't put them together. Then, he poured the air in the territory into his palms. However, the process wasn't as fast as expected. Chun Zhao's territory covered a sphere of about 1 square kilometer. Based on the volume of the sphere, it would be 294,375,000 cubic meters. Each cubic meter of air weighed 129 kilograms, so the weight of the air in the territory was about 380,000 tons. To compress a neutron star, even if he absorbed 380,000 tons of air in 1 second, it would take more than 10 minutes. But in reality, Chun Zhao couldn't compress the air in the territory into a sphere in 1 second. Thinking of this, Chun Zhao couldn't help but feel disappointed. But he still finished a neutron star. It took him almost an hour. It was much slower than he had expected. Chun Zhao felt the weight in his hand. It was a black and red sphere that weighed close to 300 million tons. Furthermore, the structure of a neutron star was very stable under the maintenance of the dark magma. Chun Zhao took a deep breath and leaned back heavily. He swung his right arm back as far as he could and threw the neutron star. In an instant, a chasm formed on the ground along the way. Neutron star flew tens of thousands of meters in an instant. Its speed was so fast that it could be seen in the blink of an eye. When he flew to the top of a mountain, Chun Zhao controlled the dark magma to leave. The dark magma immediately left the neutron star, and the neutron star immediately collapsed. Millions of tons of air were released in an instant. In an instant, the air vibrated. The top of the mountain disappeared in an instant. It was not the process of being smashed into pieces. It was disintegration. The mountaintop was directly disintegrated. The range was only a few dozen meters. However, its power definitely surpassed any modern weapon in this world. Chun Zhao panted slightly. To him, this was indeed a big move. However, the charging time for this ultimate skill was a huge problem. His enemies definitely wouldn't give him such a long time to charge up. An hour. No matter how chivalrous the enemy was, they would not give Chun Zhao an hour to charge. No, he had to discuss with Zhang Ting and the others. Hello, Ms. Zhang. I'm Chun Zhao, your boss. Hello, Mr. Chun. What can I do for you? Is it convenient for a video call? Yes. Zhang Ting did not dare to treat Chun Zhao as a liar anymore. After the video call was connected, Chun Zhao's first words were, I hope the studio can expand and find 100 more people to create more outstanding works. Mr. Chun, isn't that too risky? Our studio doesn't have a single successful work yet. It's too risky to expand now. Zhang Ting knew the domestic animation market. It was not completely non-existent, but it was still very weak. It doesn't matter if we lose a few million every year, Chun Zhao said seriously. I just like talking to people with wild imaginations like you. Do you mind if I talk to you again? Not all. I analyzed the ultimate move you designed for X, neutron star, Chun Zhao said. According to my calculations, the move looks powerful, but it takes too long to charge. Can I make it in advance and carry it with me? Zhang Ting asked. No, it's too heavy, Chun Zhao said. Zhang Ting found Chun Zhao's answer funny. Her boss's answer sounded like he had experienced it himself. Chun Zhao had also thought about putting it in his spatial ring. However, once it was placed in the space ring, the dark lava would lose control. The neutron star would explode instantly. Then, Chun Zhao's spatial ring would collapse. All of you, brainstorm and help me think of a better move. If the move you think of is to my liking, you can produce as many episodes of the anime as you want this year. Zhang Ting and the other artists all gaped at Chun Zhao in shock. Her boss seemed to be really unreliable. Even if he had money, he could not spend it like this. Boss, what if I want to make a movie? Up to you. Money isn't a problem. Boss, what do you do? Zhang Ting was a bit scared. Was this guy laundering money? I sell alcohol, Chun Zhao said. Don't worry. My money comes clean. Can we discuss it? Sure, but be quick. Zhang Ting and the others also had a headache. Why did they have a boss like this? It was fine if he just gave them pointers. Why did he have to create a person like X? Why do they have to give X a corresponding skill? Boss, other than air, can X control other things as domain? You want X to compress the neutron star with something else? Yes. If it's something else, it can definitely compress the neutron star faster. 9 Heaven's Divine King. Chapter 25-27. Chen Zhao shook his head. No. If I use earth or water, the structure is too stable. In fact, when hundreds of millions of tons of matter were squeezed into a sphere, whether it was solid, liquid, or gas, the effect was almost the same. However, it was very different for Chen Zhao, because he could control the explosion of the gas. He couldn't control earth or water as he wished. He could only use it to smash people. If he did that, the neutron star would lose its purpose. The destructive power of the gaseous neutron star in the river diagram was still fresh in Chen Zhao's memory. The range of 50 meters was basically the neutron star's absolute destructive range. Matter or enemies within 50 meters wouldn't be destroyed. Instead, they would be disintegrated by the shock of the air. Zhang Ting and the others had a headache. Why did they have a boss like this? Yet, they couldn't ignore the benefits that the boss promised. He could turn their work into an animated movie. For any Chinese comics worker, this was the highest request. Boss, can X compress the air in his domain normally and then compress his second time when needed? A short and fat man with glasses asked. Chen Zhao's heart jumped. There seemed to be room for manipulation. No. Zhang Ting suddenly raised an objection. In terms of settings, X still has the life of a normal person. But if you compress hundreds of millions of tons of air into an area of 1 square kilometer, let's not talk about whether X can do it or whether he can maintain it for a long time. At the very least, this will greatly affect X's normal life. Compressing hundreds of millions of tons of air into an area of 1 square kilometer around X is equivalent to increasing the density of the air by 1,000 times. With such a huge density, other than X himself, anyone who enters this area will have their lungs burst. Buildings and objects will also collapse. But for an enemy of the same level as X, this kind of damage is obviously not enough. Chen Zhao's heart jumped. This move can't be used as a killing move, but it's very destructive. It's a good move. Think about it. If someone stood in Chen Zhao's domain, Chen Zhao didn't even need to move. He just needed to increase the density of the air in the domain, and he'd be able to cause damage. It was a secret move with shocking effects. Also, during regular battles, the enemy's attacks wouldn't even be able to pass through Chen Zhao's domain. I'll remember this move. Give a name. Dragon's Might, the short and fat man with glasses said. No, this name is very low, and it doesn't match the characteristics of this move at all. Then let's just call it atmospheric pressure, the short and fat man in glasses said again. Okay. The prize is $10,000. Holy shit, is this even possible? Everyone looked at their boss. Wasn't he being a little too generous? The short and fat man with glasses was overjoyed. Thank you, boss. Come. Everyone, speak up. Zhang Ting's heart skipped a beat. Boss, how fast is the speed set by X? Mach 200 max, then can X fly? Yes. Then, if X increases the air density in the domain by 1,000 times, can X still maintain the speed of Mach 200? I don't think so. Maybe only a dozen Mach. Then I'll upgrade it on the basis of atmospheric pressure. Zhang Ting said. After gathering a huge amount of air density, X will fly to a high altitude and hit the enemy at the fastest speed. This power is comparable to a nuclear bomb. What's the difference between that and a neutron star impact? It's different. Neutron stars are denser, but the contact area is too small. This kind of impact will only cause penetrative damage. Even if you hit the ground with a neutron star, there won't be too big of a shockwave. However, atmospheric pressure is different. It's not as dense as a neutron star. Plus, with the contact area of 1 square kilometer, it's basically like a falling meteor. Chen Zhao touched his chin and nodded. Yes, this skill is not bad. Give a name. Let's call it Meteor. I'll reward you $50,000. In the eyes of Zhang Ting and the others, Chen Zhao was just a nouveau riche. He was stupid and rich. If you think of any interesting or awesome skills, contact me at any time. This is my phone number. Also, if you want to make a movie, make a schedule and budget report. Chen Zhao could already hear the car outside. Fail, I should be back. Chen Zhao ended the video call. Soon, the kids came home too. At night, Chen Zhao made some calculations. He planned to try out Meteor on the sea. From Zhang Ting's description and analysis, Meteor wasn't just powerful. It also had a large range. Chen Zhao didn't want to try it in the river map. He didn't want to mess up the spiritual qi in the river map. Chen Zhao flew above the sea thousands of kilometers away from the coastline. Chen Zhao estimated the height. It was about 30,000 meters. He activated all 3 levels of the primordial regression technique. Chen Zhao started accumulating power again. This time, it was more difficult than Neutron Star. This was because when Neutron Star accumulated power, he compressed the air between his palms. Chen Zhao could create 200 billion pascals of atmospheric pressure with his palms. But Chen Zhao's domain couldn't create such a huge pressure. In fact, it was a huge difference. Therefore, it was still difficult to increase the density of the air in the domain by 1,000 times. Of course, he didn't need that much pressure to increase the density of the air by 1,000 times. Under Chen Zhao's control, the density of the air in the domain increased. Chen Zhao didn't just need to absorb the air outside the domain. He also needed to prevent the air from leaking out. Chen Zhao also realized that the time needed to accumulate power was even longer than Neutron Star. Chen Zhao sighed. It seemed that killing moves weren't so easy to develop. After 2 whole hours, Chen Zhao finally felt that the pressure in the domain had reached its limit. Chen Zhao suddenly fell down, but he couldn't keep up at all. The air resistance was too strong. He had to rely on Earth's gravity to go down. Chen Zhao turned himself into energy form, and his speed increased instantly. But he couldn't reach the speed he wanted. While he was falling faster and faster. The edge of the domain rubbed against the surrounding air, turning bright red. When he was close to sea level, his speed was close to Mach 10. The surface of the sea was instantly penetrated. Chen Zhao's domain touched the bottom of the sea. The mud layer at the bottom of the sea was swept away and then hit the land. Boom! In an instant, a 1,000-meter wave rose on the surface of the sea. The terrifying wave spread in all directions. Chen Zhao blasted a 1,000-meter crater out of the land at the bottom of the sea. The wave crashed into the nearby coastline. Of course, after spreading for hundreds of kilometers, the wave was only 100 meters tall. When it reached the west coast, it was only a few dozen meters tall. Chapter 25-28. On his way home, Chen Zhao finally realized how big of a disaster he'd created. The LA coastline had been destroyed by the huge wave. Thankfully, it was late at night, and not many people were at the coastline. Nevertheless, it still caused huge losses. Chen Zhao had to admit that the attack's destructive power had indeed exceeded his expectations. Even Zhang Ting, the initiator, probably didn't expect it. It wasn't just comparable to a nuclear bomb. It was probably comparable to a hydrogen bomb. However, the difficulty of using the attack was also beyond his expectations. Releasing a meteorite was even more difficult than releasing a neutron star. It seemed that this attack could only be used under special circumstances. The next day, the media reported about the tsunami from the previous night. At the same time, even the Department of Defense and NASA came out to explain that there were 7 meteorites. They said that a large meteorite didn't burn up after entering the atmosphere. Instead, it fell into the ocean. However, the damage was much smaller than they'd expected. According to the pictures they'd seen from the satellite last night, the meteorite should be about 1 kilometer. The meteorite should be a meteorite about 1 kilometer wide. If it fell to the ground, it could destroy the entire west coast. In reality, the damage was much smaller than they'd imagined. Actually, from a normal perspective, if a 1-kilometer meteorite fell, it would indeed cause a disaster, as the scientists had predicted. However, they didn't know that it was a gaseous meteorite. Its mass was much smaller than they'd estimated. However, after that collision, Chen Zhao felt extremely comfortable. It felt like all the bones in his body had opened up. If he wasn't afraid that it would be too bad, Chen Zhao would even want to come here every day. However, after the collision last night, and the terrifying destructive power of Eternal, Chun Zhao didn't dare to do anything in the river map anymore. He also didn't dare to do it in front of his house. After all, the destructive power could directly turn Mirror Lake Manor into ashes. Even Mountain Town would probably be flattened. Chun Zhao didn't waste a single moment in these 2 days. He basically went to the river map, where he would find time to video chat with Zhang Ting and the others. He also promised that if they could think of a skill that he was satisfied with, he would give them a huge sum of money. Unfortunately, no one could think of a skill that he was satisfied with yet. The 3rd day, Mr. Chun, when can you reach the port? Traffic. Wait. Chun Zhao was indeed stuck in traffic. Morning was the rush hour. It was the same in every country. When Chun Zhao reached the port, it was already 10 o'clock. Mr. Chun, this way, Aqualati Geisley waved. Chun Zhao walked up unhurriedly. Why are you so slow? Aqualati Geisley wasn't dressed as casually as that day, but it wasn't much better, just a shirt and a casually matched jacket. I brought you breakfast. Do you want some? Chun Zhao tossed a bag to Aqualati Geisley. Inside was a carton of milk and a sandwich. Aqualati Geisley was still unhappy, but he still accepted Chun Zhao's breakfast. Just then, 2 people disembarked from the dock ship in front. The leader was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. Her slightly messy hair was pressed under her hat, and she wore a gray work uniform. Are you the one who wasted our time and caused us to miss our sailing time? Chun Zhao turned to leave. Seeing this, Aqualati Geisley hurriedly pulled him back. Then he looked at the woman. Professor Samantha, we didn't spend money to go out to sea to listen to your lecture. I also said that if you want to follow our research ship out to sea, you have to listen to me once you're on my ship. But my friend and I haven't gotten on the ship yet, Aqualati Geisley argued. Don't play word games with me. My research ship isn't for you to play with. Professor Samantha, if you don't like it, you can refund our money. Aqualati Geisley wasn't afraid of Samantha not compromising because he knew that Samantha had already spent more than half the money on the first day he'd sponsored them. Exasperated, Samantha turned to leave. The crew immediately followed him. However, when the crew looked at Chun Zhao and Aqualati Geisley, they were clearly unhappy. Mr. Chun, let's get on the ship. Aqualati Geisley looked at Chun Zhao with a bitter smile. They hadn't even gotten on the ship and already had such a big conflict with the crew. Chun Zhao hoped that there wouldn't be any more conflicts on the way. That woman's temper is too bad, Chun Zhao said, annoyed. Annoyed, Chun Zhao said, I could have just spent some money to get this ship. Why did I have to be angry at her? You think I don't want to? Aqualati Geisley said helplessly. But during my investigation these 2 days, I realized that the mark isn't on the ship, but on Professor Samantha. Chun Zhao frowned. Is there anything special about the mark? I didn't find anything special about that woman. Just then, Samantha stood on the deck and roared. Are you getting on or not? If not, scram. Chun Zhao pursed his lips. In the end, he still boarded the ship. The research ship hurried out to sea. This was a research ship with a displacement of 14,000 tons. It had a complete range of functional equipment, and there was even a small submarine hanging on the jib. Such a research ship was expensive, but its maintenance, warranty, and supplies were also very shocking. It could operate for 3 months at sea each time, and it would cost a few $1 million to resupply each time. Normal people might not be able to sustain such a huge expenditure. Usually, research ships were under the names of large companies or universities and relied on them for funding. However, Samantha's research ship didn't seem to be under anyone else's name. It seemed to be her own. Chun Zhao dragged a chair and sat on the second deck. He faced the sea breeze and enjoyed his coffee. By then, the crew of the research ship had already started working. At this time, Aqualati Geisley also came up. We have to go a long way from the west coast to Bermuda. It won't take long. There's a mark on Samantha. Leviathan at Baron Tegmis will send his men to pick her up soon. Why does that woman work for a company? Chun Zhao asked. She doesn't work for anyone. She was originally a rich second generation, and she was a lecturer at a famous university. But 6 years ago, her father disappeared at sea, and her father's property was confiscated by the bank, leaving her only this research ship. From then on, she gave up her job and wanted to find the reason for her father's disappearance, but she didn't have enough money, so she kept looking for sponsors. Chapter 25-29. Over the past few years, Ximena has gone out to sea a few times, but she hasn't made any progress in her research. Instead, she's focused on finding clues about her father's disappearance. So, after going back and forth a few times, no one is willing to sponsor her research anymore. And then you found her? Actually, she came to me a long time ago, wanting to get a sponsorship from me, but I didn't agree, Aquilati said. It wasn't until half a month ago that I found the mark of Leviathan aberrantegmus on her body, so I deduced that she was targeted by Leviathan aberrantegmus. They don't look like researchers. Chun Zhao pointed at a few big guys who were bare-chested and bare-chested. They were operating the machines on the deck. Their chest muscles were even bigger than a woman's. Chun Zhao looked like a little chick standing before them. Temporary crew, Aquilati said. There are always such temporary crew members at the dock. When someone's ship is about to go to sea and lacks crew members, they will come to apply. Of course, they have rich work experience and can adapt to most jobs at sea, said Aquilati Gasly. Including illegal jobs? Yes, including. Aquilati deftly nodded. They probably acted as temporary pirates. As a great North Sea demon, Aquilati had spent half of his life in the water. Therefore, he probably had more knowledge about the sea than anyone else in the world. Does our beautiful captain know who they are? It's not Ximenta's first time out to sea. How can she not know? Aquilati said disapprovingly. Also, when she went out to sea for the first time, she did a few jobs without any sponsorship. I think she's been corrupted since her first time out. She doesn't think we're two big fish, right? I hope she won't do something so unwise, Aquilati said hypocritically. After all, I know her father. Miss, those two are big fish, right? Cuperi glanced at Chun Zhao and Aquilati Gasly on the second deck. I don't know about that Asian, but that Aquilati Gasly is not a good person. She lowered her voice. I knew him when my father was still alive. But my father told me that if I inherited the family business, I shouldn't be enemies with Aquilati Gisli, especially at sea. No matter how powerful he is, he's still on our ship. At this time, he is just a piece of meat on the chopping board. If you want him to live, he will live. If you want him to die, he will die. What can he do? I've looked for him a few times in the past, hoping that he would sponsor me to go out to sea, but he always rejected me. This time, he directly agreed and even asked me to take him out to sea. Don't you think this is very strange? There's no way he doesn't know what I'm up to. Do you really think someone like him would jump into a trap? Maybe he's senile. Don't take others for fools, Ximena warned. But they're on our ship. It's not good for us to do business. Let them stay on the ship for a few days. Then we'll find an excuse to release them at the nearest port. Huh? Aquilati Gisli laughed and pulled the fishing rod hard. Dozens of meters away, a 200-kilogram yellowfin tuna jumped out of the sea. That yellowfin tuna was at least 2 meters long. Its body was perfectly round, and its strength was quite great. Chun, you lost. In 2 days, Aquilati Gisli and Chun Zhao had become familiar. He had also changed his way of addressing Chun from Mr. Chun. Chun Zhao pursed his lips. No, I didn't lose. I'm a great North Sea demon. So what? Chun Zhao said, unconvinced. No matter what, I won. There are only a few minutes left until the 2 hours we agreed on. As long as you haven't pulled it up, you haven't won. You don't think I'm so rotten that I can't even pull a small fish up, do you? Chun Zhao had a smile on his face. Aquilati Gisli was shocked. He suddenly staggered 2 steps back. The fishing line connecting his fishing rod had snapped. It was his power to control water that had cut the fishing line. At the same time, Chun Zhao controlled the escaping yellowfin tuna and hooked it onto his hook. Aquilati Gisli's face froze. He didn't expect Chun Zhao to do this. Looks like I won. It was finally Chun Zhao's turn to provoke him. I'll say the same thing back to you. It's too early to be happy. Suddenly, Chun Zhao felt a huge figure in the sea charging toward the yellowfin tuna. Chun Zhao's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Scram!" At the same time, Chun Zhao controlled the water, wanted to chase the big guy away. But then he felt another power in the water. It was exactly the same as his. It was fighting with him for control. Chun Zhao turned his head in surprise and looked at Aqualati Gisli. But thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Aqualati Gisli was a great North Sea demon. Wasn't it normal for him to have the power to control water? Aqualati Gisli also glanced at Chun Zhao. He'd heard from Vincent that Chun Zhao had the power to control water, but he didn't take it to heart at the time. After all, he was quite confident in his own power. But now that he tested Chun Zhao, he realized that Chun Zhao's control of water was no weaker than his. Just as Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gisli were fighting for control of the water, the big guy had already bitten the yellowfin tuna in half. It was an 8-meter-long great white shark. It was definitely the king of the sea. Looks like neither of us won, Aqualati Gisli said, chuckling. Chun Zhao pursed his lips and pulled the yellowfin tuna's head up. Fish head stew tonight. Do you want to compete again? What? Compare the control of water, Aqualati Gisli said. How? We can't just fight, right? No need to fight. We'll use water to control the ship's course. You make the ship turn left, and I'll make it turn right. Let's see who the ship leans more toward in the end. Chun Zhao thought about it and nodded. Sure. Do you want to bet? Chapter 25:30. Miss, this ship's waves are a bit big. Inside the cockpit, Hepburn was controlling the helm, but he seemed to have trouble controlling it. Samina was also suspicious. How can there be such big waves in this area? Wait, is it going to be a storm? Is there any feedback from the radar? No, and the wind vane is normal. Southeast wind, 12 meters per second. Hepburn's face was full of confusion, but the direction of the waves is really weird. It's completely different from the wind. It was getting harder and harder for Hepburn to control the helm. Just then, the ship shook violently. Unexpectedly, Headley was sent tumbling away. The rudder also began to spin randomly. At the same time, the ship started swaying from side to side. Samita went up to pull the helm, but he couldn't do so at all. Just then, huge waves rose on both sides of the bow, slapping against the ship. Strangely, the waves weren't slapping in one direction. Instead, they slapped from the left and right sides of the ship. The ship swayed even more violently. Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gisli stood on the second deck. We can't continue. If we do, we'll capsize the ship. Aqualati Gisli was speechless at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao's control of water wasn't weaker than his, but in terms of precision, Chun Zhao's control was much worse. Originally, Aqualati Gisli wanted to compete with Chun Zhao in terms of water control using a gentler method. But Chun Zhao didn't plan to do that at all. The power he used was frighteningly strong. This kind of power was meaningless on the battlefield, but it was used on a research ship. If he didn't try his best to maintain it, the ship would probably be capsized. Chun Zhao also felt that he couldn't continue. He might as well give up on the competition. Chun Zhao could also feel that his control of water couldn't be compared to Aqualati Gisli at all. But in terms of strength, Chun Zhao wouldn't lose to him either. However, Chun Zhao felt that it was a pity that he didn't win the bet. This was because they were betting on people. Aqualati Guthrie had used Vincent as a wager. If Chun Zhao won, he could take her away. If Aqualati Gasly won, Chun Zhao would transfer his contract with Syndicate to Aqualati Gasly. It was actually quite a pity for Aqualati Gasly. He knew more or less about the feud between the Syndicate and Tiger. Now, Tiger was killed by Chun Zhao. Xian Jia was considered one of the best athletes in the boxing world and even in the sports world. There was no need to mention his commercial value. If he could get Sin to work for him, it would greatly reduce the pressure on his finances. Although Aqualati Gisli's family business was huge, However, it also consumed a lot of money. There were places to spend money, in addition to the previous losses. Some of his investments were also hit by a cold wave. As for Chun Zhao and Vincent, they didn't have any needs. She just wanted to get her hands on him. When Vincent faced Chun Zhao, he was very arrogant. Therefore, Chun Zhao really wanted to teach him a good lesson after he got it, to teach him how to behave. Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gasly were both irresponsible people. They didn't blame themselves or compensate for the trouble they and the crew caused. Miss, there's a ship ahead. It looks like we're in the same line. Huh? In the same line? Simonta's expression changed. Do you know where it came from? The ship is very big and seems to have been modified from a cruise ship. I've never heard of anyone modifying a cruise ship into a pirate ship, Her Polly said seriously. Heppley said solemnly, this area should be Guret's territory, but this ship definitely doesn't belong to Guret. At the same time, Chun Zhao and Aqualotti Gasley, who were standing on the second deck, also saw the cruise ship. Fuck, isn't that mine? Aqualotti Gasley stared at the ship with wide eyes. He stared for a long time and finally confirmed that the ship was his. However, the ship should be in Chun Zhao's hands now. Why would it appear here now? Aqualotti Gasley couldn't help but turn to Chun Zhao. Did you call it here? No, I sold it to a friend, Chun Zhao said. When he destroyed Aqualotti Gasley's marine laboratory, the ship had naturally become his spoils of war. However, the ship was too old. It had probably been built for more than 50 years. Many of the equipment was old beyond recognition. In addition, Chun Zhao had damaged many places. If he wanted to repair it, it would cost at least tens of millions of dollars. If he wanted to change the equipment and design, it would cost a few thousand more. So, Chun Zhao contacted Guret directly and asked if she wanted it. Guret was very interested in the ship. After discussing the price, she bought it for $80 million. As a pirate, Guret needed a disguise. There's nothing better than a cruise ship to disguise yourself. No one could have guessed that the cruise ship was a pirate ship. Plus, the ship was big enough to install some heavy weapons. Chun Zhao watched the ship approach. Just then, the pirates on the ship signaled for the research ship to stop. Chun Zhao saw Guret on the deck of the ship. Guret also saw Chun Zhao. She didn't expect Chun Zhao to appear on the research ship. Just then, the ship lowered a ladder. The people on the research ship were all nervous. Guret had a dominating position in this area. She was completely different from amateurs like Simonta. Guret was a professional and also the most powerful pirate in this area. She even dared to attack the Coast Guard. She definitely wasn't someone small fries like them could mess with. At this moment, Guret climbed down alone and jumped directly onto the deck of the research ship. When the crew on the deck saw her, they all backed away. Guret walked up to Simonta and Heppery. Isn't this the little girl from the Padley family? Hi. Simonta tried not to act impolitely. Guret patted Simonta's shoulder. But I'm not here for you. Guret walked to the second deck in a few steps. Hi, Chun. Chun Zhao opened his arms and hugged Guret. How come you're here? I should be asking you that. Why are you on this ship? Guret was already very familiar with Chun Zhao, so she didn't beat around the bush. Another big deal? Why didn't you call me? She really liked working with Chun Zhao because of his abilities and because he wouldn't use his own power to cheat others. Chun Zhao shook his head. It's not a deal. I'm just borrowing this ship to send me somewhere. Why not me? It's not a good place. You definitely won't like it. Chapter 25:31. It's not treasure hunting? Guret asked in a low voice. No. Guret nodded. Since Chun Zhao didn't say it, it was probably inconvenient. Do you need my help? Hurry up and leave. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Fine. Guret came calmly and left elegantly. The people on the ship looked at each other. The battle they were most worried about didn't happen. However, it seemed that Chun Zhao and Guret not only knew each other, but had a close relationship. But now, Chun Zhao had appeared on their ship. This caused them to be somewhat worried. Their original plan was to dump Chun Zhao and Aqualotti Gasley at a nearby port. But now it didn't seem so safe. Someone had thought for a moment and decided to negotiate with Chun Zhao and Aqualotti Gasley. Mr. Chun, Mr. Aqualotti, can we talk? In the past 2 days, Chun Zhao and Aqualotti Gasley had been very obedient. They didn't do anything improper. In the beginning, Simonta even deliberately deviated from the route. He wanted to see if they would do anything. In the end, no matter where the ship went, Chun Zhao and Aqualotti Gasley didn't have any objections. It was as if they were really on the ship to feel the wind and waves. But after thinking carefully, they felt that it was impossible. The two of them had connections and were rich and wealthy. Why would they need to freeload her? Sure, what do we eat for lunch? Aqualati Gasley asked. Are there octopuses in this area? Chun Zhao asked. I want to eat braised octopus. Simenta's face darkened. I'm here to talk business with you too. Isn't this a serious matter? Hearing this, Simenta was speechless. Although she was angry, she still had a faint smile on her face. She couldn't afford to offend either of them. Can you two be direct? Why are you on my ship? Sightseeing. To enjoy the waves on the sea. To enjoy the fun of the sea, a yacht should be more comfortable. A yacht can't go far, Aqualati Gasley said matter-of-factly. Simenta rubbed his forehead. Guys, let's be honest, okay? Well, since we've come to this point, we might as well be frank. Anyway, we'll stay on the ship for a few days. We won't interfere with what you do, and we won't ask if you want to kill us or do scientific research. After a few days, we'll disembark on our own, but for the next few days, you can't chase us off the ship even if you want to. How many days? Simenta asked. Not necessarily. It depends on my mood. Simenta was even more speechless. These two were so stubborn. He couldn't get any information at all. Mr. Chun, Mr. Aqualati, we won't be docking for the rest of the voyage. If you want to disembark, the nearest port is the port of Hawaii. We'll arrive at the port of Hawaii tonight. Once we miss the port of Hawaii, there won't be a chance to disembark again. Don't worry. If you're annoyed by us, just throw us into the sea and we'll swim back ourselves. You can also give us a small boat. Rowing on the sea seems pretty interesting. Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gisli both looked as if they deserved a beating. Simenta was a bit annoyed. She watched as Chun Zhao and Aqualati pretended to be stupid, but there was nothing she could do. You're really not afraid that I'll make you go into the sea right now? Wow, you're really going to do that? We were just joking earlier. How far is the coastline from here? Very far. Then what should we do? Simenta looked at the two before her. They said they were afraid, but their expressions were fake. There was no fear on their faces at all. Instead, their eager eyes made people want to beat them up. Simenta didn't know what trump cards they had. Were they really not afraid that she would kill them on the ship? Whatever. Suit yourself. Furious, Simenta turned to leave. She really didn't want to continue discussing with these two astrosouls. She didn't get any useful information from them in such a short time. Instead, she was infuriated. Fortunately, Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gisli didn't show any malice. Otherwise, Simenta would really throw them into the sea. That night, the research ship passed by the Hawaiian Islands. However, the ship didn't stop. Instead, it continued on its planned route. As they left the coastal waters, the waves on the sea grew stronger and stronger. Nevertheless, the research ship was still stable in the wind and waves. After all, it was a large ship with a displacement of more than 18,000 tons. Miss, let's just throw them into the sea, Herberly said, annoyed. If they're on our ship, we'll be restrained. Even if we see a fat sheep, we won't dare to attack them. Neither of them is simple. You've seen it. 2 days ago, Guret saw the Huasha man surnamed Chun, and then he ran to our ship to greet him regardless of the danger. Their friendship is really incomparable to that of ordinary people. We can't afford to offend Aqualati Gisli. Do you think they're really out of their minds to come to our ship to play? What could we have on the ship that they're after? That's what I find strange too. They boarded our ship on purpose. It's obvious that they're after something on the ship. Just then, a crewman ran in. Captain, there's a kayak up ahead. There's a man on it. He seems to have drifted on the sea for a few days. He looks like he's starved to death. Simenta and Herberly exchanged glances. Pull him up to take a look. The two also went to the deck and watched as the kayak was pulled up by a crane. The man on the kayak looked haggard. Who knew how long he'd been drifting on the sea? He was on the verge of death. Only his faint panting let people know that he was still alive. Miss, what should we do? Herberly asked in a low voice. Since we've saved him, let's treat him and see if he's useful, Simenta replied in a low voice. After that, the victim, who had almost turned into a dried-up corpse, was carried into the cabin by 2 crew members. Simenta looked back at Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gisli, who were on the second deck. These days, they liked to stay on the second deck and whisper to each other. Leaning against the second deck, Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gisli watched the victim being pulled up. That person is covered in curses. Maybe he's the one who's here to welcome us. Aqualati Gisli said. What's the point of this? I think I've guessed Leviathan Aberon Tegmis's intentions. What's the point? Chapter 25:32. If Leviathan left the mark on the ship, it means that he needs resources. If he left the mark on a person, it means that he needs the person, Aqualati Gurley said. Although I don't know why Leviathan Aberon Tegmis needs Syminta, since he left a mark on Syminta, it means that Syminta is of some value to Leviathan Aberon Tegmis. But the others on the ship aren't the people he wants, so he either recycles them and turns them into low-level sources of pollution or he uses them as food. Either way, he won't let them enter Demon Island's waters. Sources of pollution? Like that dying guy? He's a pathogen, Aqualati Gurley said. The curse and voodoo he carries will infect most people on the ship. Those who are infected are called sources of pollution. What's the difference? Although pathogens and sources of pollution can infect others with voodoo and curses, the source of pollution is just a simple infection. After a pathogen infects others with voodoo and curses, it will absorb most of the vitality and power of the other party. People who become sources of pollution will also lose their vitality and become hungry. At this time, they need to constantly infect others, and everyone who is directly infected or indirectly infected will have their vitality flow to the pathogen. In other words, the more people it infects, the more powerful the pathogen will be. Yes, if you throw this pathogen in a densely populated area, won't it be invincible? It's not that simple. Basically, people in the spiritual world know how to deal with this kind of enemy. As long as you kill the pathogen, other sources of pollution will die too. Even if you throw it in a densely populated area, it won't really grow. Unless it infects tens of thousands of people, it won't be much trouble for most spiritualists. Chen Zhao thought about it. It made sense, unless thousands or tens of thousands of people were all gathered in a small space. Otherwise, the pathogen wouldn't be able to infect them all at once. Moreover, indirect transmission would be easily discovered. How is he? Samena asked. Looks like he's just dehydrated and malnourished, the doctor said. I'll inject him with a bottle of glucose first. When he wakes up, I'll arrange some food for him. Ahem. Also, arrange a cabin with better ventilation for him. This cabin is too stuffy. Although Samita heard the doctor's words, she didn't plan to do so. She did not save this person out of a sudden kindness. He just wanted to confirm his identity and maybe get some benefits from him. In fact, this logic was very simple. If the victim was in trouble on a ship, the priority to be assigned to the lifeboat would definitely be the person with the highest status or the richest person. Therefore, Samina felt that he had some value. Samantha and the ship's doctor went out of the cabin. For some reason, Samantha felt uneasy. When he wakes up, let's confirm his identity first. If he's worthless, ahem, I know what to do, the ship doctor said. None of the people on this ship were good people. Basically, good people wouldn't board this ship. Looks like you're also sick. Don't go to the deck to enjoy the sea breeze for the next 2 days. Cough, cough. Maybe I caught a cold last night. The ship's doctor coughed a few more times. The first infected person has appeared. I want to see what happens next, Aqualati Gasley said. Let's see what happens next, Aqualati Gasley said. Chun Zhao had the same plan. However, Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gasley's curiosity didn't last long. That was because the first infected doctor fainted in the evening of the same day. That night, 2 crew members helped take care of the doctor. Then they were indirectly infected too. All this happened under Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gasley's watchful eyes. However, the 2 were very cold-blooded spectators. They had no intention of interfering. Damn it, the guy we saved yesterday seems to have some kind of infectious disease. The ship doctor treated him yesterday, and he got sick. Now the ship doctor has infected the other 2 crew members, Hepeli said to Simenta. What do we do now? We can't keep the guy on the ship. Throw him into the sea, Simenta said, her face pale. Also wear a gas mask. Don't get infected again. Hepeli nodded and called for the 2 crew members to follow him. They arrived outside the cabin of the person they'd saved yesterday. You 2 wear gas masks and drag that guy out. The 2 crew members were a bit unwilling, but they had to listen to Hepeli here. However, The moment they opened the cabin, they were both shocked. Happily, come in and see. When Herberly entered the cabin, he was also shocked. The body of the shriveled patient on the bed swelled up a little. The cabin was filled with a strange mucus. The mucus intersected with each other, blocking everyone's path. Happily, do you know what's going on? Happili's expression was serious. He didn't know what it was. However, he knew that it definitely wasn't anything good. Just then, the pathogen on the bed suddenly opened its eyes. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a stream of mucus. A crew member couldn't dodge in time and was sprayed by the mucus. The mucus pinned the crew member to the wall behind him. Quick, save me. The crew member screamed in horror. Happily and the other crew member were scared out of their wits. The pathogen stood up unsteadily. Happily looked at the crew member who was pinned to the wall and shouted, "Go!" At the same time, Happily pulled the frightened crew member out and closed the cabin door. However, they could still see through the round glass on the cabin door. They saw the pathogen stagger towards the crew member who was pinned to the wall. Facing the crew member who was screaming in horror, the pathogen opened its mouth. It didn't directly touch the crew member, but the crew member's body began to wither. On the contrary, the pathogen was withering. His originally shriveled body was becoming plump. Seeing this scene, Happily and the other crew member were scared pale. Happily didn't dare to delay any longer. "You watch over here. I'll inform the captain." "Ah, me? What are you afraid of? That guy can't come out. Lock the cabin door." Chapter 25:33. After hearing Herberly's words, Samantha immediately followed him to the pathogen's cabin. Through the glass window, she saw the strange scene inside. Samantha's expression turned serious. Suddenly, she thought of something and exclaimed, "Go to the doctor. There are 2 other infected crew members in the cabin." Herbery and Samantha went to the 2 crew members' cabins first. They found that they were withered, just like the pathogen. Samantha and Herbery didn't dare to go in. They had someone seal the cabin door. Just then, a crew member ran over hurriedly. "Captain, assistant, the doctor's cabin is empty. He's missing." Samantha and Herbery's expressions changed drastically. What they were most worried about had finally happened. Samantha and Herbery immediately told all the crew members to be on guard. They also arranged for all the crew members to search for the doctor. Everyone was equipped with weapons. If they found the doctor, they could kill him directly. But after searching for a while, they couldn't find him at all. Moreover, the ship was too big. There were many pipes and circuits that people couldn't go in to check. They could only leave it at that. They could only hope that the doctor had fallen into the sea. It seems that the infected people don't become stupid. Instead, they become much smarter. "The doctor didn't become smarter," Aquilati Ghastly said. "He lost his intelligence and gained instincts." Both knew where the doctor was hiding. After he woke up, he wasn't himself anymore. At the moment, the doctor was hiding in the ventilation duct. Does he want to spread the voodoo and curse through the duct? Chun Zhao asked. If the voodoo and curse could be spread over long distances, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Both the pathogen and the source of the infection have to be spread over a short distance to infect the target. He's only hiding in the duct for a sneak attack. While Chun Zhao and Aquilati Ghastly were discussing, Chun Zhao suddenly stopped talking. One of the crew members was attacked by the doctor. The crew member returned to the cabin alone. He wanted to lie on the bed and rest. But as soon as he closed his eyes, the doctor climbed out of the duct without a sound. Before the crew member could even open his eyes, the doctor had already pressed him onto the bed. What happened next couldn't be described as disgusting. It was also very dirty. Chun Zhao gave up on the surveillance. Only Aquilati Ghastly was still monitoring all the movements on the ship with great interest. For the rest of the day, everyone on the ship was in a state of panic. More and more people were infected. In the beginning, Samantha and Herbery were able to barely control the situation. The infected people were locked in the cabins. But as the number of people increased, the situation became chaotic. Those who were infected did not immediately lose their minds, but they didn't want to be locked up and wait for death. Or rather, they didn't want to die alone. They pulled everyone down to die with them. This caused the 2 sides to start fighting. This is a human. Aqualati Gaslight glanced at Chen Zhao. This is human nature. Plus, you don't seem to have the right to mock me, right? You're attacking your own kind to survive, aren't you? You're using your own kind as stepping stones to escape. Humans aren't the only ones who do this. Demons do it too. I won't defend myself. I don't like the hypocrisy of humans, but humans know how to create. This is something powerful demons can't compare to. Aqualati Gaslight said indifferently. He held a glass of iced whiskey in his left hand and a bottle in his right. Do you want one? Bang, bang. Just then, 2 gunshots came from the cabin below. They'd heard many gunshots today, but the 2 shots were very close. Then they saw Siminta and Hepari run out. They both had guns. After coming out of the corridor, they closed the cabin door and bolted it. Only then did the 2 heave a sigh of relief. Everyone in the cabin had gone crazy. Everyone. It was as if they'd gone crazy. They couldn't tell who was infected either. Everyone was infected, but because of this, they didn't dare to come into contact with others, afraid of being infected. Anyone who dared to cough would be seen as an infected person. Those who were infected at the beginning also started to change. This caused the situation to become even more chaotic. Siminta and Hepari could no longer control the situation, so they could only escape outside. But as soon as they took a breather, they realized that Chen Zhao and Aqualati Gaslight were on the second deck. The cold wind was howling outside. The 2 on the second deck were still drinking iced whiskey. Seeing the 2 of them, Siminta was infuriated. Their cabin was already in a mess. However, the 2 of them acted as if nothing had happened and stayed out of the matter. It was as if the chaos on the ship had nothing to do with them. Hepari suddenly raised his gun and aimed it at Chen Zhao and Aqualati Gaslight. Are you going to kill 2 of the 4 normal people on the ship? Aqualati Gaslight asked, smiling. Both Siminta and Hepari's faces turned green. Do you know what happened on the ship? Yes. The person you saved yesterday had some kind of disease and it spread to your people. You already knew, didn't you? Siminta suddenly vented his anger on the 2 annoying people in front of him. How would we know? Who could have predicted this? Siminta pressed down on Hepari's gun. When the 2 walked to the second deck, they realized that it was filled with all kinds of supplies and food. Where did these come from? We moved them out when you were having a civil war. Is there a problem? You're just going to take advantage of us? Siminta's suppressed anger rose again. Aqualati, you're indeed too much, Chen Zhao said. Is that so? Am I going too far? Can we return these things to them? Siminta's face turned red. In the end, he snorted heavily. Don't be unhappy. Look, I also brought 2 sleeping bags for you. You can sleep outside tonight. At least you won't freeze to death. At this moment, the cabin had completely fallen, and most of those who were still alive had already been infected. Even if they weren't, they wouldn't dare to go in and take the supplies. So, these supplies had become their life-saving straw. Although he was very unhappy with Chen Zhao and Aqualati Gaslight, he had to admit that they had a clear mind and acted quickly. He was very displeased with Chen Zhao and Aqualati Gaslight. He had to admit that the 2 had a clear mind and acted quickly. 9 Heavens Divine King. Chapter 25:34. At night, the sea was covered in a thick fog. It was also accompanied by a cold current. Both Siminta and Hepburn shivered in the cold wind. Even their sleeping bags couldn't keep their body warm. Siminta was woken up by the cold. When she opened her eyes, she realized that Chen Zhao and Aqualati Gaslight hadn't gone to sleep. Right now, they were both sitting on a folding chair with fishing rods in front of them and drinking alcohol. Siminta was speechless. Aren't you cold at all? The 2 weren't wearing much. It was a foggy night with a cold current. How could they not feel cold? Even the iron railings were covered in icicles. Even Siminta was woken up by the cold in her sleeping bag. It wasn't hard to imagine how cold it was. However, Chen Zhao and Aqualati Gaslight faced the cold wind fearlessly. It was too abnormal. Awake, Chen Zhao turned around and glanced at Siminta. Do you want a glass of cold whiskey? It feels great. Aqualati Gaslight patted his big belly. Siminta was completely speechless. Alcohol could drive away the cold, but in such an environment, even alcohol was useless, let alone whiskey. Siminta couldn't sleep anymore. It was too cold. He couldn't sleep at all. Samina stood up and put on a thick jacket. Where are we now? I don't know, Chan Zhao said indifferently. Do you dare to enter the cockpit? At this moment, the cockpit had long since been covered by those sticky things. Going in would only result in death. Samina looked at Chan Zhao and Aqualati Gasley. Aren't you worried about your safety at all? Of course, but what can we do? That's right. Worrying is unnecessary, so it's better to just stay put. A while later, Hepburn woke up too. Miss, why don't you sleep a bit longer? What do you think? Samina said unhappily. Have you thought of anything? Hepburn looked around and then at Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gasley. Then she shook her head. It was obvious that Heppley had something to say. Clearly, he was worried about Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gasley. But Huperi gave Samantha a look. Not long after, the two met at the bow of the ship. Here, the cold wind was howling and the waves were crashing. They believed that their conversation would definitely not be heard by Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gasley. What do you think? Miss, this ship is completely out of control. We can't stay here any longer. The only way to survive is the submarine. Herberly pointed at the small submarine hanging on the arm. But the control stick is in the cockpit. I'll go in, Huperi said. No, it's filled with that kind of mucus. That mucus contains the virus. If you go in, you'll become like those people. Not for a while. As long as we get rid of the infected people in the cockpit, I will control the crane to lower the submarine. However, we cannot let those two people go up. Also, we have to find a way to bring the food up. Heppley, you don't have to do this. Of course, Samina didn't want Heppley to die. Her relationship with Heppley was naturally incomparable to that of the other crew members. She didn't care even if all the other crew members died. But she didn't want Heppley to die, especially if he sacrificed himself for her. No, this is our only hope. Holding the gun in his hand, Heppley looked at Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gasley on the second deck. I'll go kill them now, Heppley said decisively. Samantha immediately became nervous. Heppley, let's think of another way. There's no other way. Mississippi, don't say anything. Heppley walked toward Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gasley. Suddenly, he raised the gun and pointed at them. Heppley, what are you doing? Aqualati Gasley looked at Heppley. What do you think? I think you're joking. It's not funny, Heppley replied coldly. Even if you want to kill us with a gun, you should at least load it with bullets. Aqualati Gasley opened his left hand, revealing a dozen bullets. Heppley's expression changed. When you were asleep, of course, Aqualati Gasley teased. Aqualati Gisley teased. I saw you putting your gun in your belt while you were sleeping. I was afraid that you would accidentally fire and shoot your penis, so I kindly put away your bullets. Aren't you grateful to me? Heppley suddenly pulled out a dagger from behind him. He seemed to be planning to fight Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gasley. He thought that with a dagger in hand, Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gasley definitely wouldn't be his match. However, Aqualati Gasley took out a pistol. Huh, you lost. Heppley's face was livid. He knew that he'd lost. Do you really think that submarine can save Samantha? How did you know? Our conversation. Both Heppley and Samantha were shocked. The bow of the submarine was 30 meters away. The wind and waves were strong, so the sound couldn't reach them. If I said SF, would you believe me? Ha! You planted a bug on us. Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gasley both rolled their eyes. Even an idiot knows what you're trying to do. You want to kill us and take the resources. Mr. Aqualati, please stop, Samantha finally said. Heppley, put down your knife too. Heppley thought for a moment and finally put down his knife. If he had a chance of winning, he wouldn't give up on the idea. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than Aqualati Gasley's gun. Aqualati Gasley put away his gun without hesitation. This action made Huperi eager to give a try. Yo, the big fish took the bait. Chun Zhao's sudden voice gave Heppley and Samantha a fright. Chun Zhao pulled the rod hard, and a 300-kilogram bluefin tuna flew into the air. Then it smashed heavily at their feet. Heppley and Samantha's expressions changed. They really didn't realize that Chun Zhao was so strong before. Even the most experienced fisherman would have to struggle for 2 hours to pull such a huge tuna out of the water. But Chun Zhao had actually lifted the fish into the air. It felt like he'd caught a small fish. His strength was too terrifying. This fish is enough for us to eat for more than 10 days. In this weather, there's a lot of ice on the hull. We don't have to worry about water at all. We can keep going without taking risks. Chapter 25:35. It seemed that their crisis had been resolved for now. Huperi turned to look at Simenta. Simenta nodded. She didn't want Huperi to die here either. Since they had given up on the plan, Simenta and Huperi sat down again. They both noticed that Chun Zhao and Aqualotti Gaslight didn't seem worried about the current situation at all. Or rather, they were afraid. Even though Simenta and Huperi made a living at sea all year round, they were still frightened by this situation. Even so, they were still frightened by this situation. However, these two seemed to be completely fine. Those who wanted to eat, those who wanted to play, played. Simenta and Huperi were both helpless and speechless. On the other hand, Chun Zhao and Aqualotti Gaslight were still arguing over who should get the meat from the belly of the tuna. Mr. Chun, Mr. Aqualotti, aren't you going to think about how to get out? Didn't I say that we'll get off the ship in a few days? You can't even keep us here. You think you can get away in a few days? No, we're just getting off. Simenta was furious again. No matter what she asked, Chun Zhao and Aqualotti Gaslight just beat around the bush. They didn't answer her directly or lie to her. The next day, it was already dawn, but the sky was still dark. The research ship was still shrouded in fog. The cold wind was still blowing and the temperature was still dropping. Simenta and Huperi really admired Chun Zhao and Aqualotti Gaslight. The two of them had been fishing since last night. They seemed to be having a competition. Dozens of big and small fish had already been thrown onto the deck. They probably wouldn't be able to finish them in a month. The two didn't rest at all. $1 million, Aqualotti Gaslight said. Aqualotti Gaslight said as he lifted his fishing rod and a fish weighing 2 or 3 kilograms was pulled out. Mine is also $1 million. Let's cancel it. This time, the two made a rule. They wouldn't use magic or supernatural powers. They would just fish with ordinary skills. No matter the size, one fish was worth $1 million. Samana looked at the two and was even more speechless. The two of them were really bored out of their minds. If they were so bored, why did they board the ship? The third day, why isn't the fog dispersing? Miss, although we did not control the ship has been moving forward. We should have left this fog long ago. Have you seen this before? No. Heapily shook his head. Logically speaking, the fog on the sea will disappear as quickly as it comes. At most, it will only last for 1 or 2 hours. The wind is strong, and it will disperse quickly. I've never seen a fog that hasn't passed after 2 days of sailing. This trip is really strange, Simenta said with a dark expression. With that, he couldn't help but look at Chun Zhao and Aqualotti Gaslight on the second deck. At this moment, the two were sleeping soundly in their sleeping bags. Heppley looked at the two of them and said, Miss, do you want to forget it? We have enough food and water on the ship. There's no need to make things difficult for them. And, haven't you noticed? Every time we try to make things difficult for them, we end up losing. That was just an accident, Heppley said, unconvinced. Those two people have been deliberately toying with us. Haven't you noticed? So what? They're asleep now. Can they still guard against us? Just then, Aqualotti Gaslight, who had been lying in his sleeping bag, suddenly turned his head and looked at the two people on the deck. I heard you. Heppley's face darkened. This damned old man. Heppley could not do anything to the two. Although he complained a lot, he did not really mention ambushing them again. Fortunately, Chun Zhao and Aqualotti Gaslight had caught fish. Although they were drifting on the sea, they did not have to starve. Also, the weather was so cold that they did not have to worry about the fish rotting. They would get tired of eating fish every day, though, but there was nothing they could do about it. Rather than starving, this bit of fishy smell wasn't something he couldn't bear. 2 more days passed like this. Bang! Suddenly, the ship seemed to have crashed into something. Simenta and Heapley hurried to the side of the ship to check. Looking down, they realized that their research ship seemed to have hit a reef. There was a huge shadow in the water. Simenta and Heapley's expressions did not look good. If the ship hit the reef, they would be completely trapped here. Miss, look. Heapley suddenly pointed ahead. Samantha looked up and immediately saw what seemed to be a very large black shadow in the fog ahead. An island? This discovery excited Samantha to no end. It looks like it's less than 3 kilometers from here, Heapley estimated. The current wind direction and the waves aren't strong. We can reach the island with a kayak, Heapley said. They already had a kayak, so they did not need to take the risk. As soon as Heapley finished speaking, a kayak balloon landed under their feet. Heapley and Samantha looked up. Aqualotti Gasley was looking at them with a matter-of-fact expression. Blow! Why don't you blow? Heapley looked at them, annoyed. You've eaten our food for so many days. Shouldn't it be time for you to make some effort? We're not in a hurry to get to the island, Heapley said, annoyed. Bang! Aqualotti Gasley pointed his gun at the sky and fired a shot. Samantha and Heapley's expressions darkened. In the past few days, Chun Zhao and Aqualotti Gasley had not done anything serious. Samantha and Heapley even forgot that they had guns. In the end, Heapley still blew. Half an hour later, the four finally got on the kayak. But after a few hundred meters, they realized that the shallow waters around them were all sunken ships. Some sunken ships were completely stuck in the bottom of the sea, with the bottom sticking straight out of the water. It looked like a graveyard for ships. It was quite creepy. Just then, a gust of wind pushed their boat toward the shore. It was the first time Samantha and Heapley had stepped on land in so many days. They were so touched that they almost cried. This feeling of solidity was really ecstatic. Tegmus, I'm back. Aqualotti Gasley shouted. Hey, you'll expose us if you shout like that. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. We didn't plan to hide anyway. Plus, he probably knew when we got on the island. I don't feel comfortable here. I can't expand my territory. Of course, the whole Demon Island is within the scope of his domain. 9 Heavens Divine King. Chapter 25:36. What are you two mumbling about? Huperi yelled impolitely. Chun Zhao and Aqualotti Gasley looked back at Huperi and Samantha. Samantha was confused. Was this their destination? No, they hadn't controlled the ship's direction in the past few days. No one knew where they would go. Their original plan was to encounter an ocean-going ship along the way. That way, they could be saved. They had never planned to land on this island. Even now, Samantha still felt that it was a coincidence. But judging from their expressions, they seemed to have known that they would come here. At this moment, a figure swayed in front of them. When Samantha and Huperi saw the figure, their expressions changed drastically. The figure was thin and shriveled, just like the pathogen from the other day. How could there be such a thing here? Could it be that the guy they rescued that day had escaped from this island? Thinking of this, Samantha and Huperi shuddered. At this time, Aqualotti Gasley walked in front of the pathogen. Then he raised his gun and stuffed the muzzle into the pathogen's mouth. Bang! How's my shooting? Aqualotti Gasley blew at the smoke from the muzzle proudly. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. I can shoot at this distance too. Be careful, Huperi warned. It's hard to kill. They were all in the same boat now. He certainly didn't want any of them to die. A few days ago, when the research ship was in chaos, he and Samantha had fought their way out and killed many infected people. These infected people were very tenacious. They could only die completely by shooting their brains. Aqualotti Gasley's shot just now might not be enough to kill them. Huperi had wanted to stab the pathogen a few more times. But Aqualotti Gasley lifted his foot and kicked the pathogen's head away like a soccer ball. Where are we going now? Chun Zhao asked. To Tajimus's nest, Aqualotti Gasley said. I'll fulfill my promise first. What? All his treasures, of course, said Aqualotti Gasley. Chun Zhao smiled brightly. I like it. Aqualotti Gasley turned back and tossed the pistol in his hand to her parry. What for? Heapley didn't expect Aqualotti Gasley to give him the weapon so easily. Did this mean that their roles had been reversed? Although they didn't need to fight to the death. But he could not understand Aqualotti Gasley's thoughts at all. He would never give the initiative to someone else. However, neither Chun Zhao nor Aqualotti Gasley took it to heart. The two of them walked in front. Samantha and Huperi exchanged glances and followed them. Why isn't anyone stopping us? Didn't you say that Tegmis had already discovered us? He may be dealing with other enemies, maybe the psionic team, Aqualati Geisley said. Chunjiao's territory was now only 1,000 meters in diameter. It couldn't expand any further. This was because he was now in the domain of others. Therefore, he didn't know the exact situation of the island. The island was much larger than they'd imagined. There were no enemies to stop them along the way. Looks like Tegmis is in a lot of trouble, Aqualati Geisley said gloatingly. Walking out of the beach, there was a dense forest ahead. It was rugged and difficult to walk through. The sky was dark and gloomy, but the vegetation here was lush. Chunjiao didn't feel that this place was dark or scary. From the looks of it, this was just a deserted island overflowing with life. This island doesn't look as dangerous as I thought, Hepeli said, sighing. Don't jinx it, Chunjiao said. What did you say? Hepeli looked at Chunjiao, dissatisfied. Don't you know? What you just said is a typical death flag. In horror movies, once you say that this place isn't as dangerous as you think it is, all kinds of trouble will come knocking on your door, and the person who says that is usually the first to die. Idiot. Hepeli rolled his eyes. How could he believe such a stupid plot? Samina thought the same. Just then, an extremely shrill cry came from the depths of the forest. The shrill cries reverberated through the forest. Both Hepeli and Siminta were shocked. For a moment, they couldn't tell what creature had made the cry. But the sound was too horrifying, especially since Chunjiao had just joked about it. Hepeli's expression immediately darkened. Looks like there's really something we don't know about on this island, Chunjiao said, chuckling. He seemed to be gloating. Hepeli recovered a bit and said, maybe it's some wild bird or something. Can wild birds make that kind of sound? Even if it's a wild bird, Aqualati Geisley said, looking at Hepeli. If it can make such a loud sound, it can probably swallow you. Don't forget that I have a gun, Hepeli said. Hepeli saw the mockery on Chunjiao and Aqualati Geisley's faces. In a moment of anger, Hepeli almost shot the two guys. Not long after, a cave appeared in front of the four of them. The cave was very large. There was even a small stream of underground water flowing out of the cave. You want to go in? Hepeli looked at Chunjiao and Aqualati Geisley in confusion. Why do we have to go in? Who knows what's inside? Don't worry, there's definitely no monster inside. Aqualati Geisley didn't forget to mock Hepeli again. With that, Aqualati Geisley walked in first. Chunjiao followed closely behind. Miss, should we follow? Let's see what they're up to. Miss, don't you think there's something wrong with them? Of course. Even a blind person can tell that they seem to know about this island. Walking in front, Chunjiao and Aqualati Geisley could already smell the faint smell of sulfur in the air. It wasn't fatal, but Hepeli and Siminta still felt uncomfortable. Normal people wouldn't like the smell of hell, even if it was very faint. 9 Heaven's Divine King. Chapter 25:37. The cave was very deep. It led straight into the belly of the mountain. The ground was rugged and uneven. Water kept seeping out from underground rivers. Both Siminta and Hepeli felt uncomfortable. The ground was too hard to walk on. Suddenly, 2 light bulb-like lights appeared before them. Siminta and Hepeli stopped in their tracks, because under the 2 light sources, there was a faintly discernible figure. They could also hear heavy breathing in front of them. That thing was huge, really huge. It was probably 3 or 4 meters tall. Siminta and Hepeli felt like their scalps were going to explode. That thing was approaching them bit by bit. His body was gradually revealed. Hepeli immediately raised his gun and pointed at the huge beast. It was a huge black panther that was more than 4 meters tall and 8 meters long. Pennigan, long time no see. Aqualati Geisley grinned and greeted him warmly. Aqualati, you asterisk shoal, how dare you come here again? The panther demanded loudly. Are you looking to die? Siminta and Hepeli widened their eyes. Did Aqualati Geisley know this terrifying panther? And the panther was talking? Him? Or him? Speaking human language? I don't know if I'm courting death, but you're blocking my way now. I think you're courting death. Aqualati Geisley looked at the black panther named Pennigan with a smile. Siminta and Hepeli's expressions turned serious. They seemed to have sensed something. But right now, they were trapped in a bigger mystery. An unknown and mysterious world was unfolding before them. You'll pay for your stupidity. Penny slowly retreated and disappeared into the depths of the cave. It ended just like that. Nothing happened. Aqualotti, ghastly, only said a few harsh words. Scaring away that huge Black Panther? Isn't this too inconceivable? They weren't equal no matter how they looked at it. However, Chun Zhao and Aqualotti Ghastly didn't seem surprised at all. Their expressions were matter of fact. Let's go. It's not far. They didn't see Penny along the way. But Simenta and Hepeli became more and more uneasy. At this moment, a light appeared in front of them. The two of them were startled again. He thought that the big Black Panther had come again. However, upon closer inspection, the light did not come from the beast's eyes. Chun Zhao and Aqualotti Ghastly sped up toward the source of the light. Herpery and Simenta followed closely behind, afraid that the Black Panther would snatch them away if they got lost. The iron door in front of them was not a problem for Chun Zhao and Aqualotti Ghastly. Chun Zhao and Aqualotti Ghastly pulled open the iron door from the left and right. A huge underground warehouse appeared in front of everyone. There was only one thing in the warehouse, gold nugget. It was the only one. It was a block of gold that was 10 meters in length, width, and height. According to the density of gold, 1932 g/cubic centimeter. Therefore, this 10 by 10 by 10 piece of gold was 19,320 tons. Even Chun Zhao was shocked. What did 19,320 tons of gold mean? According to the current price of gold, 1 ton was about 40 million US dollars. 19,320 tons would be 772.8 billion US dollars. Of course, if all the gold flowed out, the price of gold would be reduced to cabbages. If he paid taxes according to the normal procedures, Chun Zhao might get less than 1/10 of the current market price in the end. Looking at the gold before him, Chun Zhao was both excited and conflicted. What do you think? Isn't this a big gift? Aqualotti Ghastly asked. Chun Zhao swallowed. Big, big. Not only Chun Zhao, but even Simenta and Herpery were shocked. However, Simenta and Herpery doubted that Chun Zhao could take it away. Gold was too heavy, and such a large amount of gold could only be transported by super freighters in this world. Moreover, the gold had to be cut before it could be transported. If it was just a square piece, how could it be delivered to the ship? Even if there was a way to do it, if it was placed on a freighter, it would directly create a hole in it. They could not help but care about something that had nothing to do with them. What else? I don't want gold. It's somewhere else, but it won't be as smooth as here. Let's go. Show me my property. 4 people appeared at the entrance at the other end of the huge warehouse. They had different body types. One was tall, one was short, one was fat, and one was skinny. Lord Aqualotti, long time no see. I didn't think we would meet under these circumstances, the tall man said. The tall man spoke. He was polite to Aqualotti Ghastly. Huh, are you going to block my way? No, I'm here to take her away, the tall man said, pointing at Simenta. It was always the tall man who spoke. The short, fat, and skinny ones all had different expressions, but their eyes were very nervous. Aqualotti Ghastly pointed at Simenta. Simenta and Herpery immediately tensed up. Is she very important to Tajimas? Aqualotti Ghastly asked meaningfully. The expressions of the 4 people gradually froze. Lord Aqualotti, we won't stop you. Can you also help us complete our mission successfully? Huh, then you should know that I'm not here as a guest, right? Boom! Suddenly, the wall in front of Chun Zhao's group was smashed into pieces without warning. A gigantic and terrifying body crashed into them. This was a giant dragon covered in cuts and bruises. Tall, short, fat, thin, and Tall didn't even have time to react before they were crushed under the huge dragon's body. At this moment, Simenta and Herpery were dumbfounded. What was going on? What the hell is this? It was almost 100 meters long. That was enough to shock anyone. The dragon, covered in wounds, could barely support its body. Then it looked at Chun Zhao's group. Mr. Chun, Why are you here? The dragon asked in surprise. Simenta and Herpery were completely dumbfounded. First, there was a huge black panther. Then, it knew Aqualati Gisli. Now, there was an even more terrifying creature that knew Chun Zhao. Who exactly were they? Were all the people they knew monsters? You? Who are you? Do we know each other? Chun Zhao looked at the dragon in confusion. I'm Akrabumon. I'm Yang's wife. Ah, Xiaolongnu? Chun Zhao slapped his head. By the way, you look hurt. Do you need a rest? Chapter 25:38. Just then, two demons, one big and one small, fell out of the hole that Akrabumon had created. The big demon was at least 5 meters tall. He carried a huge axe on his shoulder, and many parts of his body were covered in metal. There was also a nose ring on his nose. The other one was almost the same size as a human. He was dressed like a medieval noble and had a pair of demon wings on his back. The two demons didn't seem to care about the people present at all. The small demon pointed at Akrabumon and said, Kwang Tu, cut off this dragon's head. That's my trophy. Hey, don't ignore us, Aqualati Gisli called. Charmin. The demon named Charmin looked at Orqualati Gisli with a somewhat arrogant attitude. Orqualati, Master already knows of your arrival. Master asked me to get rid of you, but before that, can you let me collect my spoils first? Charmin pointed at Akrabumon. He clearly wanted to get rid of Akrabumon quickly. Only then could he devote himself to the battle with Aqualati Gisli. After all, an adult giant dragon was a great threat to him. Although the dragon in front of him wasn't an adult yet, she already had the power to threaten him. Just then, Kwang Tu waved his axe. He suddenly leaped high and slashed at Akrabumon's head. Come here. Chun Zhao suddenly waved his hand. Before Kwang Tu could land, he was suddenly hit by an invisible force in the air. He deviated from his direction and landed in front of Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao picked up the handle of the axe that had fallen in front of him. Kwang Tu shook his head and climbed up. Chun Zhao had already raised his axe. No. Seeing Chun Zhao's actions, Charmin's expression changed drastically. He pounced at Chun Zhao, but Chun Zhao was even faster. The next moment, he suddenly took a big step forward. At the same time, he grabbed Charmin's neck and pressed him to the ground. The force was so great that the ground shattered. Cracks spread out like a spider web. At the same time, he swung the axe with his other hand. Kwang Tu's upper body was split open. Chun Zhao dropped the axe and grabbed Charmin's head, squeezing hard. Crack! Chun Zhao crushed Charlemagne's head. Chun Zhao stood up and clapped his hands. Aqualati, why are these two so weak? I thought that since he dared to challenge you, he should be very strong, or at least close to your strength, but Tajimus's men are all idiots, Aqualati Gisli said disapprovingly. At this moment, Simenta and Herpery were scared silly. He was really scared silly. It was as if all the legendary things had appeared at the same time. Dragons, demons, and terrifying humans. As for Akrabumon, he was also shocked. After all, she was abused by these two demons to the point where she couldn't even take care of herself. In the end, he was killed by Chun Zhao in a few moves. She knew that Chun Zhao was very powerful. The ancestral founder had mentioned Chun Zhao many times. If they were in trouble, they would ask Chun Zhao for help. She only knew that Chun Zhao was very powerful, but she had never considered the question of how powerful Chun Zhao was. Now she knew. However, Chun Zhao was more interested in the super gold beside him. He reached out and touched it. The gold disappeared before everyone's eyes. Simenta and Herpery were shocked again. Xiaolongnu, what's the situation with your guy? The psionic team just landed. I flew to this island first to scout. I thought that with my ability, no one could stop me. Akrabumon's voice became softer and softer. Ha! This little dragon is so cute, so silly. Aqualati Gisli laughed loudly. What did you say? Do you dare say it again? Akrabumon was furious. You're an idiot. This time, Aqualati Gisli didn't beat around the bush. He scolded directly. Idiot, idiot, do you understand? You're asking for death. Akra roared furiously. Asking for death? You think you can do it? Little guy. All right, Xiaolongnu, don't be so rash. You'll ruin my beautiful image, Chen Zhao said comfortingly. Plus, you really can't beat him. Him? I don't feel anything different from him. He's just a human, an ordinary human. What do you think about me? Do you feel anything for me? I don't feel anything special either. Akrabumon looked at Aqualati Gasly hesitantly. Who is he? He calls himself the Great Demon of the North Sea. Yes, the Great Demon of the North Sea from Greek mythology. Siminta and Huperi thought of the Great Demon of the North Sea. Then they compared it to the fat old man before them. This is the fucking Great Demon of the North Sea? Who are you kidding? But Akrabumon didn't plan to continue fighting. She knew that it wasn't the time for internal strife. Chunjiao and Aqualati Gasly walked to the opening that Akrabumon had made. They realized that they were halfway up the mountain. Below them was a bottomless cliff. On the coastline in the distance, they could see a few landing craft docked. At the same time, there were also some people fighting. There weren't many people participating in the battle, at least not on the coast. But the sky above the island was already a mess. The sky was filled with demons, but they were fighting each other. What's going on? Internal strife? Aqualati Gasly was both surprised and happy. He didn't know what was going on, but it was undoubtedly the best news for him. He guessed that another commander under Tajimas had betrayed him. Idiot, that's the demon army summoned by our ace, Master Belster. What? Aqualati Gasly was also shocked. After careful observation, he could barely tell the difference between the two demon armies. But it seemed that Master Belster's demon army was even larger than Tajimas's. The number seemed to be increasing too. He couldn't understand. Who could summon such a large demon army? He couldn't understand it all. Ignorant, Akrabumon said in disdain. Aqualati Gasly was infuriated by Akrabuman. Pointing at her, he asked, Chun, can I kill her? You can't offend her elders. Isn't it a dragon? Unless the Dragon Emperor comes to kill me. No, not the Dragon Emperor. It's the Celestial Master of Mount Longhu. Zhang Tianyi. Can you afford to offend him? Chapter 25:39. Perhaps Dragon Emperor was stronger than Zhang Tianyi. But the problem was that Dragon Emperor didn't see him in the outside world. But Zhang Tianyi was different. If he wanted someone, he could fly over to the Pacific Ocean with a sword. That would be a piece of cake. Hearing this, Aqualati Gisli's face looked like he'd eaten shit. But soon, his attention returned to the battlefield above Demon Island. The psionic team had a large demon army, but they weren't strong. However, their strength was generally not strong. Although there were many mid-level demons, only one of them had a demonic domain. On the other hand, even though the evil demon army of the Demon Island was inferior to the spiritual power team in terms of numbers, there were still many powerful evil demons. There were also many demons with demonic domains. Chun Zhao looked over and saw 6 or 7 big demons. There were strong and weak mid-level demons too. The difference in strength was huge. The most obvious characteristic was their domains. Demons with and without domains were on 2 different levels. For example, Kong Mosa, who'd attacked the supernatural organization's headquarters. He was a big demon and had a powerful demonic domain. As for the 4 great commanders under him, although they were all great fiends, they were all great demons. But their strength was worlds apart from Kong Mosa's. Ordinary mid-level demons might be stronger than big demons, but without demonic domains, they had no decisive power. Therefore, although great demons were classified as intermediate demons, they were closer to demon lords. Chun Zhao's heart ached as he watched the demons fall one after another. Half of the fallen demons were summoned by Toddy Belster. To Chun Zhao, the fallen demons weren't demons, but money. How could Toddy Belster summon a demon army? He was an ordinary person. He didn't even have magic, unless it was a few taboos. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people couldn't use magic, but Toddy Belster could. It wasn't just because of the handsome guy's summoning magic array. It was also because of Chun Zhao's wealth in hell. That was half of the 3-headed demon lord's wealth. Rather than saying that these demons were summoned, it would be better to say that they were hired. Before Chun Zhao's wealth in hell was used up, Toddy Belster could summon infinitely. But at the end of the day, it was still money. Where's your enemy? Which one? Chun Zhao asked. He's not on this battlefield. Not on this battlefield? Where is it? I don't know. Aqualati Gisli shook his head. That guy is very strange. Every time a strong enemy comes, he is nowhere to be seen. But every time, the enemy will leave angrily. Could he have dragged me into a different dimension to fight? No, it's because those powerful enemies would often stand still on the spot, and after a short while, they would leave in shock. Is it a mental battlefield? Chun Zhao was hesitant. He had once had a mental battle. However, he was not afraid of a battle in his sea of consciousness. This was because as long as one knew how to use the sea of consciousness to fight, one would be able to possess the same strength as in reality, whether it was in the enemy's sea of consciousness or in one's own sea of consciousness. Moreover, his soul power was extraordinary. Of course, this was just Chun Zhao's personal guess. From Aqualati Gisli's description, it didn't seem to be as simple as a mental battle. However, it's time for me to show up. If I don't come out, I don't think Tajimas will come out in person. Aqualati Gisli also knew the situation on the battlefield like the back of his hand. The combat power of the psionic team had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, it was only unexpected. It was far from being decisive. The evil demon army was a refreshing sight, but the evil demon island's true power wasn't the evil demon army. With enough time, the demon commanders could kill all the demons summoned by the psionic team. After all, there was only one big demon on one side, while the other side had 7. The difference in high-end power was too great. So, Aqualati Gisli decided to make a move. Simenta and Hepari stared at Aqualati Gisli's back. Then they saw Aqualati Gisli open his arms and lean toward the cliff outside. No way. Is he committing suicide? Hepari's eyes widened as he watched Aqualati Gisli fall off the cliff. I can't understand it at all. Suddenly, a huge and terrifying tentacle rose up and blocked the hole that Acrobumin had created. The length and size of this tentacle was equivalent to Acrobumin's body. Acrobumin's face was filled with shock. He's really a giant North Sea demon? Simenta and Hepari were also shocked. The two rushed out of the hole. At this time, they were finally able to see Aqualati Gisli's real body. The legendary giant North Sea demon. How big was Aqualati Gisli's real body? Even Chun Zhao was shocked, because Aqualati Gisli's real body was more than 2,000 meters tall. If his 2 longest tentacles spread out, they would probably be 10,000 meters long. Aqualati Gisli's real body was a super giant octopus. However, he didn't have 8 arms like an ordinary octopus. Instead, he had 16 tentacles. 8 tentacles were big and 8 small. But even the smallest tentacle was about the same diameter as an adult dragon. As soon as Aqualati Gisli appeared, the entire battlefield quieted down. Too big, it was simply too big. When the great Tao reached a terrifying level, it was like a moving mountain. One of Aqualati Gisli's tentacles slammed into the forest, creating a huge gap. Tegmis, come out. Aqualati Gisli roared. I'm back for revenge. He cut a demon in half at the waist with one slash. Yangwu took a deep breath and looked back at his psionic teammates. They had advanced less than 1,000 meters since they had landed. And this was the result of Toddy Belster's help in the rear. They couldn't imagine what would happen if Toddy Belster wasn't there. How would they fight this battle? Yangwu couldn't help but look back at Toddy Belster, who was standing on a bow. Toddy Belster was the only one who hadn't disembarked. But he was also the only one who didn't need to disembark and could use his full power. Even though he had summoned 100,000 demons, he still didn't stop. He seemed to be able to summon more demons. No matter how many were lost on the battlefield, he could replenish them endlessly. Chapter 2540. What is that? Blitz's mouth was agape, an expression of disbelief on his face. Are we going to fight that thing? We can't win. It's impossible. Yangwu also had a shocked expression on his face. That thing was too big. It was indescribably big. Mr. Belster. Yangwu looked at Toddy. Toddy Belster was also frightened. He was different from others. He wasn't very brave. Now that he saw that thing, he was even more terrified. It wasn't in his plan. Now he finally understood. Chen Zhao had reminded him before he left. However, he couldn't back down now. Just then, Toddy Belster opened her arms. A large magic array appeared before her. Then, giant demons crawled out of the array. The smallest of them was several meters tall, while the bigger ones were more than 10 or 20 meters. They either flew or ran. They were much stronger than the demons she'd summoned earlier. Some were even holding weapons. Yonghua saw Toddy Belster summon these powerful demons. He felt a little more at ease. However, he was also worried if Toddy Belster could summon enough demons to defeat the terrifying behemoth. As soon as Aqualati Ghastly's unparalleled body appeared, it attracted a large number of demons. Regardless of friend or foe, they all charged at Aqualati Ghastly. Aqualati Ghastly's tentacles swept past. Countless demons were smashed into meat paste. Just then, more demons pounced at Aqualati Ghastly. However, they were more like ants in front of Aqualati Ghastly. Chen Zhao frowned. It was one thing for Aqualati Ghastly to kill the enemy, but why did he kill his own people too? Moreover, the people he'd killed had all been hired with his own money. Xiao Long knew. Tell your husband that he's one of us, Chen Zhao said. If you don't want that old guy to smash your husband into meat paste. Akra Boomon nodded. She moved. Her giant body created a strong current of air. Thankfully, most of the enemies were attracted by Aqualati Ghastly. Akra Boomon wasn't completely unharmed, but at least it was within her acceptable range. Bang! Dust flew in front of Yonghua. Akra, how are you? Yonghua was very worried when he saw that his wife was covered in wounds. He regretted bringing Akra Boomon along. Chen Zhao had warned him a few times before. This place was far more dangerous than he had imagined, but he turned a blind eye to it. Or it could be said that he was holding on to a fluke mentality, especially after Toddy Belster displayed his great strength. He also felt that they might not necessarily lose in this expedition to Bermuda. Hubby, that big guy is one of us. Tell Master Belster not to attack him. What? That big guy is one of us? How could this be? When did we ever have that kind of ally? Akra Boomon looked anxious. There were some things she knew, but she definitely couldn't say in public. She knew about Chen Zhao and Yonghua's relationship, but if she said this in front of everyone, then the relationship between Yonghua and the psionic ability team would collapse. Are you sure the guy isn't the big boss here? It's true. He's enemies with the demons here. Look at those demons. They're all attacking that big guy. Only then did Yonghua notice that, indeed, both the enemy and friend seemed to be attacking the super big guy. Of course, the big guy was also attacking indiscriminately. When a demon charged over, Yonghua didn't even need to do anything. Akra Boomon sent it flying with a slap. Open a path for our people. I'll go tell Master Belster. Yonghua jumped in front of Toddy Belster. Master Belster, that big guy isn't an enemy. He's on our side. On our side? Are you sure? Yes. My wife told me. Yonghua didn't know the exact situation now. Akra Boomon seemed to know more, but her hesitant gaze indicated that there were some things that she couldn't say in public. Fine. Separate your demon army from the enemy. Don't get tangled up with them. Otherwise, that big guy's attacks won't be able to differentiate between friend and foe. Got it. Toddy Belster immediately ordered the demon army he summoned to split up and reorganize their formation. But he didn't let the demon army completely merge, even though Yonghua told him that the super big monster was their ally. But before he was completely sure, he didn't dare to risk so many demons. Just then, Aqualati Ghastly suddenly raised his tentacles and waved them at the enemy's demon army. And this time, without constraints, Aqualati Ghastly, who was completely free, also had no scruples. In an instant, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The entire forest was flattened. Thousands of enemies were obliterated. Sure enough, he didn't attack us, Toddy Belster exclaimed in surprise. Very good. With this big guy, we'll be under a lot less pressure. After confirming that the big guy was on their side, it wasn't just Toddy Belster who was more confident. When Yonghua passed the news to the others, they all felt the same way. Originally, they thought they were dead for sure. They didn't expect things to turn around. The super big monster was actually on their side. Blitz even thought there might be a chance to rope the super big guy into the psionic team. Leaving that aside, Aqualati Gisli was in trouble. The 7 devil commanders locked their eyes on Aqualati Gisli. These 7 great demon commanders all had their own domains. Moreover, they were all powerful demons, second only to Leviathan Aberantegmus. None of the 7 demon commanders were easy targets for Aqualati Gisli to kill. Suddenly, Aqualati Gisli aimed his mouth at the sky. Puff! A jet of black ink shot up into the sky. The black ink didn't attack any demons, and this kind of attack hardly hit anyone. But after the black ink shot into the clouds, black rain began to fall from the sky. In an instant, a large number of demons fell to the ground. It was another indiscriminate attack. Chapter 2541. Those who couldn't put up a magic shield, had nothing to hide, or had low poison resistance all fell. But it was indeed useful. Half of the demons were gone in an instant. Of course, the psionic team was also affected. Acrobumon used her dragon wings to block the poisonous rain for Yongwa and Toddy Belster. Dragons had high poison resistance. In fact, dragons were resistant to almost everything. Damn, is that monster really on our side? Save me, save me. Aqualati's move successfully made 3/4 of the psionic team lose the ability to fight. In fact, not only did they lose the ability to fight, but they also lost their lives. Acrobumon was also shocked. She also didn't expect Aqualati to use such an indiscriminate attack. Aqualati, we know you too well, a demon leader said. This means nothing to us. None of the 7 demon leaders were hit. After all, they'd once been colleagues. So they knew Aqualati Gisli, just like how Aqualati Gisli knew them. Really? Do you really know me? Aqualati Gisli sneered at the 7 demon leaders. Just then, the poisonous rain began to evaporate. The air was filled with black poisonous gas. Be careful, don't breathe it in. The 7 demon leaders warned each other. The evaporating poisonous gas covered a wide area. Several mountains were enveloped by the gas. Regardless of whether it was plants, animals, or demons, most would not be spared. The deeper they went, the thicker it got. They couldn't even see their own fingers. Suddenly, a huge black shadow reached out from the poisonous gas. Bang! With a loud bang, a demon commander was struck and fell into the range of the poisonous gas. Then, it never came out again. What? How? How is that possible? Where did that tentacle come from? Aqualati Gisli was right in front of them. He hadn't moved just now. Everyone had seen his entire body. Logically, he couldn't have ambushed them. But why did a tentacle come out of the poisonous gas? Chen Zhao was also surprised. As a bystander, he saw more clearly than the demon leaders. Aqualati Gisli indeed didn't move. At least his body didn't move. But why was there a tentacle in the poisonous gas? Be careful, there's something strange down there. The remaining 6 evil demon commanders were terrified. At present, they did not know what was going on. But as long as he was whipped by Aqualati Gisli's tentacles, it was definitely a narrow escape. One of their companions was already 1 step ahead of them. But at that moment, a tentacle reached down from the sky without any warning. Oh no, be careful, quick, dodge. The 3 devil commanders dodged. However, the 2 demon commanders did not expect the tentacles to fall from the sky, causing them to be slapped down by the tentacles. There was another demon commander who reacted a little slower. By the time he reacted, he had run in the wrong direction and was fleeing downwards. The fog below once again stretched out a tentacle and wrapped around the fiend commander. In the blink of an eye, 3 evil demon commanders had fallen, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The expressions of the remaining 3 demon commanders changed drastically. Once upon a time, Aqualati Gisli was their boss. He was also the most powerful subordinate under Leviathan Abhantagemus, and the leader of all the demons. But at that time, they were not demon commanders yet. After Aqualati Gisli's betrayal, they gained the status of devil commanders. They had once thought that if Aqualati Gisli dared to appear before them, they would be able to use his demon heart to prove their loyalty and strength to their master. They had once thought that if Aqualati Gisli dared to appear before them, They could use his demon heart to prove their loyalty and strength to their master. They did not think that Aqualati Gaslight was qualified to be a demon commander. But now, they did not dare to think so anymore. Of the 8 demon commanders, except for Charmin who had disappeared, for the 7 demon commanders had died. Chen Zhao looked at the sky in confusion. Just now, Aqualati Gaslight had sprayed the ink poison into the sky and then landed on the ground. Then, the tentacles fell to the ground. In other words, the area that was contaminated by the ink poison would have tentacles appearing. Just then, the poisonous gas started spreading upward. Under Aqualati Gasly's control, the area at the edge spread the fastest, almost forming an enclosed area. Suddenly, Aqualati Gasly froze on the spot. Wow. In just a few seconds, Aqualati Gasly seemed to be in a daze, but he suddenly came back to his senses. But this time, Aqualati Gisli had many wounds on his body. Chun Zhao's eyes widened, and he looked at Aqualati Gasly in shock. What's going on? Aqualati, what's wrong? What's going on? Divine gear! Aqualati shouted at Chun Zhao. Divine gear, divine gear. Be careful of divine gear. Divine gear? Chun Zhao stared at Aqualati Gasly. His wounds were caused by divine gear. Just then, a gust of wind blew the poisonous gas away. But an even bigger fog shrouded Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao frowned. Suddenly, Aqualati Gasly disappeared. The next moment, Aqualati Gasly's aura appeared again. Suddenly, a huge tentacle slapped the mountain wall Chun Zhao was standing on. Chun Zhao was sent flying. Both Samantha and Hupri were shocked. Wasn't Aqualati Gasly with Chun Zhao? Why did he suddenly attack Chun Zhao? Chun Zhao's entire body was embedded into the wall. Chun Zhao was a bit angry. He was angry at Aqualati Gasly. Even if it was a joke, it was too much. This was a battlefield. You shouldn't joke like this. Chun Zhao pulled out the limb embedded in the wall. Both Samantha and Hupri were shocked. Chun Zhao was hit by Aqualati Gasly's tentacle, and he was completely unharmed? What was this guy's body made of? Steel? Chun Zhao came to the cave entrance again and looked at Aqualati Gasly's faintly discernible body angrily. Aqualati, tell me, why did you attack me? If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll kill you. Aqualati Gasly's tentacle responded to Chun Zhao's question. His huge tentacle slapped at Chun Zhao again. A cold light shot out of Chun Zhao's eyes. He charged at the tentacle and grabbed it with both arms. Get out! Chun Zhao picked up Aqualati Gasly. Whoosh! Boom! Samantha and Hupri widened their eyes. Were they seeing things? Chun Zhao was insignificant compared to Aqualati Gasly. The difference could even be described as tiny, but he'd sent the terrifying Aqualati Gasly flying. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 2542. Aqualati, do you want to die? Aqualati didn't give Chun Zhao a verbal answer. Instead, he answered Chun Zhao with his actions. Aqualati suddenly spewed a large amount of ink poison at Chun Zhao. Of course, this attack couldn't reach Chun Zhao. Aqualati, this is my last warning to you. Aqualati Gasly was Chun Zhao's ally. Chun Zhao could also feel that Aqualati wasn't normal. But Chun Zhao didn't know what the problem was. Was it an illusion? Making me and Aqualati Gisli hallucinate and think that the other party is attacking me? After the ink poison spread out, it turned into a poisonous mist and started rising. It's coming. A dozen tentacles suddenly shot out from the poisonous mist. Bang, bang. Chun Zhao was slapped to the ground. At the same time, the tentacles smashed the ground continuously. Samantha and Hepri's faces were pale. Chun Zhao should have died under that kind of destructive attack, right? Suddenly, Aqualati Gisli's head deformed. Something sharp seemed to be trying to drill out of his head. Break! Aqualati Gisli's head exploded in a shower of blood. Chun Zhao looked at Aqualati Gisli's body. He had just drilled directly into Aqualati Gisli's mouth and destroyed his bodily functions from the inside. Samantha clutched his chest and looked at Chun Zhao, who was floating in the air not far away. Was this really the world he knew? Chun Zhao furrowed his brows. His face was still filled with coldness. It wasn't because he had killed Aqualati. It was because this wasn't the real Aqualati. The great North Sea demon shouldn't be this weak, right? Also, how could such a coward launch such a suicidal attack at him? Moreover, since Aqualati's abnormality, Chun Zhao realized that there weren't any demons around. There were only him, Aqualati Samantha, and Huperi. This wasn't the real world. His senses weren't wrong. This was the real world. Suddenly, the wind blew again. The mist moved again. Just then, a cold light pierced through the mist. It went straight for Chun Zhao's head. Chun Zhao tilted his head to avoid it. At the same time, he reached out to grab something behind the mist. It wasn't a thing, it was just a person. This was a knight whose entire body was adorned with exquisite patterns. At least that was what he was wearing. The knight swung his sword, wanting to kill Chun Zhao. But before that, Chun Zhao had already crushed his head. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes. There were actually hundreds of knights within the range of his domain. To be precise, he was a magic knight. Their bodies were covered with a large amount of magic. Chun Zhao looked at the blood on his hand. It was warm and not fake. But why? These magic knights didn't give Chun Zhao too much trouble. Behind these magic knights, there were also a few witches who blessed them. Chun Zhao ended the battle in a very short time. The wind started to move again, bringing along the mist. Chun Zhao's pocket world didn't sense any enemies. At the very least, it was not within the scope of the small world. Chun Zhao was surprised. Was it over? Suddenly, he felt countless auras appear above his head. Chun Zhao looked up. His eyes could not see through the mist. But above the mist, there seemed to be countless colorful spots of light flashing. Furthermore, those colorful specks of light were like a galaxy embellished with stars, lining up in the sky for thousands of meters. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out of Chun Zhao's eyes. Chun Zhao was too familiar with this attack. Lilith of the Thousand Hands. Lilith, who had already died in Chun Zhao's hands. Lilith, who had countless hands as wings. Lilith, who could release countless spells at the same time. Chun Zhao frowned. Why would someone who had already died in his hands appear before him again? Had the escaped Lilith of the Holy Light and elemental Lilith revived her? Chun Zhao had devoured Lilith of the Dark and found information about Nirvana from her memories. Like the original Lilith, only other Nirvana witches could inherit the characteristics of Nirvana. So, the Lilith that Chun Zhao had killed shouldn't be able to revive. Suddenly, a beam of white light wrapped around Chun Zhao. A binding spell of the holy light element. The moment Chun Zhao was bound, countless spells fell. Samantha and Huperi saw the most beautiful fireworks display in their lives. It was too beautiful. It was more splendid and dazzling than any known fireworks display. However, behind the beauty, it was filled with fatal danger. Ignoring the spells falling on him, Chun Zhao charged at the Lilith of the Thousand Hands in the sky. Chun Zhao was too familiar with this enemy, but they didn't learn their lesson. After Chun Zhao tore the first Lilith into pieces, Chun Zhao found the second Lilith hidden in the mist. She didn't learn her lesson either. Chun Zhao did what he couldn't do the first time. Last time, Lilith had escaped, but this time, she didn't choose to run. But Chun Zhao didn't feel good. First, it was Aqualati Gisli. Then it was the knights that looked like they were from the Middle Ages. Now it was Lilith. Lilith only had Lilith of the Holy Light and Lilith of the Thousand Hands. Lilith didn't have nothingness, enhancement, assassin, elemental, or darkness. What did this mean? The wind blew again and the mist surged. Again, this time there was quite a lot of mist. Chun Zhao could see the sea beyond the coastline. However, the sea wasn't calm. There was a fleet on the surface. Chun Zhao raised an eyebrow. The leading aircraft carrier. They should have sunk already. How could they appear before him? Demi Sonnenfeld had said before, because of Bermuda's operations, the number of ships and victims had increased in the past 2 years. It had triggered the American government, so they'd sent a fleet. But the fleet had also been wiped out. Why did the fleet that had sunk once again appear in front of him? Whoosh! More than a dozen planes flew over his head. Boom, 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 the attack came. Chun Zhao was locked on. All the attacks landed on his head. Samantha and Huperi exchanged glances. What's going on? First it's magic, and now it's a modern army? Is this fleet created by magic? Maybe forget it. Let's not care. We can't participate anyway. Whether it's magic or a modern army, it's fatal to us. That guy's a monster. He doesn't even care when a missile lands on his head. Chapter 2543. Only monsters would step into this place. That doesn't include us, Heppley said. Heppley said, those two guys have been plotting this for a long time. Everything was planned by them. Right now, Chun Zhao was hovering in the air. The missiles and machine gun bullets landed on him, but they didn't hurt him at all. Chun Zhao looked down at everything below him. Suddenly, he had an idea. He flew into the sky. Meteor. 20 minutes later, a meteor streaked across the sky. The next moment, a light source that looked like a small sun appeared on the coastline. The small sun created huge waves. The fleet was swallowed by the waves in the blink of an eye. 1/10 of Demon Island disappeared completely. A circular crater was left at the edge. All the mist on the island was instantly dispersed, and all the trees were uprooted. Simenta and Heppley, who were at the entrance, were sent flying by the terrifying impact. Simenta and Heppley were at the higher ground, so the impact was the least. But the shockwave was still very terrifying. When the two, bleeding, crawled to the entrance, they realized that Chun Zhao had returned. When he looked at the Demon Island again, he saw that it had already changed completely. Both of them were already pale with fright. What happened just now? Did they use nuclear weapons? You're really lucky, Chun Zhao said, looking at the bleeding duo. Not as lucky as you, Simenta said angrily. Chun Zhao suddenly had an idea. He left the entrance again. Still not back to normal? Chun Zhao had thought that everything would return to normal after dispersing the fog. But the result wasn't what he wanted. Was the destruction not thorough enough? Or did he not find a key point? Just then, countless ships appeared on the sea. This was also a fleet, but this fleet was different from the previous one, because the fleet that appeared this time was a fleet of wooden sailboats. Moreover, their flags were also very strange. A while later, the fleet docked. Large numbers of soldiers rushed down from ships. They wore chainmail or leather armor and held swords in their hands. Chun Zhao floated in the air. These people couldn't do anything. They could only shoot with arrows. But they still couldn't reach Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao looked at the soldiers who seemed to have come from the medieval era. Chun Zhao pondered. He didn't fight back. They couldn't attack him anyway. Suddenly, Chun Zhao's vision blurred. The next moment, a black shadow shrouded over. Chun Zhao looked up. Bang! A huge tentacle covered his face. Chun Zhao jumped up and roared. Aqualati, I'm going to kill you again. Wait. Chun, I didn't do it on purpose. Aqualati Gisli was shocked and quickly explained, you suddenly appeared in my attack range. Why are you still alive? Didn't I kill you? Chun Zhao looked at Aqualati Gisli with an unfriendly expression. How many times did it take you to find a way? Aqualati Gisli asked. Answer me first. What happened to me just now? How long did I disappear for? Maybe 3 or 4 seconds. Earlier, you were still at the cave halfway up the mountain. Then, you suddenly appeared in my attack range. I don't know how I escaped that situation, Chun Zhao said. There must be an enemy that you can't defeat in a short time. I know it must be me who helped you last for half an hour, right? You mean as long as I can hold on for half an hour, I'll be able to get out of there? Yes. Aqualati Gisli nodded, but he was more interested in another question. Were you attacked by me for half an hour, and then you couldn't do anything to me? What about you? Did you meet me? Of course, I killed you, Aqualati Gisli said. Oh really? Chun Zhao chuckled. What skills did I use? Didn't you just fight hand to hand? Your fists didn't hurt at all. Chun Zhao pursed his lips. The enemies I encounter in that state are random or controlled by someone, or was it prearranged? I'm just guessing. When I was serving under Tajimis in the past, I came into contact with the people who attacked Demon Island. Unfortunately, I met some of them just now, Tajimis said with a smile on his face. What exactly happened? I told you, Tajimis has a divine artifact. Get to the point. This divine artifact can record every enemy that attacks Demon Island, Aqualati Gisli said. Aqualati Gisli said, it's like some clips, and then put me or you into this clip. I just held on for 30 minutes, and After I came out, I realized something. This recorded clip of the enemy is long. It's 30 minutes. I thought I traveled through time, Chun Zhao said. But thinking about it carefully, he knew that it was impossible. At least, Chun Zhao didn't think that Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas didn't have this ability. Even God might not have this ability. In fact, Aqualati Gasley was also very glad. Luckily, he hadn't encountered Chun Zhao's scene. Otherwise, he might really have been killed by Chun Zhao. After all, Chun Zhao's first sentence was that he would kill him again. Clearly, Chun Zhao had encountered him in a scene, and he'd even killed him. Suddenly, both Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gisli felt an oppressive feeling from above. Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gasly immediately looked up at the sky. A meteor fell from the sky. Chun Zhao's eyes widened. The meteor moved faster and faster, heading straight for Aqualati Gasley. Shrink! Hurry! I can't do it, Aqualati Gasley said, terrified. Chun Zhao suddenly grabbed Aqualati Gasley's tentacle and tossed it. The moment Aqualati Gasley was tossed out, the meteorite fell where Aqualati Gisli had been. Instantly, a huge impact swept in all directions. All the plants were instantly flattened. Chun Zhao was naturally in the center of the impact and was sent flying by the shockwave. Aqualati Gasley climbed back up. He saw the terrifying impact. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Which idiot did Tajimas steal this crazy skill from? Aqualati Gasley roared. Just then, a 100-meter-tall demon climbed out of the huge crater created by the impact. The demon's head looked like a goat, but from the neck down, it was completely different from a harmless goat. However, as soon as it came out, it vomited a mouthful of blood. Half of its body was burnt. Chapter 25:44. Damn, why is it like this? Why is it like this? The huge demon stood where he was. The charred parts on his body were fading away, replaced by new skin. He could feel that he'd copied Chun Zhao's constitution and skill. But why wasn't Chun Zhao injured at all when he used this move? But he'd almost fallen to his death when he used this move. His move wasn't as powerful as Chun Zhao's, but why was he injured so much? Just then, Chun Zhao arrived before the huge demon. You're Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas? Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas stared at Chun Zhao hatefully. Why can you use this move without getting hurt, but I can't? Did you copy my constitution? Chun Zhao chuckled. Was it so easy to copy his constitution? Perhaps the most basic constitution could be copied. But the most basic constitution was what Chun Zhao had obtained when he'd first taken the perfect strength potion. Chun Zhao believed that with Leviathan's power, he could copy this constitution. But what about the others? The Rage Blood and Gluttony bloodline definitely couldn't be copied, because these two were from the same bloodline as Leviathan, the Seven Sin Demon Kings. He could probably copy the Eye of Power too and double his own strength. This was a divine power, but it wasn't too high level. He definitely couldn't copy Giant Spirit Transformation, Body Double, and Spells Return to One. Body Double was a high-level spell that Old Turtle had taught him personally. At first, Chun Zhao had only learned the simplified version. Later, when he was strong enough, he learned the complete version. Giant Spirit Transformation was something he'd created later. It could even be said to be one of the top spells Chun Zhao had learned. The 10,000 techniques returned to one required one to learn the avatar technique in order to use it. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to use the 10,000 techniques returned to one alone. Then there was the key's evolution for Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao had always felt that the key was the highest level of his power system. So, Chun Zhao didn't think that Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas could copy the key's evolution for his constitution. In other words, Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas could only copy the basics of Chun Zhao's basics. As for Chun Zhao's other spells, Chun Zhao didn't have any objections. After all of Chun Zhao's combat power and main attacks were based on his own power. He couldn't replicate all of his abilities in Bloodline, so he couldn't use those moves. Take Meteor, for example. Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas had already tasted the bitter fruit. Was it that easy to release a meteor? Without a strong enough physique, it was no different from suicide. But even Chun Zhao had to admit that this guy's head was really hard. Even if he only copied his basic physique, It would be good if his physique could be doubled. However, he did not fall to his death. It could be seen that his own foundation was not bad. However, it had to be said that the power of the meteor cast by Leviathan Aberrantigimus was incredible. It was much weaker than Chun Zhao's complete version. It was less than 1/10 of Chun Zhao's. But even so, the power was still considerable. And at that time, his target was Aqualati Gasly. If Aqualati Gisli took the full blow, he would probably be killed in seconds. The destructive power of a meteor was similar to that of a neutron star. The closer it was to the center, the more terrifying it was. Suddenly, Aqualati Gisli's huge tentacle whipped Leviathan Aberrantigimus. Leviathan Aberrantigimus's huge body flew toward Chun Zhao. He didn't hold back at all. Level 3 of the primordial regression technique. Bang! Leviathan Aberrantigimus was sent flying by Chun Zhao's punch. His chest and right shoulder completely disappeared. But soon, a green aura emerged from the broken part of his shoulder. Then it healed at an astonishing speed. Chun Zhao raised an eyebrow. Fuck, his life force had been copied. How could this be? Isn't this too heaven-defying? Life force could be copied? Aqualati, the Leviathan bloodline, can copy life force. Yes, but only once. In fact, all the same abilities, spells, and supernatural powers can only be copied once. He should have used up the number of times he could copy life force. He copied my life force. When he recovered, I felt it. It was exactly the same as my life force. Copied yours? Is he crazy? You're just a human. No matter how strong you are, you're still a human. Aqualati Gisli exclaimed. Aqualati, you're still so stupid. Leviathan Aberrantigimus stood up again. Have you forgotten my ability? I can see the magic power and life force of others at a glance. Do you think I don't know what's going on with the person I'm copying? Aqualati Gisli turned to Chun Zhao. Do you have more life force than a normal person? Chun Zhao glanced at Aqualati Gisli and said indifferently, a little more. Whatever, it doesn't matter, Aqualati Gisli said. Besides, the more vitality he has, the more I can get, said Aqualati Gisli. Leviathan Aberrantigimus spread his hands. 200-meter-long black swords appeared in his hands. Aqualati Gisli, are you sure you could beat me? I'm not sure, Aqualati Gisli said honestly. But I have no other way out now. He was very free now. He was going to die anyway. If he took the risk, he might become a motorcycle. If I didn't want to get rid of your slavery, I wouldn't have lost 1,000 years of life force. And if I didn't lose 1,000 years of life force, I wouldn't come here to fight you. Then you can only blame your stupidity. As Leviathan Aberrantigimus spoke, his arm suddenly slashed toward Aqualati Gisli, who was thousands of meters away. Leviathan Aberrantigimus' arm turned into a tentacle and kept extending outwards. The giant black sword had already appeared above Aqualati Gisli's head. Shocked, Aqualati Gisli hurriedly dodged Leviathan Aberrantigimus' attack. Clearly, Leviathan Aberrantigimus had copied his ability. But just then, Leviathan Aberrantigimus opened his mouth and spat out a jet of ink. The ink poison sprayed directly on Aqualati Gisli's body. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 2545. Of course, the ink poison was ineffective against Aqualati Gisli. After all, it was a copy of Aqualati Gisli's skill. Aqualati Gisli had absolute immunity and resistance. But the ink poison didn't rely on poison to defeat the enemy. When Aqualati Gisli was covered by the ink poison, tentacles began to emerge from his body. The tentacles didn't attach themselves to Aqualati Gisli's body. Instead, they covered the surface of the ink poison. Is that weird? I can even copy your domain, can't I? Leviathan Aberrantigimus said proudly. The tentacles that grew out of Aqualati Gisli's body were wrapping around him. Aqualati Gisli struggled with all his might, but he knew his own strength. This was his territory, the tentacle territory. The territory couldn't be disintegrated. Aqualati Gisli's territory was very special. His territory didn't move with him. It was determined by the range of his ink poison. The number of ink poison he spat out would determine the range it covered, and the tentacles would extend from it. As long as he couldn't get rid of the ink poison on him, he couldn't get rid of the tentacle territory. So, he had to get to the seaside and let the seawater wash away the ink poison. Leviathan Abaron's attention returned to Chun Zhao. Who exactly are you? Why is my copy of you so ineffective? Leviathan Aberkan Tajimas couldn't confirm Chun Zhao's identity, because Chun Zhao's aura was very special. Judging from the aura, he should be human, but he had the smell of a demon. The smell was also very strange. It was like the blood of gluttony, but also like the blood of anger. But that was impossible. Because of the 7 demon kings, apart from Satan, there were no subordinates. The subordinates of the other 6 demon kings couldn't mix. The subordinates of the 6 demon kings could mix with other demon bloodlines. For example, Beelzebub, Zophi, and Iris. One was a subordinate of gluttony, and the other was a dragon. But Beelzebub, Zophi couldn't mix with the other 6 demon kings to produce offspring. That was why Leviathan Abhan Tegmis found it strange that Chun Zhao's aura was so complicated. It's not bad, Chun Zhao said. You've stolen a lot from me. Of course, Leviathan Abraham Tegmis knew. His constitution had improved, and secondly, he had stolen Chun Zhao's life force. Not even a great lord had ever seen such a massive amount of life force. But Chun Zhao's vitality was truly shocking. It was so huge that it made people's hair stand on end. It was also terrifying. What is this human in front of me? Was he really human? Right now, Chun Zhao had already activated the 3rd level of the primordial regression technique. Leviathan Abaron Tegmis suddenly swung his 2 swords and attacked Chun Zhao. Leviathan Abaron Tegmis could sense the enemy's strength, magic, and even life force. However, he could only sense basic attributes. Most of Chun Zhao's attributes were stacked with skills. Chun Zhao suddenly moved, turning into a stream of light. He directly crashed into the center of the 2 crossed swords. Quang! The 2 giant swords were immediately broken. Chun Zhao grabbed the hilts of the 2 broken swords and slashed at Leviathan Abaron Tegmis. Hiss! Leviathan Abaron Tegmis's head flew into the air. Everything had happened too quickly. Leviathan Abaron Tegmis couldn't react at all. Leviathan Abaron Tegmis had obtained the same life force as Chun Zhao. Normal attacks were useless against him. If he attacked, he would kill. Chun Zhao started with his own weakness. After cutting off his head, Chun Zhao didn't believe that he could survive. But just when Chun Zhao thought the battle was over, a body grew out of Leviathan Abaron Tegmis's head. The headless body also grew out a head. Fuck, you could do this too? This is the undead Eurobody. I copied this spell from an Easterner. I also learned this skill, Leviathan Abaron Tegmis said. No matter which part of my body you cut off, I can regrow it completely. Originally, this ability had a huge flaw, and that was that it required a huge amount of life force. Even I didn't dare to use this ability casually, but the life force I copied from you solved this problem for me. Chun Zhao stopped attacking. Rubbing his chin, he pondered. Huh, are you at your wit's end? Leviathan Abaron Tegmis grinned. I admit that you're strong, even stronger than me. But sometimes, being strong won't let you win. Although he said it was easy, he knew how terrifying this human was. He'd killed him instantly and decapitated him. Chun Zhao had killed him instantly and decapitated him. If he didn't have the undead Eurobody and copied the opponent's life force, this would solve his problem of being killed instantly to a large extent. He would probably have a headache now, wondering how to face an enemy like this. Chun Zhao's overwhelming power made him not dare to underestimate him at all. Leave now. I don't have any conflict of interest with you, Leviathan Abaron Tegmis said. You're right. Chun Zhao nodded. How about this? Give me this island and leave the body behind. Then we'll call it a day. How about that? Leviathan Abaron Tegmis's expression changed involuntarily. Looks like we'll have to fight to the end of our lives. Although Leviathan Abaron Tegemis was confident that his undying Eurobody could make him almost immortal, he was not confident that he could survive. But the opponent's life force was also very strong. With such a strong life force, the opponent definitely had a similar undead body, and it was an ability that he couldn't copy. At least, the undead Yura body could be copied, but the opponent's similar skill couldn't be copied. This meant that the opponent's similar skill level was very high. Plus, the opponent's terrifying lethality. The ability to kill him instantly made him want to turn and run. Of course, it was never his habit to sit still and wait for death to come. Giving up on the battle and choosing to run was a choice he'd make in a desperate situation. He wasn't in that situation yet. Leviathan Aberrant Tegmis took a deep breath. He grabbed a few pieces of flesh from his body and threw them on the ground. Leviathan Aberrant Tegmis's clones appeared on the battlefield one by one. 9 Heaven's Divine King. Chapter 25:46. There were 5 Leviathan Abhan Tegemis clones at the scene, plus the clone that Chun Zhao had cut off his head and his original body. This meant that there were 7 Leviathan Abhan Tegemis on the battlefield. Leviathan Abhan Tegemis frowned. He realized that 2 clones were missing from the battlefield. He'd thrown out 7 pieces of his flesh, but there were only 5 clones. Just then, Leviathan Abhan Tegemis saw Aqualati Gisli's tentacles. The 2 missing pieces of flesh were Aqualati Gisli's doing. Aqualati Gisli had rushed into the sea to take a bath, then returned to the battlefield. This made Leviathan Abhan Tegemis furious. Aqualati Gisli, however, was overjoyed. Tegemis, continue. Your flesh is surprisingly delicious, Aqualati Gisli said. Aqualati Gethli had gained a long-lost vitality from the flesh and blood of Leviathan Aberrant Tegemis. It was more delicious than any delicacy. Leviathan Aberrant Tegmis' anger was mixed with bewilderment and even fear. You don't have the ability to obtain life force by devouring flesh. How did you do it? In the past 1,000 years, I've tried to learn other abilities to obtain life force and extend my life, but all of them failed. In the past 200 years, I've come into contact with science, biology, cytology, life science, and genetics. I've obtained 4 degrees. In my early years, I used my theoretical knowledge to create a laboratory and use myself as an experiment subject. At first, I sliced myself up and studied myself. Later, I taught students and trained a large group of human students. I let them study me. After decades of research, I finally came to the conclusion that the most effective and possible way for me to truly extend my life is you. Me? Leviathan Abhan Tegemis narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Anyway, he sensed that Aqualati Gisli's research wasn't that simple. Do you remember the drop of blood you left in my body when you enslaved me? That drop of blood is still there, but that drop of blood has almost fused with me. The vitality contained in this drop of blood is greater than my own, but no matter how great it is, there will still be a time when it dries up. Now this drop of blood has dried up, but you still have a lot of it. Every piece of your flesh and every drop of blood can bring me vitality. Aqualati Gisli looked at Chun Zhao. Chun, you can tear him apart. I'll take care of every piece of his flesh. He won't have any more clones. Anger and fear erupted from Leviathan Aberrant Tegmis' eyes. Chun Zhao couldn't help but laugh. All the problems were no longer problems. You own me, and now I'm here to take it back, Aqualati Gisli said. I'll kill you. Then this problem does not exist. Leviathan Aberrant Tegemis said coldly. Kill him. Each of Leviathan Aberrant Tegmis doppelgangers possessed the same power as the main body. Apart from the distribution of vitality and the fact that they shared the same mind, they were actually no different from the original body. This ability was almost the same as the complete version of Chun Zhao's clone. The difference was that Chun Zhao's clone relied on his own power to maintain itself. As long as the spell was removed, the clone would disappear too. On the other hand, Leviathan Aberrant Tegemis' clone ability relied on vitality to maintain itself. The clone would only disappear when the vitality was used up. Of course, Leviathan Aberrant Tegemis could retrieve these clones. Therefore, even if it was only a clone with a tiny portion of vitality, it could still crush Aqualati Gisli. A pair of black swords appeared in the clone's palms. He slashed at Aqualati Gisli. Just then, Aqualati Gisli stood still. His body suddenly collapsed into ink. Several mountains were dyed black by the ink. Do you think this liquefaction can prevent your death? Leviathan Abhantajima's clone said in a cold tone. The twin swords of Leviathan Abarantajima's clone ignited in flames. He walked to the center of the ink and stabbed the flaming twin swords into the ground. Instantly, a large amount of ink evaporated. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for all the ink that Aqualati Gisli had turned into to evaporate. Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of thin tentacles shot out of the ink. These tentacles wrapped around Leviathan Abarantajima's clone. Leviathan Abarantajimas immediately waved his swords and cut off tens of thousands of tentacles. However, in the next moment, more tentacles wrapped around Leviathan Abarantajimas. A human figure appeared in the ink and shouted at Chen Zhao, "Chen, help me kill him!" The other Leviathan Abarantajimas clones immediately stood in front of Chen Zhao. However, Chen Zhao didn't care how many Leviathan Abarantajimas were in front of him. He turned into energy. Any clone that dared to stand in front of him would be pierced. Chen Zhao rushed to the clone that was temporarily restrained by Aqualati Gisli. Dig out the piece of flesh in his chest. That's the core. The clone was now completely locked by Aqualati Gisli. It couldn't even struggle. Aqualati Gisli was giving it his all. It was true that he couldn't defeat Leviathan Abrahantegmis. Even a doppelganger could make him flustered. But it wasn't like he hadn't developed his own moves over the years. Moreover, he didn't need to be afraid of Leviathan Abarantajimas' replication ability. Chen Zhao dug out the piece of flesh in the clone's chest. The clone's core wasn't his brain, heart, or other organs. It was the piece of flesh that came from his original body. His current body was an extension of that piece of flesh. All of his life force spread out from the flesh. As Chen Zhao grabbed the piece of flesh, he threw it onto the ink on the ground. Soon, the flesh sank into the ink. Subsequently, the doppelganger controlled by Aqualati Gisli also collapsed and dissipated. Chen Zhao looked back at the clones of Leviathan Abarantajimas. Chapter 2547. Big Trouble. Leviathan Abarantajimas' expression changed drastically. If it was just Chen Zhao, he wouldn't be afraid, even if he was wary. At the same time, if it was just Aqualati Gisli, he wouldn't even need to be wary. But if the two of them were together, they would be too much of a threat to him. He couldn't enter Aqualati Gisli's range. Otherwise, once they were controlled by him, both the main body and the doppelganger would not be able to escape death. Leviathan Abarantegmis held his breath and concentrated, thinking of a countermeasure. He had many spells, but most of them weren't suitable for the current situation. Suddenly, one of Leviathan Abarantajimas' doppelgangers began to shrink. Soon, it was the size of an insect. Chen Zhao moved. Suddenly, he appeared before the shrunken Leviathan Abarantajimas and grabbed it. What are you thinking? Do you really think you can reduce the area of attack by shrinking? For people at their level, the small world could directly capture the enemy's position and lock onto them in the most precise way. If the enemy was bigger, it would indeed be easier to attack. But if they shrank when they didn't have an advantage in speed and strength, the result would be the same as Leviathan Abrahantegmis. Chen Zhao grabbed it in his hand. Chen Zhao pinched the clone to death and tossed it to Aqualati Gisli. The other clones of Leviathan Abarantajimas didn't look too good. Clearly, they'd thought too simply. Chen Zhao was far more difficult to deal with than they'd imagined. Go restrain Aqualati, we'll seal him. Leviathan Abarantegmis communicated with each other. They didn't rely on sound to communicate. Instead, they communicated through mental resonance. The other Leviathan Abarantajimas clones nodded. This human was far more difficult to deal with than they'd expected. In the past, when humans couldn't deal with them, they always liked to use seals. This was a very helpless choice. But now they had to use this passive method. Among the many spells that Leviathan Abarantajimas had mastered, there was no lack of sealing magic. After Chen Zhao and Aqualati Gisli destroyed two of the clones, Leviathan Aberrantigemus took the risk to add 5 more. There were a total of 10 original bodies and clones. One went to restrain Aqualati Gisli, while the other 9 surrounded Chun Zhao. Just then, Chun Zhao noticed that there was something wrong with their positions. Chun Zhao did not like the feeling of being surrounded by enemies from all directions. Chun, be careful. They have a lot of seals. They're going to... Before Aqualati Gisli could finish, a clone of Leviathan Aberrantigemus approached him and interrupted him. It's too late. The 9 Leviathan Aberrantigemus said coldly at the same time. At that moment, the 9 Leviathan Aberrantigemus clones erupted with powerful magic power at the same time. Seeing this, Chun Zhao immediately tried to break through. But in the next instant, a terrifying force descended from the sky. She slapped him to the ground. A gigantic magic array appeared in the sky. Waves of frightening power burst forth from the magic array. It kept pressuring Chun Zhao below. Chun Zhao endured the immense pressure. The power kept increasing. At first, it was not unbearable. But as time passed, the power grew stronger and stronger. A magic array also appeared on the ground. The power above seemed to want to press Chun Zhao into the magic array on the ground. Chun Zhao had to fly into the air. Come on, Leviathan Aberrantigemus said. This guy is too strong. Without sealing spells, I really don't know how to deal with this guy. Chun Zhao suddenly charged toward the Leviathan Aberrantigemus clone in front of him. However, the same power immediately appeared before the Leviathan Aberkan clone and forced Chun Zhao back. Big trouble. Chun Zhao did not plan on being sealed. Chun Zhao looked into the distance. Aqualati Gisli was also being held up by a clone. He could not escape at all. Chun Zhao took a deep breath and crossed his palms. Neutron Star. He could not count on anyone else now. Chun Zhao did not want to give up, so he could only save himself. What's that move? I didn't copy it. I don't know. It can't be copied. It must be a top-level spell. Let's be careful. Both the original body and the clone knew how difficult this human was. Leviathan Aberrantigemus knew that the key to this battle was to seal Chun Zhao. As long as he could successfully seal Chun Zhao, everything would be fine. But if he failed, only death awaited them. Chun Zhao had to endure the immense pressure from the seal. The power that fell from above continued to stack up. Chun Zhao did not just have to resist the power falling from the sky. He also had to compress the air so that Neutron Star would not be wasted. Moreover, if Neutron Star was interrupted, even if the half-finished product exploded in front of him, it would still cause great damage to him. This move almost belonged to the kind of killing move where it was either you die or I die. It was powerful, but if it failed, the backlash would be extremely serious. Chun Zhao roared. He had not gone all out in a long time. He felt all the pores on his body open up. The power was released bit by bit. The power above his head kept increasing. At the same time, he had to maintain Neutron Star's power too. Chun Zhao was really using all his strength now. His body started turning red. Then the Nirvana flame suddenly started burning on him. Neutron Star was not only absorbing the surrounding air, but also the Nirvana flame. Every minute was a test for Chun Zhao. No, every second. But Chun Zhao was not the only one who felt pressure. Outside, Leviathan Aberrantigemus and his 8 doppelgangers also felt tremendous pressure. Their magic power was not limitless. But to maintain this seal, or rather, to seal Chun Zhao, it was more difficult than they had imagined. I need more clones. My magic power is about to be used up. I also need a doppelganger to take my place, Yi Zichen said. I also need one here. Leviathan Aberrantigemus' main body could only release magic power while enduring the pain to replace 3 clones. Let's work harder. You shouldn't be able to last long. 9 Heavens God King. Chapter 2548. It was done. Suddenly, a dark golden ball of light shot toward the Leviathan Aberrantigemus clone in front of Chun Zhao. The dark golden ball streaked through the air at an extreme speed. Moreover, it passed through the barrier in front of Leviathan Aberrantigemus clone without any hindrance. Pop! The moment the dark golden ball of light came into contact with Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus avatar, the Leviathan Abhan Tajimus avatar exploded. Chun Zhao snapped his fingers. The structure of the neutron star collapsed instantly. Hundreds of millions of tons of matter spread out. At the same time, the compressed nirvana flames also spread out. The body of Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus clone disintegrated in an instant. His body didn't shatter. Instead, he was molecularized. A ball of light spread out at a speed of 1/10,000th of a second. Then there were the Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus clones on the left and right. Half of the bodies of the two clones were affected, and then the other half of their bodies disappeared. The diameter of the ball instantly reached close to 1 meter, but it didn't continue spreading. Instead, it was replaced by a shockwave that was obviously much weaker, but had a wider range. Of the 5 clones on the left, 1 was vaporized, 2 were affected by the ball of light, and the other 2 were sent flying by the shockwave. The nearly perfect formation collapsed in an instant. *T. Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus exclaimed. Chun Zhao was also ready. The moment the 5 clones left the casting position of the magic formation, Chun Zhao activated his power. Chun Zhao punched at the power, falling from above. Boom! The 2 powers collided instantly. Both of them spread out their powers evenly. If it was before, the magic formation could dissolve 90% of the power. Then, the 9 clones and the 9 clones would share the remaining power. But now, the 5 clones had left the magic formation. The remaining 3 clones and one of the clones would have to share all the power. Bang! The 2 clones exploded on the spot. Heavily injured by the power, 1 clone and one of the clones were sent flying. Chun Zhao didn't have time to catch his breath. His body turned into energy, and he killed the Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus clone that was fighting with Aqualati Geisli. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Aqualati Geisli roared. For the past 20 minutes or so, he had been suppressed by Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus. It was too stifling. However, at that time, he was able to keep his composure and did not panic excessively. He was waiting for Chun Zhao's counterattack. He knew that Chun Zhao wouldn't just sit there and do nothing. As expected, Chun Zhao didn't disappoint him. Aqualati Geisli pounced on a Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus clone whose body had been half destroyed by Chun Zhao's neutron star. It directly dug out that piece of flesh from his body and swallowed it. At this moment, the other heavily injured Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus stood up with great difficulty. But in the next moment, Aqualati Geisli didn't wait to digest the previous food and pounced on the clone again. Aqualati Geisli didn't try to hide this time. Instead, he used his huge body to overwhelm his opponent. There were also 2 clones whose bodies had half disappeared. Aqualati Geisli used his tentacles to drag the 2 defenseless Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus clones in front of him. As he devoured more and more of Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus flesh, he could feel his life force becoming stronger and stronger. On the other hand, Chun Zhao went directly to Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus' main body. Chun Zhao, on the other hand, went straight to Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus' main body. But when he saw Chun Zhao pounce on him, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Chun Zhao was definitely the scariest enemy he had ever met. But when he saw Chun Zhao pounce on him, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus punched the mountain wall with his arm. Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus's arm slammed against the mountain wall. Chun Zhao thought it was some kind of sound wave attack from Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus. So, Chun Zhao paused his attack and switched to defense. After all, not long ago, he had almost lost his life because of his carelessness. But it seemed like he was overthinking. This wasn't a magic attack. It was a signal. Just then, the ground started cracking open. A huge meatball charged out of the crack. As soon as the meatball saw Chun Zhao, it opened its mouth and bit at him. While biting, it also unleashed a terrifying mental attack on Chun Zhao. Otherworldly God. Chun Zhao punched, and the otherworldly god's body was torn into pieces. At the same time, he grabbed the otherworldly god's heart and crushed it. A year ago, Chun Zhao might have had a headache over the otherworldly god's strength. But now, this otherworldly god couldn't even be arrogant for a second before Chun Zhao. Profound attack? It couldn't even affect Chun Zhao a year ago, let alone now. Just when Chun Zhao thought this was Leviathan Aberrant Tajima's final struggle, more otherworldly gods charged out of the crack. These otherworldly gods were rather fearless. At least, they felt that Chun Zhao was easy to bully. So, the first thing they did was attack Chun Zhao. But Chun Zhao didn't like being surrounded like this. Their attacks were meaningless, but they hindered Chun Zhao. "Chun, stop those otherworldly gods," Aqualati ghastly shouted. "They're good stuff." "Good stuff?" Chun Zhao didn't think they were good stuff. "They are raised by Tajimas. Each of them has a considerable amount of vitality, and they can be obtained by eating them." Chun Zhao's expression changed slightly, but he looked at Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas again. "You're not afraid that he'll run?" "He can't," Aqualati ghastly said confidently. Aqualati ghastly said confidently. Although this guy is insidious and despicable, he did something that he regretted for the rest of his life. He completely integrated his domain with Devil Island. Although this gave him great power, it also made him unable to leave Devil Island for the rest of his life. At this moment, more than a dozen otherworldly gods had already fled. Most of them chose to attack Chun Zhao, but a large portion of otherworldly gods weren't stupid. They didn't know how strong Chun Zhao was. They just wanted to escape. There were also many otherworldly gods with low intelligence. They didn't attack Chun Zhao, but they paced around the island. Chun Zhao was still hesitant. Should he deal with Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas first? Or should he control these otherworldly gods first? As for the otherworldly gods that had escaped, Chun Zhao didn't care at all. There were plenty of tall people in the world. He didn't have to worry about them. 9 Heaven's God King. Chapter 25:49. Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas had raised too many otherworldly gods. There were both mature and young ones. There were countless of them, big and small. "You catch these otherworldly gods," Chun Zhao said. "I'll deal with Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas." Chun Zhao really wasn't suitable to deal with these otherworldly gods. Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas really agreed to Chun Zhao's conditions. Everything else was fine, but he couldn't give Demon Island to anyone else. This was his territory. He couldn't escape either. "Come, I'll use your flesh and blood to create a clone." Chun Zhao stared at Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas fiercely. Why did Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas release all the otherworldly gods he had reared? He wanted them to delay Chun Zhao and Aqualati's awkward operation. He wanted to think of a way to deal with Chun Zhao. But Chun Zhao didn't give him a chance to think. Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas tore off 2 pieces of flesh from his body and turned them into clones. Stop him. However, how much time could 2 doppelgangers buy him? It would probably buy him about 10 seconds of time. Then 2 pieces of his flesh were thrown to Aqualati ghastly. Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas' expression changed again. But seeing that Chun Zhao was getting closer, Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas could only give it his all. Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas suddenly took out a long golden needle. This needle was only a meter long. In front of Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas' huge body, it was almost the size of a pin. The moment Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas took out the pin, he didn't change for the worse. Instead, he became excited. "I've been waiting for this." Chun Zhao's body suddenly turned into energy. He pounced at Leviathan's palm. Whoosh! Leviathan Aberrant Tajima's palm was pierced through. Chun Zhao had already grabbed the pin. But to Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas, it was a big deal. But to Chun Zhao, it was a spearhead. Chun Zhao wasn't in a hurry to kill Leviathan Aberrant because he was waiting for him to take out the divine artifact. Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas held a divine artifact in his hand. Chun Zhao believed that Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas wouldn't hide the divine artifact when his life was in danger. Perhaps he didn't use it just now because this divine artifact had some limitations. Perhaps it was because he had just used it on himself, so there was a time limit. Or perhaps there were other conditions to use it. "Give it back to me." Leviathan Aberrant Tajimas was anxious. That was a divine artifact, his final trump card. Chen Zhao grinned at Leviathan Aberrantigemus. You're about to die. Why are you still thinking about the divine artifact? It's such a waste to bury it with you. You should make the best use of it. Aquilati, don't worry about those otherworldly gods. Get ready for a feast. Aquilati Gisli's huge body rushed over. Usually, he would wriggle slowly, but now, he was charging over with all his strength. Aquilati, I've enslaved you in the past, but I've never mistreated you. You've also broken free. If you want, I can let you devour half of my life force, but there's really no need for us to fight to the death. After all, there aren't many demons in this world, and there are even fewer who are qualified to talk to you. Aquilati Gisli looked at Chen Zhao. He's right. I suddenly don't want to kill him anymore. Oh, then let him go. Chen Zhao replied in an equally serious tone. Okay. Just as Aquilati Damned said yes, the huge tentacle had already slammed towards Leviathan Aberrantigemus. Leviathan Aberrantigemus immediately raised his sword and slashed. Aquilati Gisli's tentacle was cut off directly. But then, Chen Zhao had already circled behind Leviathan Aberrantigemus and struck the back of his head. Aquilati Gisli's other tentacles had already stretched out, binding Leviathan Aberrantigemus like a rice dumpling. In terms of actual combat ability, Leviathan Aberrantigemus was countless times stronger than Aquilati Gisli. But if Aquilati Gisli's tentacles controlled Leviathan Aberrantigemus, the Leviathan would not be able to survive. Leviathan Aberrantigemus definitely wouldn't be able to break free from Aquilati Gisli's restraints. Leviathan Aberrantigemus's head injury healed quickly, and he came back to his senses. But now, he was tightly entangled by Aquilati Gisli. Aquilati, stop! By then, Aquilati Gisli had already used his suckers to tear off a piece of Leviathan Aberrantigemus's flesh. Delicious, really delicious. This time, Leviathan Aberrantigemus didn't have a chance to recover. Aquilati Gisli's tentacles drilled into Leviathan Aberrantigemus's wound. Stop! Aquilati, I'm willing to accept your control. I'm willing to be your slave. Chen Zhao wiped his mouth. Aquilati, don't make it so bloody. It's disgusting. Aquilati Gisli stuffed Leviathan Aberrantigemus's mouth. Will this reduce the disgust? Yes, a little better. Leviathan Aberrantigemus didn't escape death in the end. The entire process lasted for 3 hours. Aquilati Gisli couldn't devour him directly. He needed time to digest. If he swallowed Leviathan Aberrantigemus whole, he might even devour Aquilati Gisli instead. So, Aquilati Gisli needed to devour and digest a little. Of course, Leviathan Aberrantigemus's pain and despair also lasted for 3 hours. Finally done, Aquilati Gisli transformed back into his human form. Who are you? Chen Zhao looked at the muscular man before him. Of course I'm Aquilati Gisli. I'm full of vitality now. Can't I be a little extravagant? Change back to that old man's appearance. I'm not used to your current appearance. Really not, Chen Zhao complained. Also, technically speaking, your life force was copied from me. You're wasting my life force. No, I'll beat you up if you don't. Let's do it. Aquilati Gisli turned back into an old man. 9 Heavens Divine King. Chapter 2550. How come there's only the 3 of you left in the psionic team? Chen Zhao looked at Toddy Belster, Yang Guo, and Acrobumin. Yang's eyes were filled with anger. Chen Zhao, can you explain why your battle affected us? Hiss. Chen Zhao's face was full of mockery. You think our battle affected you? I think you're a hindrance. Yang clenched his fists. He wanted to hit Chen Zhao. He knew he couldn't beat Chen Zhao, but he didn't care. He was just worried that if he did it himself, it would affect Toddy Belster and his wife. He'd known in the past. At that time, he didn't think Chen Zhao was so strong that he couldn't surpass him. But now he finally understood how big the gap between him and Chen Zhao was. It was a gap that made him feel despair. In the past few hours, the battle between Chen Zhao, Leviathan Aberrantigemus, and Aquilati Gisli. It was like a fight between gods, but also made the mortals suffer. It was unreasonably terrifying. Leviathan Aberrantigemus appeared like a meteor falling from the sky. It was his move that killed most of the psionic team on the beach. Toddy Belster and Yonggwa were protected by Acrobumin. Fortunately, Acrobumin was a fire dragon. They were also more than 10 kilometers away from the center of impact, so they weren't in the first range of impact. But Acrobumin couldn't protect too many people. That was why only a dozen or so people managed to survive. But this wasn't the final result. The battle between the three monsters kept impacting them. In the end, only Toddy Belster, Yonggwa, and Acrobumin were left. The psionic team was almost completely wiped out. Acrobumon had been saved by Chun Zhao before. She thought that was Chun Zhao's full strength. But in the battle that followed, only then did she realize how terrifying Chun Zhao was. As a dragon, she was naturally much stronger than humans. Even her husband was much weaker than her, so she had a natural sense of superiority. However, this sense of superiority was gone in front of Chun Zhao. I warned you a long time ago that this is not a place you should come to. But you came, and you even brought your wife. How brave. You even brought a household register to die. You should thank me, Chun Zhao said mockingly. If I didn't come, you two would have died on the same day. Also, you should be thankful that you have a good elder. After all, you have someone to take care of you, but others don't. I don't need your care. Don't you need it? If you think that being saved by me will make you feel ashamed, you can go and die now. Yonggwa's face turned red and white. Yonggwa looked at Toddy Belster. She didn't speak to him, but turned around and left. Toddy Belster's heart had also trembled just now. He was really afraid that Chun Zhao would burn the bridge after crossing it. He had to admit that Chun Zhao had left a deep impression on him. It refreshed his understanding of power again and again. You have the bloodline of Leviathan now, right? Aqualati Gisli smiled bitterly. What are you thinking? How can the Demon King's bloodline be obtained by devouring? In hell, there are countless demons with the ability to devour, but I've never heard of anyone who can obtain the Demon King's bloodline through devouring. Can I? What a pity, Chun Zhao said regretfully. I was quite jealous of one of Tajimus's spells, Chun Zhao said regretfully. I thought you might be able to get his spells. That's right. I only devoured his life force, not his magic or bloodline. Fundamentally speaking, Aqualati Gisli's combat ability hadn't improved, apart from his increased stamina. Originally, Aqualati Gisli's life was about to come to an end. This battle could be said to be his last resort. As his life force was about to run out, his combat ability would become weaker and weaker. But as he devoured Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus' life force, he could only say that he had recovered to his peak state. This didn't mean that he could obtain Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus' power. It did not mean that he could obtain the power of Leviathan Aberrant Tajimus. What magic do you want from him? If possible, we can look in his library. I hope his library hasn't been destroyed, asked Aqualati Ghastly. It's the move that allows two swords to appear. That's summoning magic. Summoning magic? Were those swords created by some kind of magic? Instead, it was summoned? Yes, that spell is saint-level power. Legend has it that there is a holy realm. When a weapon has a soul, it is called a holy spirit weapon, and its soul will enter that holy realm, said Aqualati Ghastly. Only those who are recognized by the holy spirit weapons can be summoned. In this world, no one can summon the same weapon. As long as the person recognized by the Holy Spirit weapon is alive, the Holy Spirit weapon will not be summoned by a second person. Did Tajimus summon a holy weapon as well? That's right. That pair of weapons is called the Black Lotus. Was the Black Lotus flower originally that big? No. The Holy Spirit weapon will automatically adjust its size according to the user's size. You know this spell? Do you know it? No. You don't even know how to do it. Chun Zhao immediately lost interest. Let's see if Tajimus' library has any text about this spell, Aqualati Ghastly said. But this spell doesn't mean anything to you, does it? The Black Lotus is one of the most powerful Holy Spirit weapons, but you can directly break the Black Lotus. The other Holy Spirit weapons are about the same to you. Even if you summon the strongest Holy Spirit weapon, I'm afraid it still won't be able to withstand your torment. It's not because the Holy Spirit weapon is powerful, Chun Zhao said calmly. The Black Lotus was Chun Zhao's style. So, Chun Zhao really liked the Black Lotus and not other Holy Spirit weapons. When he heard Orqualati Ghastly say that in order to summon a Holy Spirit weapon, he first had to be recognized by the weapon, Chun Zhao almost lost interest. Chun Zhao felt that since he had broken the Black Lotus so many times, it was basically impossible for him to get its recognition, let alone summon it. As for other Holy Spirit weapons, Chun Zhao really wasn't interested, unless he could summon a weapon even cooler than the Black Lotus. Of course, it would be best if it was black. Chapter 2551. Chun Zhao and Aqualati Ghastly came to the crack that had been opened earlier. But now, the crack on the ground had been blocked by Aqualati Ghastly with ink. It's a pity that many otherworldly gods escaped earlier. How many are left? Not many, only 100 or so. Aqualati Ghastly sighed. What a pity. Chun Zhao and Aqualati Ghastly entered the crack. These otherworldly gods can be eaten directly? Obtain vitality? Yes. Even ordinary people can eat it? Yes. But ordinary people can only obtain very little vitality. They need to eat it for a long time to get some effect, Aqualati Ghastly said. Even spiritualists need a special way to absorb the vitality in the flesh of the otherworldly god. Also, the eye of the one-eyed otherworldly god can increase one's spiritual power. It can be obtained by cooking and eating directly. Ordinary people can obtain it too. Chun Zhao and Aqualati Ghastly walked in the damp passage. Occasionally, there were some demons struggling at death's door. They hid underground and escaped the calamity on the surface. If they were shivering in a corner, Chun Zhao and Aqualati Ghastly wouldn't be bothered to deal with them. However, there were some demons who thought they had a bit of strength. Some had grand ideas and thought they could succeed in a sneak attack. Chun Zhao and Aqualati Ghastly basically didn't show any mercy. They directly let them meet their master. Just then, a black figure appeared before Chun Zhao and Aqualati Ghastly. It appeared without any warning. Chun Zhao and Aqualati Ghastly didn't even realize how it had appeared. Chun Zhao looked up. It was the giant black panther, Pennigan, whom they'd met in the cave on the mountainside. Pennigan, are you going to block our way? Aqualati Ghastly narrowed his eyes at Pennigan. You should know what happened up there, right? Chun Zhao stood behind. Pennigan and Aqualati Ghastly knew each other. They seemed to have a close relationship. Pennigan hadn't done anything in the cave. Pennigan looked at Chun Zhao and Aqualati Ghastly with sparkling eyes. His eyes sparkled as he stared at Chun Zhao and Aqualati Ghastly. Although she had been hiding underground, this did not prevent her from spying on the battle above. She knew how tragic this battle was. Neither of the two people in front of her was a match for her. Chun Zhao was especially terrifying. Even her previous master couldn't fight against him. How do you plan to deal with the Demon Island now? Demon Island belongs to him now, Aqualati Ghastly said, pointing at Chun Zhao. If you want to stay, you can only ask him. I will not accept any form of slavery. I'm not interested in enslaving you, Chun Zhao said indifferently. Perhaps Pennigan was not weak, but it was just not weak. Her strength should be similar to Kong Moses. He also had his own domain. However, in front of Chun Zhao and Aqualati Ghastly, it was clearly not enough. Aqualati Ghastly glanced at Chun Zhao. They exchanged glances, and Chun Zhao nodded slightly. Although the two didn't speak, Chun Zhao roughly understood what Aqualati Ghastly meant. He was asking Aqualati if he could make the decision. Perhaps he had a good relationship with Pennigan. Aqualati Ghastly didn't want Chun Zhao to make the decision. After all, if Chun Zhao made the decision, it might be very bad for Pennigan. What if you hire me? Hire? The otherworldly god here needs someone to raise and take care of it. Also, some things here need to be guarded, Aqualati Ghastly said. There are still a lot of demons left here. They won't be allowed to be released. So for them, they either have to die or be locked up. Do you want to be the warden or the prisoner? Aqualati Ghastly said. It wasn't a difficult choice. Pennigan obviously chose the former. It was a multiple choice question. It was a mental test, right? Pennigan went to gather the demons who hadn't died. Of course, she also went to suppress the demons who still had other thoughts. After all, Leviathan Abentegmus had ruled the Demon Island for 2,000 years. Naturally, there were many loyal confidants, or a demon with ambition. Pennigan had to prove his worth. When Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gasley arrived at Leviathan Abhantegmus Ranch, they saw a huge otherworldly god. The otherworldly god's body hung in the air. Its tentacles were connected to the surrounding stalactites. There was an opening on its lower body. It looked like a reproductive organ. There were many large and small meat eggs around it. Some were several meters long, while others were the size of basketballs. At the same time, there were some baby otherworldly gods that had hatched from the eggs. "This is the mother," Aqualati Gasley said. "It's a pity that dozens of otherworldly gods escaped, but as long as the mother is here, they can escape. The mother can't move. It's already merged with the environment and is the only non-aggressive otherworldly god here." Aqualati Ghastly pulled off a larva attached to his arm. The larva was too small, only the size of a palm. Aqualati Gisli threw the baby out, and the other otherworldly gods rushed up in an instant and swallowed their brothers. Do they just eat each other? The mother will lay eggs every once in a while. Each time, it lays thousands of eggs. However, after these thousands of eggs hatch, they will begin to devour each other. In the end, only a few otherworldly gods will survive. From a scientific perspective, this method is very inefficient. It can't be helped. If someone interferes, they can't grow. They start eating by eating their brothers and sisters. Other than their brothers and sisters, what else do they eat? Do they eat humans? Their food list is very wide. They can eat almost anything that humans can eat. Tajimas catches fish from the sea as their food, and they have a very powerful psychic mutation ability. Sometimes, the food we throw at them will directly turn into fallen mutants. Look at that turtle-like creature that is clinging to the wall over there. That is already a fallen mutant. Won't the otherworldly god eat the fallen mutants? Yes. When an unusual god matures, it will form its own army of fallen mutants. However, those within this range are all fallen mutants of the Matrix. Although the Matrix won't attack, there won't be any unusual god here that will attack the Matrix and its fallen mutants. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 2552. In some ways, the otherworldly god was truly powerful. He had directly turned the food into a lackey. These fallen mutants need to be cleaned up regularly. If there are too many fallen mutants in the hands of the otherworld god, there's a high chance that they will rebel against the guards here. There are many powerful otherworldly gods here. Can the guards here suppress them? After the death of Leviathan Aberrantagemus, his domain had completely vanished. Therefore, Chun Zhao's territory was no longer restricted. He could easily cover most of the farms. Within Chun Zhao's territory, there were a dozen terrifyingly powerful otherworldly gods. On the other hand, the average strength of the devil guards here was very average. Most of them were low-level demons, with 1 or 2 being mid-level demons. Normal guards can't suppress those powerful otherworldly gods, but Pennigan can. And these mature otherworldly gods will be enchanted, the kind of magic that won't kill you, but will make you very uncomfortable. Basically, every demon guard can control the enchantment. If the otherworldly god dares to attack, they can directly activate the enchantment. Although it can't guarantee a certain percentage of safety, it can at least give them some assurance. How long is their breeding cycle? The larval stage lasts for about 2 years. During these 2 years, they will constantly devour each other. When they stop devouring each other, it means that they have entered the growth stage. In fact, they are already edible at this stage, but in terms of size, it would be a waste to eat them at this stage. If there is enough food, this stage will last for about 5 years. If there is not enough food, they will continue to devour each other until they reach the second stage of maturity. This stage will last for about 20 years. According to human standards, they will enter a fully mature body at about 27 years old. However, the older the alien god, the more powerful they will be, and at the same time, the better the quality of food will be. Aqualati Ghastly paused and continued. In terms of economic benefits, the unusual gods of about 50 years old are the most profitable, but there should be a few unusual gods of thousands of years old here. Tajimas has been raising them for a long time, so there's no need to kill them. Every time he needs to, he can cut off a piece of their flesh, then give them food, and they will soon recover. According to Aqualati Gisli's calculations, the total number of otherworldly gods here could provide about 5 otherworldly gods around the age of 50 every year. In fact, according to Aqualati Gisli, raising the otherworldling gods was like most animal husbandry. The better the otherworldling gods were, the higher the returns. If they didn't raise them well, the profits wouldn't be good, and they might even suffer a loss. The otherworldly god was extremely precious. That was why Aqualati Gasley arranged for Pennigan to be in charge of the breeding and the management of the remaining demons on the island. After all, neither he nor Chun Zhao could stay here. Moreover, Pennigan was definitely more suitable than Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gisli. Are there any of the otherworldly gods that escape? A few, I guess. But in the past, otherworldly gods often ran away. Chun Zhao had encountered otherworldly gods a few times before, and they seemed to have escaped from Demon Island. After checking the situation of the breeding farm, Chun Zhao and Aqualati Gisli prepared to go to the library. Aqualati, do you know how to use this? Chun Zhao took out the starlight pointer that he'd stolen from Leviathan Aberantegmus. Aqualati Gisli raised an eyebrow. You got it. Yes. Aqualati Gisli took the starlight pointer. He tried to input magic power, but there was no reaction. Then he returned it to Chun Zhao. I don't know how to use it either. Maybe there are relevant records in the library. Fine. Chun Zhao put it away in disappointment. The library was built inside the mountain wall. Although the entrance had been destroyed, the internal structure hadn't suffered a destructive blow. Just then, an old demon appeared before Chun Zhao. He was short and shriveled, looking just a bit bigger than an inferior demon. He held a cane and was covered in rough linen. His demonic face was already covered in wrinkles. Chun Zhao glanced at Aqualati Gisli, using his eyes to ask what was going on with this old demon. Your original master is dead, Aqualati Gisli said, pointing at Chun Zhao. Now he's the new master. Hello, master. I'm Ghoul Padinka, an Awa demon. The Awa demons are very, very weak, but they live longer than most demons, Aqualati Gisli said. This Ghoul Padinka is almost 5,000 years old. If there are no accidents, he can live for at least another 3,000 years. He's very weak, but he's very familiar with the books here. Tom has given him a lot of time to read them. Master, Lord Aqualati, please follow me. Ghoul Padinka didn't have any intention to resist. To him, it didn't matter who was his master. All he needed to do was to do what he was supposed to do and ensure that his value existed. No one would make things difficult for a weak demon like him. This old demon had lived more clearly than anyone else. After passing through a few hundred meters, the three arrived at the library. The library was a circular space with a diameter of about 100 meters. The bookshelves were also curved and arranged in circles. Do the books here have sacred power? Aqualati Gisli asked. Yes, please follow me. Ghoul Patinka circled around the bookshelves a few times and took down a book with a metal cover from one of the shelves. The bark was made of gold, black, and red metal. There was also a demon carving on it. This is saint-level power to begin with. Chun Zhao flipped through it. There was a lot of content in the book. He couldn't finish in a while, so he put away. Is there nirvana? Chun Zhao asked. Ghoul Padinka thought for a moment and answered, Yes, please follow me. Then Ghoul Patinka found a bookshelf and took out a scroll from it. Master, this is nirvana magic, but it only records the basics of nirvana magic. 9 Heavens Divine King.